Stay with us. We're going to have more coverage on the Pacific Palisades fire right after this quick break.
Well, the main thing, our job is for the protection of life. They're getting evacuations going with this, but also, this is kind of like, I could use an analogy of a train. It's hard to get in front of this fire right now. You're going to get run over. You got to run along the sides of it, basically, and just do the best you can. Evacuate people and start doing structure protection.
Chief, it's 11:20 in the morning. If you are just tuning in, we want to just let you know that we are monitoring a fire in Pacific Palisades. It is probably well over 20 acres at this moment, Chief, as we've been talking about. We see that dark plume of smoke, and then what's more concerning at this hour is that it is very close to homes in that area. We do see a aircraft unit there, water dropping in that particular area. But again, we're talking about the challenges that firefighters are facing today, especially with these wind gusts. Stephanie was talking about 30, 40 miles per hour.
Yeah, it is. These are difficult fires to fight, no doubt. And resources, you need to have a lot of resources on this. We're doing structure protection, and we see a lot of homes in that area. This is going to be very challenging. This is just the beginning of a very long firefight ahead of us, and especially with the wind forecast to pick up throughout the day. That's concerning.
So knowing what the winds will be as the afternoon progresses, and as Stephanie mentioned, into Thursday with this red flag warning, what are firefighters, obviously in the midst of this fight here, what are they doing to prepare for what's to come?
Well, we brought in a lot of resources. Personnel have been called in off duty, pre-positioning of strike teams, added extra patrols in the foothill area. We brought in resources from Northern California. So it's just bringing as much as you can to prepare for this fire. The nice thing is Northern California, they're getting a lot of rain up there. So you can send resources from Northern California because they're not facing what we're facing down here in Southern California.
Chief, you're talking about how you guys are preparing. How much time in advance do you guys prepare for something like this? I mean, we've been talking about the winds, that they were going to be strong these next 3 days. How much time in advance do you guys get as far as planning and preparing and sending out crews to our area?
Well, we know, we watch the weather, and we get updates on the weather forecast. When we know that this event was coming days in advance, planning takes in effect. And I've got to hand it, I love the fire service. I've been doing it for so long. The best of the best in Southern California. We have the best, most robust mutual aid response. We started planning for this days ago to get resources down here and in order, thanks to the Office of Emergencies, Earth Services, and local fire departments here in Southern California. So, you can only prepare for so much, and then you've got to deal with the force of Mother Nature.
Well, you mentioned early on, as Annabelle was giving statistics on the growth of this fire from 2 acres to 20, you say 20 plus acres at this point, and you talked about the rate of spread. Explain that to our viewers and how the wind is playing an ample part in all of this.
Yeah, we call it rapid rate of spread. This isn't some heavier fuels and vegetation. That's why you're seeing a lot of the darker smoke. Those fuels have a lot of oil in them. Then you see some light smoke. But, with this fire, you've got a lot of embers. Remember, these fires can go 1, 2, 3, and sometimes even longer in miles that are going to start spotting ahead of this fire. So it's going to move very rapidly.
We are looking at active flames. I'm sure you're watching it along with us. Active flames that seem to be precariously close to some structures. You mentioned possible evacuations at this point. Folks who haven't yet been evacuated should obviously prepare to be evacuated.
Absolutely. You do not have to be told to evacuate. If you're living in this area right now and you feel threatened, grab your medication, medication, eyeglasses, laptop, important documents, and find a home or a place within your community that's an evacuation center and leave.
Chief Sambo, we see it time and time again, though, during a natural disaster, a fire, flood, what have you. You have those folks to decide to stay back and play hero. We've interviewed these folks. You've seen them. You hear what they have to say. Your words to them here this morning.
Even a mile or two. So there's huge concern for all of those homes downwind of this fire, as well as the homes up north or above this fire.
Personal protective equipment with fire trucks have been caught in burnovers and have been injured and even died. So for the novice homeowner at home, and I've seen them, Michael, on their rooftops in shorts and thongs and a T-shirt with a garden hose. I cringe when I see that. Don't do that.
Yeah,
do
it is
not
spreading
stay in defense.
rapidly and quickly
You're not
towards
trained
the
for it. You're
ocean.
not
You've got
protected
hard
enough. Leave.
closures.
Again,
It looks like
your house, your belongings can be replaced. Your life cannot.
And you know, and just to kind of reiterate on that, Chief, I mean, does that even do anything? If somebody's standing out there, are they even close to saving their home?
Right now.
You know, I mean, I just want people to understand that their attempt, you know, it's not worth it, because the chances of them actually saving their home when that fire is that close to them are very, very slim.
Well, let's put it in just a different light. Get out of the shower. Put your hair dry on dry, on hot or medium dry. Put it on dry your hair. Within minutes, it's going to dry out, right? The same thing with you're going to wet or pre-treat your roof or around your property. As soon as you start with this dry, windy condition, it's going to dry out very quickly. So go, please evacuate. I cannot emphasize that enough. Don't play firefighter. Evacuate to a safe location.
Chief Sam, are you at all surprised by the number of aircraft that we've seen thus far, considering those wind gusts Stephanie mentioned not too long ago? What, Stephanie, 30 to 40 miles an hour?
You have two area at this point. I'm looking at even the Santa Monica Mountains, which is near, we're talking about gusts getting close to 55 miles an hour.
Wow.
So this is very strong.
All right, so Chief Sam, to answer the question here, some gusts as much as 55 miles per hour at this point. Are you surprised to see aircraft getting a handle on this, or at least trying to get a handle on this fire?
Well, I'm not surprised, because I know, everybody, we want, our job is to protect life and property. So I'm not surprised by it. It is concerning. I won't be surprised if the winds kick up, that they do get grounded. They're just trying to take the, no pun intended, the heat out of this fire as much as possible right now and get a knockdown. This is a window period for them. It may close pretty soon.
Chief, we're seeing these the fire in the middle of this dark plume of smoke. We see the aircraft also working really hard to, just aim that water into the fire. We're speaking of the challenges. Let's talk about the air quality for anybody who lives in the surrounding area. And what do you tell them?
Good point. You may not live in the foothills. You may not even be close to not just this fire, but any fire. But you could be impacted by the smoke. If there's a fire in your area, stay indoors, close your windows, avoid strenuous outdoor activity, and just hunker down. Avoid it, because it is dangerous.
All right, Chief.
All right, Chief Sam, if you could hold on, I want to bring Stephanie in once again, our meteorologist Stephanie Olmo, who is monitoring the situation, not only in the Pacific Palisades area, but of course, we're talking about this red flag warning all across major parts of Southern California here. So you look at the direction of the smoke at this point, you see those active flames. What are your first thoughts here?
Well, obviously, with the strong winds that we have, you're like, oh boy. Right. So we're thinking about, and you're seeing some of the communities right there and how close they are to the fire. So that is concerning. And this is why it's important for those who live in the area, just generally across the region. You want to make sure you have a plan set in place. You want to make sure you have your emergency kit, because this is something that we were concerned about. and seeing it happen here right now. And it looks like the fire is burning downhill. Typically, when we talk about the fires and they burn uphill, they burn faster. But regardless, with the strong winds we have, I mean, it's growing rapidly. And with the concern, just not only in that area, but across the region, you think about the resources, right? It's very important to get a handle on this pretty quickly. But we know that's going to be difficult as we continue today, Michael.
And as Chief Sam mentioned already, I mean, there's a very short window as to when the aircraft can actually be in the air. And he feels as if that window's slowly but surely closing. Right,
exactly. So especially as we continue throughout the day, Michael, and you have the winds increasing, and the concerns are other fires getting started.
Right.
Right. And you want to make sure there are other resources just scattered across the area. So you're right about that. The window does close.
Just as he said, it's like the analogy of a train trying to get ahead of it, but yet it's such a challenge. All right, Stephanie, thank you for that.
Yeah, and of course, this is only one of the areas that we are monitoring. We are monitoring so many other areas that are highly impacted by these winds and that, of course, are also within that warning,
See the response
right,
right there from the air.
All right, you guys, it's about 11:30. We're continuing our 11 a.m. newscast coverage here. Breaking news, there's a brush fire burning in the Pacific Palisades area.
You see that live shot right there, the large plume of smoke. Right now, it's at least 20 acres, but we believe possibly, according to Sam DiGiovanna, our expert here, he believes that's 20 plus acres. We have crews on the way to the scene, and we'll bring you a live update later on this hour.
All right, and joining us now on the phone is Chief Sam DiGiovanna, our NBC4 fire expert. Chief, for anybody who's just tuning in at this hour, we want to remind people, if you live in this surrounding area, have a kit ready in the event that you need to evacuate. What should that kit have?
Medication, eyeglasses, important documents, and your laptop. Anything else can be, leave it behind. And I do want to go back to something on the acreage. I just got a report. This thing is now at probably even plus over 200 acres. That's how quickly, from the time we started this fire and started talking about it, at 10 to 20 acres, and now it's over 200 acres. That's what I mean about the rapid rate of spread. So get that medication, eyeglasses, laptop, and important documents. Get prepared to leave. And it's not just, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Chief. And we can only assume that this fire is going to continue to grow at this fast rate.
You're absolutely right, and that's what I was going to say. We're looking at this fire right now. So we're talking and focused on this fire. I'm saying this to everybody through Southern California. Take heed to this warning we're giving you now. You've got a window period right now. Take advantage of it. You're not under the duress that these people are. Get your things together and get ready to move on.
Yeah, you talk about being proactive and ready because if it's not happening in your neighborhood, there's a chance it possibly can. Chief, you hit on something earlier during our conversation about not only the fire that is burning here, we see the active flames and the smoke, but you talked about those embers. And when we talk about, how far those embers can actually travel in wind like this, we typically say a mile, but you say what?
We've had reports fires. These embers can go 3 to 5 miles. It just depends on the wind, the fuel that's burning. So, just when you think you've seen it all, we find out that embers start, burning or blowing further away, and this has happened in recent fires. So this is a good example of where it could happen. So not only that, these embers, they're lighting the brush ahead of it, but these are the ones that also get into your patio furniture, trash can, wood piles, everything around your home. In the attic vents, these are the things that cause these structures to burn down. So make sure you clear those and get your house prepped just as well. And especially, I'm going to say it again, to those that are not impacted by this, we're warning you right now. Take advantage of this warning.
Yeah, something to keep in mind, absolutely. Chief, if you can just give us a sec here, we want to bring in NBC4's Brittany Hope. And Brittany, you have friends who are currently being evacuated in this area?
Hi, you guys. Yeah, so pardon me for checking my phone. I'm actually texting with them right now. So they haven't been told to evacuate, but because of the conditions, because of what they can see from their neighborhoods, they said they're getting their documents together, they're packing their bags, and they're making the decision upon themselves right now to evacuate. And it sounds like that's what a lot of their neighbors are starting to do as well. I'm hoping we can show you some of the videos that they sent to me. So if you could let me know in my ear if we're able to show you. This is the view of their neighborhoods, both in the North Palisades and in the South Palisades. In both of these videos, you can see that huge plume of smoke stretching into the sky, that dark black smoke as well. That's because at this point, at least from what they're telling me, they say they haven't seen any structures around them that have burned, but they have seen a lot of the hillside behind all of those neighborhoods that do have flame at this point. Now, their neighborhoods are really, really smoky. I actually texted my girlfriends, let's see, at 11 o'clock about this, knowing that we were reporting on this. That's when they went outside where they had been living. That's when they saw all the smoke, and then they started getting everything together. At first, it seemed to be off in the distance, but now it seems, at least from their perspective, that the flames are certainly spreading more toward the neighborhoods and more toward.
And it describes her horrifying experience when she first realized the complex was on fire.
Well, I woke up to go get me a cold pop, and then I thought somebody was barbecuing. I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Then I ran out. I didn't grab no shoes or nothing, Jesus. I ran for my life. And then the smoke got me. I got bronchitis. Ain't nobody got time for that.
According to
go in place as well. So I think taking their advice would definitely be good advice for if you live in that area.
Yeah, Brittany, and I think it warms every firefighter's heart out there to hear that your friends made the conscious decision without an evacuation order to get their documents and get out. Did she at all describe what the neighborhood is like right now? Chief Sam talked about structure protection. Are there fire units within her neighborhood, or at least on the way out of the neighborhood?
Yeah, so neither of them said that they had seen any engines in their neighborhoods yet. They're not in that neighborhood that is right backed up to the flames. They're in the north and southern part of the Palisades. So that's, if the videos that we showed you, you can see, they can kind of see it behind the homes across from them. Yeah. So at this point, they didn't tell me if there's any apparatus, but again, I know they're actively evacuating. So they're kind of just giving me updates as they could and sending videos, but I have them on location on our iPhones. So I've been kind of watching their dots as they've made it out. But I'll make sure when we get off, I'll text them and ask them if they've seen any fire engines up in the neighborhoods yet.
All right, Brittany, thank you very much for that. We will continue to, of course, monitor that situation. If you can just give us a sec here. It is 11:36 in the morning here. We can confirm at this hour that the fire has grown now to at least 200 acres, and we were, of course, talking about the Pacific Palisades fire. But this is one of the concerns that we have, Michael. We've been talking about it now for a few days, the winds, the gusts. I mean, Stephanie was talking about winds now being at, what, 50 miles per hour? So we want to bring in our meteorologist, Melissa McGee, also, who's joining us here in the studio to talk about this concern now.
Yes, Annabelle and Michael, Stephanie and I are here monitoring the fire and weather conditions. And like you mentioned, the gusts there are starting to get a little stronger. Our observation data showing you with the Palisades fire, we've got gusts close to the Palisades at about 27 miles per hour. But you move off to the north and west, Santa Monica Mountains, it's much stronger there. And that's the concern as we go throughout the rest of the late morning hours into the afternoon and later on tonight. So right now, we've got winds gusting anywhere from 54 miles per hour. As I look at the relative humidity, it's ranging anywhere from 35 to about 45%. So that's not much of a concern right now. We had the Franklin fire there in Malibu last December, last year, and relative humidity was much lower than that. So this is what we like to call a wind-driven fire and also a topography-driven fire as well. We've got significant Santa Ana winds on the way as we go throughout the rest of tonight and into our overnight hours into Wednesday. Looking at some of the gusts across the region, they're ranging anywhere from 30 miles per hour at LAX, typically in areas where we don't typically see very strong winds, to spots up into the mountains there in Santa Monica Mountains where they're over 50 miles per hour. Also, I want to show you the wind triangle, or at least explain it to you. Typically, when we're talking about the wind triangle, that's a fire that's fueled by three ingredients. First, the topography. So as we look to the screen and we see the image on our left here, looking at the live picture of the fire currently burning, there's a mountain, or at least a foothill, and a slope. So you've got Santa Ana winds moving into topography, where you've got a lot of brush and you've got a lot of dry vegetation on the ground, adding to the issue with this rapidly growing fire. Also, the weather. In this case, and in this scenario, we've got strong Santa Ana winds that are only going to get stronger as we go throughout the rest of tonight. And then the other part of the triangle is the fuel. Well, what's the fuel in this situation? It's bone dry. We haven't seen, Stephanie mentioned, we've not seen any significant rainfall in months. In fact, for LA County specifically, a little bit more than 1/10 of an inch of rainfall. So that's adding to the problem, which is why we've got this red flag warning. Yes, the Santa Ana winds are here. They're going to strengthen tonight, but then we've got this red flag warning that has been extended until 6 p.m. on Thursday. So dry Santa Ana winds, which will drop the humidity significantly. And that's why we're seeing images in the pictures you're seeing to the left on your screen with this Pacific Palisades fire that is burning more than 200 acres right now.
You know, yesterday, Melissa, during our 4, 5, and 6 o'clock newscast, we talked about how what we were going to get this morning and possibly into the afternoon was just an appetizer of what's to come.
Right.
So we're talking about stronger winds as the hours progress.
Right. So let's set the scene for you and set the stage for you over the next 12 to 24 hours in terms of what we are anticipating here. As we go throughout the rest of the afternoon hours, we're going to continue to see winds ranging anywhere from, I would say, 30 to about 50 miles per hour. Steph, would you be in agreement with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon. And then once we get into tonight, especially for some of those mountain and foothill communities, it's going to get even stronger. So overnight tonight into your Wednesday morning, the winds will likely peak even more. So in terms of where you live, if you wanted to plan out the rest of your day, for the coast and the valleys, winds gusting anywhere from 60 to 70 miles per hour, especially later on tonight. And so these are areas that are typically wind sheltered, meaning you don't really see the Santa Anas that often. This is a very unusual case. For the mountains, San Bernardino Mountains, San Gabriel Mountains, up across the Santa Monica Mountains, winds gusting anywhere from 65 to 80 miles per hour. And there could be some isolated spots where you've got winds close to 100 miles per hour in some rare cases. So that's the case as we go throughout the rest of tonight. In terms of our community and residents living in and around this area, what you can do to prepare right now is make sure you have a ready, set, go plan in place and also take precaution. There will likely be downed trees, power outages in your area, so make sure you are prepared now for what's likely to come later. Michael and Annabelle.
All right, Melissa, thank you very much for that. I mean, that is very concerning. 30 to 50 miles per hour in the coast, 60 miles per hour, 65 miles per hour or more, even in the mountains, and then 100 miles per hour in certain.
Strongly suggest that anyone who's close or involved in this download the Watch Duty app. Watch Duty app. It'll show you the fire, the distance to your house, where you are in terms of the fire. It'll give you the number of people involved, all the fire tankers, the planes, and how many men on the ground. I'm concerned because, like I told this gentleman, this is my 9th urban wildfire, and when I saw it that close to my house, I thought just better go. And these are just the start of the winds. They're going to get up to like 50 to 80 miles an hour if I read that right. I hope not. But I got my dog, and, you know, hopes, thoughts, and prayers, and, you know, do what you can, but get out. Get your go bag and get out. Don't underestimate the ability of the fire to jump from house to house to house. Thank you.
Tell us your name.
Sean Butler.
Great. And what other fires have you gone through in this area?
Well, I'm here because of the Wolseley fire. And, you know, I grew up in Malibu, and so I've been through 8 urban wildfires. And so I always have a bag packed. I got my dog's medicine, my medicine, you know, and what I can pack in my little car and just leave the rest up to the professionals. The best thing I can do is get out of everybody's way and get down to this beach. I'm currently staged at the huge empty parking lot on Temescal Canyon and PCH. I would suggest anybody who wants to meet people would come down here and meet their loved ones here because there's lots of access.
Thank you, sir.
Did you get any of that?
This gentleman obviously is very well prepared. He's very well experienced. Mm-hmm. He's gone through many fires. He talked about how he's prepared to go. He has his dog. He has his medication, his paperwork, that sort of thing. And his home it appears to be in harm's way. So he's thinking ahead and doing exactly what fire officials and authorities hope that people do. Getting out of the way, he said. I'm getting out of the way so they can do their job, which is perhaps the best thing you can do. Also, he did mention the Watch Duty wildfire map and alert. It's an app that you can get where it can basically give you information as far as how far the fire is, the proximity of it, the logistics, the location. So maybe that's something you can download or pass that information on to others who may be impacted by this fire.
And we're also hearing unconfirmed reports right now that homes are burning on Lockman Lane. Again, this is something that hasn't been confirmed through officials, but they're requesting additional resources there. And we know that this fire has grown now to 200 acres in the last 20 minutes.
Yes.
Wow. Yes.
According to that app, which I've been mentioning this morning, there's now, according to the radio chatter, there's a fire that's been spotted across Palisades Drive which is on both sides of the road. This is just north of where the fire started. So that fire is kind of in that canyon between where the village is at. If you're familiar with the Pacific Palisades area, there's that area kind of near the village and St. Matthews. And then you go up Lockman Lane to that upper part, and that's where Palisades Drive is at. And there are reports of several structures that are on fire off Lockman and off Palisades Drive. So yes, just echoing what you said about having that ready, set, go and being ready to evacuate if you're in that area.
Yeah, and the importance of going now, going early while you can, because as that resident was mentioning, already traffic is backed up along Sunset, and the only free area he was saying is Temescal Canyon. But soon, as residents start to evacuate, try to get out of the area, those areas are going to be backed up. Not to mention, this broke out at around 10:30, this fire, and so if there are any residents that were at work and not home and now trying to get back home to perhaps collect their belongings or their pets or loved ones, that's a situation as well that first responders don't want to deal with. People trying to get to this area, to get into their homes that might be threatened. So you have both situations here, people trying to get out, people trying to get into the area, and that's just going to create a traffic nightmare.
Well, already fire units are having a hard time coming up Palisades Drive because of the traffic and the evacuations I'm reading. And what you're looking at, just so you're aware, you have the live video on the left side of your screen. This is happening as we speak right now on the ground. We have our photographer there. On the right side, you have video from a little bit earlier. Again, we started hearing about this about 10:30 in the morning, so we're over an hour in here, hour 15. It was 20 acres only, but it has grown to 200 acres. And what's really disturbing is that we haven't even hit the peak of the winds quite yet, right? Those winds are really going to pick up. We're clocking them in at what, 40 miles per hour, Maria? But that's just the beginning.
Yeah, that's just sustained winds. We're talking about the wind gusts up at that higher elevation, nearing 60 to 80 miles an hour. And as you mentioned, this is not even the peak of the winds. This is right now where it's just starting to ramp up. And I'm hopeful because I'm still seeing those fixed wing aircraft flying and some of the helicopters. But as these winds are expected to really strengthen later this evening, I'm not so sure they're going to be allowed to keep flying. So it's really critical these next couple of hours on what they do to attack this fire. And it's critical what you do if you are living in and around this area. Please, maybe, yes, evacuate early before you're told to go and prepare for this.
Yeah, evacuation orders have been requested for this area down the Pacific Coast Highway per the radio traffic, but the exact parameters at this point, it looks like they haven't released that information. But as you mentioned earlier, it is a disturbing detail that Palisades Drive, on both sides of the road, there is that fire being spotted. And as you mentioned, because of the winds, the embers are flying around, and that's when you get these spot fires, right?
Yeah.
Popping up all over the place.
Yeah, we talk about that and how the winds can carry these embers a couple miles down the road, not just blocks, but really fires down even to the coast. There was some chatter about perhaps the villa or the Getty Villa was in danger, but it's a large part downwind of that fire all the way to the coast, but also to the north of the fire. It's important to note that this fire, you know, it burns quicker as it goes uphill, and there's a lot of vegetation in this area, so there's a lot of fuel for this fire to burn.
And yeah, we're also being told there's absolute gridlock on Palisades Drive and that people are driving along down both sides of the road. So that's also something to look out for sure. You want to be safe and careful when you're driving in that area and making sure that fire crews can get there and get to where they need to be. But look at that shot there on the right-hand side. It almost looks like nighttime. That smoke is so thick and so close to some of the homes there.
Yeah, it really shows you how dramatic a fire can be, especially with these whipping winds. At one moment, it can change in an instant. And having covered fires for so many years, when you're in the thick of it like that, it can turn from day to night, seemingly because of the smoke and the situation with the winds just whipping things around, covering the sky and covering the sun. It is very dramatic and frightening, frankly, for the people on the ground there, the homes that are being threatened. And hopefully a lot of the residents that we've spoken to, it seems like they're kind of in a situation where they've lived with this threat for a while. So many people are prepared. They do have a plan. They do have a go bag. But hopefully that is the situation today, given the warning, especially that fire officials, emergency responders, and all of us on the news have been saying for quite some time, starting yesterday morning, that this was going to be a dramatic weather event today, these dangerous wind gusts and these windstorms. You could take a look at these two people standing on the ridge line right there, just to give you a perspective of the enormity of that plume of smoke and that's billowing in the sky that we've been looking at. And just to show you the enormity of and the sense of size that we're talking about right here. More than 200 acres burned already in a matter of minutes, really, you know, looking at this for just over an hour now. This vegetation fire that broke out around 10:30 and now just difficult to get a handle on because of the high winds. We have been watching these fixed-wing aircrafts doing some aerial drops, but clearly, I mean, look at how dangerously close it's come to those structures, the homes right there that we're looking at from the vantage point of PCH at this point.
Video of...
Okay, we're looking at an aerial drop right here. And look at how shaky the camera is because of the winds. That's what we're talking about. And how hard it is for these first responders to really tackle this. Of course, they've been trained and they know what they're doing, but clearly the winds are going to be posing a challenge as they just get more gusts coming throughout the afternoon.
We know the evacuation orders have been requested for that fire area all the way down to Pacific Coast Highway. And the fire, we know, has been spotted across Palisades Drive, so it definitely jumped both sides of the road. And this is just from the radio traffic that we're gathering right now.
And a reminder, if you don't have the Watch Duty app, or you can even pull this information up online, it's very helpful. You're looking at it right now. If you pull this information up, there you will see it shows you where the fire is, and then if you click on that fire icon there, you get a ton of information on, you know, what needs to be done, what's being recommended as far as evacuation zones are concerned. So it is a very useful tool to have to share with other people who may be in this area or who may be at risk of having this fire spread to their location. You can download the app or just pull this information up online. Watch Duty right there.
You could also make sure to follow Notify LA, because that is where you're going to get your emergency notifications, as well as local authorities straight from LAFD and LA County Fire. There's a number of resources where you can find out the information you're looking for and that you need. LAFD.org/alerts. It'll give you a quick evacuation checklist as these evacuation orders take effect. You want to make sure you bring along all the important necessities that you need to make sure you stay safe and protected.
And there's also Notify LA for emergency alerts, as well as Ready LA for the emergency management department.
All important resources for the community right there. And of course, we'll bring you all the information as we know it and get it into our newsroom, but giving you the vantage point of two locations right here, the ground shot. This is just off of Temescal Canyon, PCH. That is where a lot of residents say that they will be going, because look at the space in the parking lot. We have Tony Butita, I believe, our photographer there on the ground, showing us as he pushes in on that ground shot. But clearly, the issue is traffic, as we saw gridlock on PCH, I believe, or Palisades Boulevard, as well as Sunset, according to some residents there. And traffic is just getting backed up because of residents coming and going from the area, either evacuating or trying to get back into the location to check on their belongings and get out. So we want to make sure those roads are open to make sure that first responders can make their way back and forth. Again, with the red flag warning in effect, there are parking rules also that are in effect, not just here, but in locations all across the Southland with this dangerous wind warnings, right? Because when there is a red flag warning, parking restrictions are in place. And that's to make sure, especially along these canyon communities, these canyon roads, to make sure people aren't backing up and clogging these roads that could potentially be a high-risk area when it comes to fire danger.
Yeah, and so, I mean, Sandra, you can see how close that
flame
fire
or the
and that
stronger
smoke
the
has really
wind,
gotten to some of the homes that are
the faster it travels up the hill, for example. So this is a big concern as we're looking at these homes threatened by the fire in Pacific Palisades. We've got winds in that area ranging anywhere from about 20 miles per hour. Close to the Santa Monica Mountains, we've got winds gusting up to 53 miles per hour. There's a lot of smoke in that area.
You know, we talked about yesterday, Melissa, during our newscast, I think the terminology we used when it came to rain in Southern California, bone dry.
Bone dry. Very, yeah, you can see it there. This is part of the problem. I mean, it's been at least 6 months since we've seen any significant rainfall.
Wow.
We've got a deficit of close to 3.5 inches. And the end result, or at least the indirect result, is that you get fires like this burning very close to homes with all of that brush and vegetation as well. So if you're in that community, you know, do what you can to be safe, have a plan in place. If you are seeing the images that we're showing you on the screen, this is probably your opportunity to act now in terms of clearing brush and debris around your home if you are not directly impacted by the fire that's currently burning in the Palisades. But it is bone dry. It's going to get drier, Michael and Annabelle, as we go throughout the rest of tonight, dropping that relative humidity, which adds to the fuel and adds to the potential of Santa Ana's spreading more fires.
So, yes, and of course, we were talking about that oil too, that's also igniting this fire, right? So you saw that green bush there.
Right.
Bright green, but that has a lot of oil, and so that could easily ignite.
Exactly. I mean, that's part of the wildfire triangle is what we like to call it. That's the fuel, that's the topography, and that is the situation that we're dealing with the significant wind event that's taking place right now.
All right. We want to bring in Chief Sam DiGiovanna back here. Chief, you know, we're talking to Melissa here, our meteorologist, along with Stephanie Olmo. We're talking about these winds, they're erratic, and we're talking about the embers as well. You're saying that these embers can travel 3 to 5 miles, especially in gusts like this.
Yeah, let's just say this, erratic winds create erratic fire behavior, and that's exactly what we're seeing right here. It's a lot erratic fire behavior moving very quickly.
Chief Sam, we are looking obviously at live images here in the Palisades during the day when these winds and wind gusts are supposed to increase later this afternoon into the overnight hours. What is going to be the biggest challenge for firefighters at that particular point?
Well, it's going to be hard to say, Michael, because we may get more fires in between now and when the winds really kick in.
Right.
That's going to create a lot of resource, you know, to take care of these. Let's put it in perspective. When I talked about this during the Franklin fire, you could have 250 fire engines on this fire, or in the Franklin fire. That's a lot of fire trucks. But when you put it into perspective, you could have 2,000, 3,000 homes. That's hard to defend 3,000, 4,000 homes when you have 250 or 300 fire trucks. Just doing the math, you're outnumbered. So hoping that we don't get too many more fires through the day so we keep our resource availability there. But one thing I will say, like I mentioned earlier, the most robust mutual aid ever in the state of California, the most professional firefighters, they will do their job and they will do their best. And I promise you they will save homes and communities.
You know, I certainly didn't want to interrupt you while you were speaking, but we just saw two magnificent, at least what I thought were magnificent water drops here. Can we talk a little more about I'm assuming those are the super scoopers you mentioned earlier?
Yeah, those pick up about 1,200 gallons of water in about the same amount of seconds, 1,500 gallons of water in about 12 seconds. What a great asset they are. And I saw it too, and I thought, wow, I love seeing that. And hopefully they'll stay up longer. The winds will cooperate, but I don't think that's going to happen later through the day.
How long do you think they will be able to continue to battle this blaze? Or at a certain point when these winds start getting stronger, will they have to just stop the air fight?
Well, that will be up to the incident commander and the air operations chief. They'll know when it's time to stop, you know, to ground the air because it just may be too dangerous for them. So the nice thing is that the newer helicopters have the night vision goggles that they use at night. providing the wind will cooperate. So at least the helicopters can continue on through the night if the wind is cooperative.
All right, so Chief Sam DiGiovanna, we would like for you to hold. Annabelle, we're just getting word here that the LAPD has gone on tactical alert because of all of this adverse weather, the conditions, obviously the fire evacuations, and of course, tactical alert means they are on heightened alert at this point. Tracy Park, City Council member Tracy Park, talked about how, you know, if and when there's a mutual aid situation that needs to be activated, she, of course, will do that as well. Again, as we continue to monitor this fire here in the Pacific Palisades.
Yeah, and we're seeing these live images. It's about noon. We're continuing our 11 a.m. newscast coverage here. We have breaking news. There's a wildfire burning in the Pacific Palisades area.
Yeah, right now it has burned at least, and we say at least 200 acres. We have crews on the way to the scene. We will bring you a live update from them later this hour. We want to bring in now on the phone with us Officer Alec Pereda with the CHP. Hopefully I didn't butcher your name there, Officer.
No, you're good. You're good.
All right. All right. Again, let's talk about the role that the CHP plays at this point and again, your biggest concerns.
Yeah, so I'm seeing here too, you know, these fires are becoming a bigger concern out there. CHP will be here to assist. Like I heard you just said, LAPD is going on tactical alert. If they need help with any road closures, we will be there to assist. But we also want to urge the public about driving. Driving does get a little more dangerous during this windy time as well. Debris can be flying. Cars can be pushed into other lanes, causing crashes. Big rigs can tip over. So we want to urge the public to make sure they're staying vigilant and driving safe during this time.
Officer, if you can talk to us, we're talking with one of our reporters who was talking about the 10 freeway being just saturated because people are trying to leave the Pacific Palisades area. Topanga Canyon is closed. The 101 is also heavy, and the 405 freeway is also heavy. What do you recommend anybody who's trying to exit this area to do?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. A lot of people are trying to do the same things right now, and there's nowhere for them to go. If you can, try and use Google Maps or Waze, whatever app you use. See if you're able to find an alternate route using maybe city streets. You might be able to go down Washington or La Cienega, maybe just get out that way. But try and go on there, see if you could change it to the settings where it says avoiding freeways, because those freeways are especially going to be very congested right now.
All right, so as folks prepare, as they get ready to leave, and as these winds are scheduled to pick up later this afternoon into the overnight hours, what is your message to folks out there, Officer?
Just to plan ahead and be safe. Traffic is going to be pretty bad all day because of these, so plan ahead. Avoid these areas if you can, the 110, the 105, the areas kind of leading in and out of that area. If you can, stay away for now until this situation is controlled. And just like I said, remain vigilant, stay safe, and make sure you're driving safe. All
right. Officer, thank you very much for your time. We do appreciate you and your expertise here.
Thank you. You have a good one.
Oh, you too. All right, we want to bring in, once again, a meteorologist. We have meteorologist Melissa McGee as well as Stephanie Olmo there, tracking and essentially giving us the most updated information on the winds, wind speeds, wind gusts and such. Melissa, what do you got?
Well, right now, Michael, we are showing two images. I'm curious, the picture on the right, that's a live picture. Is that looking at downtown Los Angeles, or from downtown looking at the Palisades? Century City. Okay, Century City, and then we've got the Palisades there in the distance. Then on the left, we've got that closer shot. I want to show you the latest observation data that we are looking at right now when it comes to the Palisades fire. We've got winds, Michael and Annabelle, gusting anywhere from 17 miles per hour in the Palisades to about 52 miles per hour in Santa Monica, at least in the Santa Monica Mountains there. Also, something of note, as we're looking at the observation data, Stephanie and I are studying it here, you can see relative humidity isn't so bad. It's anywhere from 36% in the Palisades to about 40% in the Santa Monica Mountains. So this tells me that this is more of a wind-driven fire that we're tracking right now, and also a topography-driven fire as well. Some of the gusts across the area here in Southern California, as we're watching these images of people rapidly and swiftly packing up their belongings and likely evacuating because of the current situation. It's just so scary if you're in that situation, because you just kind of grab what you can and make your way out. But it is important in a case like this to have a plan in place and make sure you are ready to go. In terms of what we're going to anticipate for the rest of tonight, more wind and stronger wind as well. So right now we're calling for winds for the coast and the valley anywhere from 60 to 70 miles per hour. That's very strong. And then the mountains anywhere from 65 to about 80 miles per hour. And some of those gusts could be stronger in some of those isolated mountain communities. Watching the images that we're seeing on our screen as well with the fire and the flames coming very close to those homes with all of that dry vegetation on the ground. I want to show you what we can anticipate as we go throughout the rest of tonight. For the rest of this afternoon, I would say from now till about 9-10 o'clock, we're going to have winds anywhere from about 20 to 50 miles per hour for the coast and the valleys, and also blowing debris, as we're seeing. You probably saw some of that if you were driving into work this morning. Leaves, trees, branches just scattered about, down trees, and power outages very likely in some communities. Once we get into tonight, so I would say about 9-10 o'clock tonight, you'll start to see the winds really ramp up. They are going to intensify later tonight into Wednesday morning. So still calling for gusts anywhere from 60 to 80 miles per hour. That's from the coast through the valleys and up to the mountains. And like I mentioned, some of these mountain spots could have winds in excess of 80 miles per hour. Tomorrow morning, we've got another burst of wind from Mother Nature, and this will likely lead to a slower morning commute. So this is very dangerous, and this is why we say you need to act now. You need to have a plan in place. Not only do we have the threat with the Santa Anas, but the red flag warning is going to stay up, even though we're calling for the height of the wind event tonight into Wednesday. The red flag warning is going to stay up until 6 p.m. on Thursday. So what does that mean? That means not only do we have the winds, but we also have dry conditions on the ground. Dry and low relative humidity. Right now, we're seeing the relative humidity numbers in the lower teens. This will likely lower as we go throughout the rest of tonight and into our Wednesday, which will elevate our fire danger. What we're seeing right now with the images here on the left, rapid fire growth is a big concern, and this is a prolonged Santa Ana wind event, a long duration event. It's not just today, it is tonight into our Wednesday too. Michael and Annabelle.
All right, Melissa, thank you very much for that. Thank you for updating us on those numbers. And then, of course, just setting the scene for us, for all of us later on tonight, we can expect those gusty winds to just ramp up even more so. All right, joining us now on the phone is NBC4's Karma Dickerson. Karma, where about to are you exactly so we can get a better idea?
I'm on Palisades Drive, not far from Sunset. This is one of the main thoroughfares in and out of the Highlands neighborhood. And what we're seeing is honestly pure pandemonium and chaos, and I don't say that lightly. Getting in here, traffic is bumper to bumper, people in a panic of trying to escape. The areas further north have taken over both lanes of traffic. So the ingress, the egress, both sides of traffic are filled with people going out. So much so that we've seen fire trucks. I personally saw at least 6 to 8 fire trucks not able to progress any further up the hill to try to get to the fire because so many people are trying to run down. The fire has already made it, though, to this level. I'm watching right ahead of me a hillside burning, fire coming down towards the roadway as we speak. There are some homes and structures. Actually, a good landmark to keep in mind, Calvary Church right here on Palisades Drive. We're right at that area, and I'm watching a fire burn closer and closer to it. Actually, I'm looking straight ahead of me, and I've now seen that the winds have taken the fire to the palm trees that are in the middle of the road. So imagine Palisades Drive, traffic goes either way in either direction, and in the middle there's a line of palm trees dividing the different sides of travel, and right now there are palm trees in the center divider that are on fire. So that's an idea of how strongly these winds are whipping and how fast this fire is spreading. All around us, we see people with their dogs. They're running. You see people with suitcases that are walking down the road because you can't move. Traffic isn't moving, so people are doing what they can to get out, and that is walking themselves out. I heard a fire department, because right now emergency responders are trying to figure out how to get people out of this area, and I heard one firefighter trying to communicate with LAPD saying people are running for their lives. We need a free exit to PCH. They got to do whatever they can to get traffic moving towards PCH so these people can get out of here, because not only are people having trouble leaving their homes, that means fire crews are having trouble getting at least from this direction up to the fire. So what we're seeing are a lot of scared people, a lot of confused people, and people who can see the fire right in front of them as they're sitting in their cars feeling pretty hopeless, not able to move in either direction at this point. So that's what we've got. Michael and Annabelle.
Yeah, you know, Karma, as you make your way into the neighborhood, we're looking at live images from your photojournalist who you'll hook up with here shortly. We do see a number of fire personnel in these neighborhoods, and Chief Sam earlier spoke about the importance of structure protection. Obviously, this is exactly what's happening in this particular neighborhood right now, but you talked about the chaos and the folks, you know, frantically trying to get in and out of that neighborhood. Again, has this been what you've seen from the moment you began your journey to this neighborhood, or is this something that's just sparked here recently? Yeah.
From the moment we began, coming from PCH onto Sunset. Okay. You know what? If you can let that fire department know, they'll help you. That was a person, sorry, coming up to me asking for help. He's got a flat tire. Imagine this chaos of people trying to evacuate the neighborhood. He's in the middle of the traffic and he's got a flat tire, so he can't even move his car. So just compounding issues out here. But to answer your question, from the moment we got here, even close to the fire, at least approaching from the west side, coming from PCH onto Sunset, it was back-to-back. We saw kids in school uniforms, parents frantically trying to get kids from school, a lot of people on foot because making it anywhere in car, at least from this direction and this approach, is impossible at this point.
So we're seeing narrow streets there, Karma. The visibility is very poor. And then we're also seeing, you know, can you only imagine just being in this area, that smoke is just burning your eyes. It's heavy. It's hard to breathe when you're in these conditions. I mean, from covering fires, I know very well what that feels like. And so for all of these people who are under distress and then trying to get out, these are some challenging conditions. And then, of course, trying to maneuver around the fire engines that are there. I mean, there's a lot of activity going on in these particular areas.
Yeah, I'm watching it change so quickly. As I mentioned, I came from the west side, so drove through Santa Monica, Palisades. We had a beautiful bluebird day. Yes, very windy, but as we are sitting here stuck in traffic right now, you can see the smoke rolling in. I put on my, because obviously as journalists coming into these areas, we're aware of the gear that we're supposed to have, so I have on some goggles. Otherwise, I could barely see because of all the ash that was in my eyes. That's how much the wind is blowing. Ash is coming onto windshields, it's coming into eyes. It is now gray here. It was blue when I pulled up into this traffic jam, and it's now gray. The wind's still whipping. And again, watching the winds actually carry the flames to new places, it's pretty scary to watch that. So I can't imagine someone in their car wanting to move, but feeling like the fire is just coming closer and closer and closer. For what it's worth, there are absolutely first responders out here doing everything they can to try to facilitate this. They're trying to make a path to get people out. They're trying to get people on the correct side of the road so traffic flows in the way that it's supposed to be flowing, in a way that's going to help people get out as quickly as possible. So they're aware of the challenges and they're trying to address it. There's just so many people trying to move quickly right now. It's just faster than what first responders are currently able to keep up with.
Let's talk about, while we have you, Karma, and before we let you go, Annabelle obviously hit on the point of air quality, visibility. What are winds like out where you are right now?
I won't go as far as to estimate how fast these winds are moving, but I can say it's significant. You can feel and hear the wind, and I can see the palm trees swaying under the weight of the wind. And I'll say it again, for me, the biggest indication of the winds that we're seeing is watching the ember caps, watching the winds pick up the flames that I see across the roadway, and then seeing something new that is on fire. That's the biggest indication for me that there is that there's significant wind out here. So that remains a concern at this point.
All right, Karma, we're going to let you catch your breath here. We appreciate great insight here for us on exactly what is happening, especially in the PCH Sunset area. We've split screened here this for you. Obviously, that is the aerial shot, if you will, on the left-hand side of the Pacific Palisades fire. Over to the right, we have a live ground shot here. This is a mobile shot, if you will. This is our Alex Rozier and his crew headed to the scene here on PCH.
Yeah, and we could see he's going into this dark plume of smoke. And we do see that traffic just building up. Again, we want to remind people there are a lot of people who are trying to get out of this area. People who are also, unfortunately, getting word that their home may be in danger of burning, and so they're trying to make their way to their home. Now, we've been speaking to Chief Sam, and Chief, we want to bring you back in. You're telling these people, stay away.
Anybody that should not be in this area, stay away. Looky-loo, or even trying to go back to your home, stay away. As you heard Karma report earlier, people are trying to evacuate. It's bumper to bumper. They're not moving, and fire trucks are at a standstill. We can't help anyone or protect structures if we can't make access.
All right, Chief Sam, you saw, if you were with us here, we have that live shot. It's split screened right now. We are in a neighborhood here with one of our photojournalists at this point. You saw the number of fire personnel in those neighborhoods. You saw those folks frantically packing up their vans to get out of these neighborhoods. This is exactly what we want to see, those folks attempting to leave to get out without any evacuation orders, though you say there might be one or two in place at this point. But structure protection is quite important at this point, and that's exactly what they're focused on, correct?
Exactly. Evacuating, getting people evacuated safely. Thank God for the law enforcement officers that are assisting us in a unified command. And we'll do the structure protection. They're going to do the evacuations, and we need the public's cooperation. I've said this many times, and I'm going to say it again. We will do our part. We just need the community members to do their part, and that's being prepared and follow orders when to evacuate.
Chief, you know, as we're looking at some of these people exit, we want to remind people also that senior citizens also live in some of these homes. What's a recommendation for them or anybody who may need some assistance here?
Great question. Check on your neighbors, especially those that are senior citizens or some that may be handicapped. Check on them and make sure that they're able to. You may have to evacuate for them, but check on your neighbors. Absolutely.
All right, Chief, thank you very much for your time. If you can just kind of hang on here. We want to get back to Karma Dickerson. She's in that area. She's been talking, weather. Okay, we want to head to meteorologist Melissa McGee, bring her in, and meteorologist Stephanie Olmo. What do you guys have for us as far as updates?
Well, we've got a lot of information just with our technology, you guys, that we can track the wind and the fire. Very interesting. You know, we use our First Alert Radar Network to track not only rain and snow. I also, if we can, at some point, I want to show you our visible satellite imagery. If you look just to the north and west of Santa Monica, that's not a cloud. That's the smoke. And that's the smoke because of the Santa Ana winds that are blowing in from the north and east all the way down to the south and west. So that large plume of smoke you see just to the north and west of Santa Monica is blowing all of that smoke from the Palisades down into the Pacific Ocean. So that's a lot of smoke in the atmosphere. There's a lot of particulate matter in the atmosphere as well. In terms of what we're seeing with the latest wind gusts, because this is likely a wind-driven fire here, the Palisades, we've got winds gusting up to 17 miles per hour. Santa Monica Mountains, we've got winds gusting up to 55 miles per hour. Relative humidity ranging anywhere from about 36 to 40%. So it's somewhat dry, but it's going to get drier tonight as those winds coming in out of the north and east just siphon all of this moisture we have in the air and dries out the atmosphere. I want to show you some fire tips if you're in and around the Palisades, if you are supposed to evacuate and you have to head outdoors, or if you're just in and out and about at this afternoon. If you see the smoke or the ash, remain indoors, close the windows. Right now, you know, avoid any physical activity outside if you're very close to the Palisades burning. If you have to go outside, keep it brief, use a mask. Of course, if you're evacuating, that's a bit of a different story. Right. You have to get out and you have to do so quickly. I want to show you some of the wind reports we're seeing right now. Magic Mountain Truck Trail gusting up to 84 miles per hour. Arrowhead Springs, 72 miles per hour. Escondido Canyon, not too far from Malibu, 62 miles per hour. East Simi Valley, 58 miles per hour. And I just put in Los Angeles because typically LA is a spot that's sheltered from the winds. We don't typically get in on the Santa Ana wind activity. 36 miles per hour here in the basin. Current gusts across the region ranging anywhere from about 46 in Santa Ana. We've got gusts in Van Nuys close to 40, over 40 in Santa Clarita. And this is just the beginning of our event, you guys. We're tracking the peak of the winds that will likely move in as we go throughout the rest of tonight and into our Wednesday morning. And you can see from the imagery, the live pictures on your left here, all of that smoke in the atmosphere. There's a lot of ash and a lot of particulate matter in the air, so air quality likely will be impacted as we go throughout the rest of the day, too.
I'm just looking at that wind gust map here that you guys put up. Ontario, 51-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
Right. So if you look at the shading here, it's a little cropped off, but when you see the purples on your screen, the dark purples, that's winds anywhere from 40 to 50 miles per hour. And then the lighter shade of lavender, you could say, or the white, that's winds anywhere from about 50 to 60 miles per hour. And everybody is finding the activity as we go throughout the rest of tonight. So that's going to be an issue with downed trees, power outages. If you're on the roads, 10 and 2 on the steering wheel because it's stiff out there driving, and a lot of branches and blowing debris and trash on the freeways at this hour as well. So this is just the beginning of our heightened event.
Bottom line, no one is spared here. I mean, you look at it. Wow.
And what's also concerning, Melissa, is that you mentioned that at nighttime, that's when the winds are going to really pick up. I heard them last night, and I was freaking out. I woke up. It must have been, maybe 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, and I thought my house was going to come down.
So there are ebbs and flows with the system that we're tracking. We've got winds that were heightened overnight while a lot of us were sleeping. We're dealing with it right now. There will likely be a small lull. I don't want people to put their guard down because they're still going to be strong and stronger than what we're typically seeing with Santa Ana's. There will likely be a small lull later on this afternoon, but then it's going to pick back up as we have this area of low pressure responsible for all of this that's setting up across the Great Basin, and it's driving down those northeasterly winds all the way down to the coast. So it's a big concern. It's a particularly dangerous situation. I know Steph mentioned it earlier today. Belen mentioned it this morning. The last time we had one, the National Weather Service uses this language when they want people to be prepared, right? So we had one in December. We had one in November. This is the third time they've used language like this season. So that's an indication for folks watching at home, for viewers, for residents, to make sure they are prepared for an event like this.
Yeah, the language really gets your attention, that's for sure.
It does.
All right, Melissa, Stephanie, hang tight. We want to bring in NBC4's Alex Rozier. We saw his live shot not too long ago where he was making his way to the Palisades. And Alex, I believe you have some LAUSD school buses in your shot, huh?
Yeah, we are. It's been gridlock for more than a mile here in Pacific Palisades. We are on Sunset Boulevard right now, and I just reached out to our producers because you can see that there are a string of LAUSD buses here that are heading in the direction that we are here, northwest really, on Sunset Boulevard in Pacific Palisades. So there's just a variety of factors here. Obviously, this fast-moving wildfire is ongoing. It happens in the middle of a work day, in the middle of a school day. You have people who are now leaving their jobs, presumably, to try to head back into their neighborhood and get any important documents that they may have, and you have people that are leaving at the same time. So we've been monitoring, but if you live in this area, this is what you're seeing right now on the roadways. Again, Sunset Boulevard. What's complicating it, and you might be able to hear this right now too, is that we have a LAPD officer. You have all these emergency vehicles that are consistently driving past you. So, and on the right side of your screen, you might be able to see a number of kids and families that are walking up the hill right now. So a lot happening here in the Palisades, and a variety of people and families that are responding to this massive fire that we're watching right in front of us. Very fast moving, guys. We'll send it back into you.
All right, Alex, we'll be touching base with you soon. Joining us on the phone is Pedro Salcido, LAUSD Deputy Superintendent. Pedro, thank you very much for joining us.
Good afternoon.
We're hearing that schools are now being evacuated in the Pacific Palisades area because of this fire.
Yeah, so we've been working very closely with the Emergency Operations Center. The city has initiated. We were informed very early on about the initial fire that's been taking place in the Palisades area. As a precautionary measure, as well as now the evacuation order that's taken place. We've evacuated Palisades Charter Elementary, Marquez Charter Elementary School, as well as Paul Revere Charter Middle School. We sent out notifications, communications to families to ensure that they were aware that we were going to be relocating these particular school communities to other schools that are outside of the perimeter and provide a safe and learning environment for our students to continue that continuity of learning. But we also have provided a space for families to come and pick up their children should they also be in an evacuation order and have to be responsive to that as well. So taking every measure to make sure that our schools are safe. As of yesterday, sent out communications district-wide to ensure that we were taking the steps to harden our campuses when it comes to high winds. We have custodial and plant management staff walking our schools early today to make sure that any outdoor furniture, things that could become threatening objects as a result of high winds were removed from outdoor areas. We've also implemented just a reduced activity for students when it comes to outdoor activities, just to make sure that they aren't put in harm's way.
I just want to be clear that none of these 3 schools are in danger at this point or within the fire zone. This is a precautionary measure to just relocate these students, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So parents, again, if they are within an evacuation zone, they can go to these outside locations to pick up their children. If not, then what? We're talking about studies just continue for the day?
These continue for the day at their relocated site.
Okay, and if we want to forecast and look ahead till tomorrow, what will the game plan be for tomorrow?
It really depends on, if there's any changing conditions, and that's part of just monitoring this overall environment when it comes to either high winds, storm-related impacts in our schools. It's a case-by-case, and we also work with our Regional Emergency Operations Center, really kind of dictate where we need a response, where we may need to relocate or close a school.
All right. Pedro, thank you very much for your time. We do appreciate it.
No, thank you.
All right. We want to get back out to Karma Dickerson. She's in the area monitoring the situation out there amongst many residents who are trying to evacuate. Karma, what are you now seeing?
I'm seeing a lot of the same chaos along Palisades Drive as people are trying to get away from this fire that's burning up the hill, and it's resulted in just a mad dash to escape. I'm going to try to give you an idea of what it is people are seeing out here. Take a look. These are fire trucks trying to make it up the hill, and these are all the people trying to make it down. And you can see that there is smoke in pretty much every direction you can see right along the ridgeline right there. You can see over the hillside, the fire has been burning down. That's Calvary Church. The fire, it looks like it has largely spared the church, but it's burning right up to the edge of it. If you'll notice, traffic is moving. Traffic has been taken over in both directions heading down Palisades Drive. So everyone trying to get out, but it definitely means it's a struggle for the fire crews and resources trying to get back up. There was one area that I was trying to make my way towards. I'm going to see if I can get you there right now, because it indicates that the fire has actually made it down here to the ground level. Oh, it looks like there is something, there might be a vehicle on fire. Is that what it is? There is a car that's on fire.
There's a vehicle on fire back there.
So this has got to be people's worst nightmare as they are out here, basically stuck in their cars, not able to move, that they will be caught in something like this.
Karma, you
and
used...
You're wondering why there are no fire trucks attending to this? It's because no one can really get there at the moment. I just heard fire crews scrambling to try to get there. Michael.
Yeah, Karma, as we look live at your shot here right now, that car engulfed in flames and all that black smoke coming from it. You mentioned the word more than once, chaos. Is it organized chaos in terms of traffic control, or is it just a free-for-all for these folks trying to get down?
It's a free-for-all, and I want to say that not critically, but just the reality of so many people trying to flee. There have been emergency responders trying to respond to it, but it seemed like the chaos got out of control before crews were able to actually try to put some direction to the evacuation. We have seen some City of Los Angeles parking enforcement trying to enforce a roadblock further down, but when it comes to people on either side of the street, people have been crossing the barrier here. I talked to one gentleman, I don't know if you remember, just a few minutes ago when we were live, and he was asking me for help with his car because he blew a tire trying to pop over the median. And so trying to switch over into another lane of traffic, he blew a tire. Now his car is stuck. So it very much is people doing whatever it is they feel like they can do to get out of here safely. You'll notice along the side of the road, a lot of cars have decided to park on the curb, trying to make sure that they could abandon their cars without impeding traffic. So that's something we're seeing people try to do, but a lot of people on foot trying to get out. And then, of course, some people frantically trying to get up the hill. They've got family, they've got things they're concerned about, and they're just trying to check on how things are developing up there.
You know, Karma, so we're seeing these live images here of that car burning. I've got to wonder if this was a vehicle that was trying to flee, that was trying to get out of the area, or just a car that was parked there. And then it goes to say that these embers are going in every which direction and could, again, land on a car.
Absolutely, and I'm not quite sure how this fire started. I want to go a little bit further up. If you'll recall earlier, I was saying I saw 2 palm trees burning. Those were the 2 palm trees I saw burning earlier, and it's notable that just below them is where we see the vehicle burning. I'm not sure if perhaps that ember cast ended up landing on the car. I don't know how that happened, but that is pretty close, and we are seeing this fire in the middle of the roadway. Meanwhile, on the hillside, there's no immediate fire there. There is some fire a little bit further back, but these winds are making spot fires all over the place as embers fall to the ground here. So it's pretty scary for people. The one thing this did was clear out this side of traffic, which is what first responders were hoping for, to get traffic back on that side so they could have a clear path up the hill. But again, you'll notice this is a car burning. There's no immediate fire apparatus trying to handle this right now.
Yeah, just so I'm clear, because you mentioned that traffic was flowing down the hill on both sides. What the shot we're looking at now is where traffic would typically be heading up the hill, correct?
Yes, exactly.
Wow. Okay. Karma, and again, just for our viewers' sake, and of course for me as well, can you give us your location once again?
Sure. I'm on Palisades Drive, just having recently turned off of Sunset near Calvary Church.
All right. Yeah, that gives us a good idea as to where people are and where this situation is.
Yeah, the geography is important. Okay, so Karma, any fire personnel about to or on the way to tend to this car that you see within your view?
I see and hear some lights. That was a good ear there, Michael. So I see the fire crew trying to make it up here. This is the first time I've seen them been able to get this far. And again, it's not for lack of trying. They've just had traffic overtaken in both sides of the street. On my way up here, I was in a situation where I heard sheriff's sirens behind me. I heard fire sirens behind me. They were trying to move people. But if everyone's taken over both sides of the street, you can't really get people to move anywhere.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be a major debriefing after this whole thing is over as to what has happened here and how it got like this, as those fire crews try to make their way up the hill here, not only to tend to this car, but of course the fire that's burning there in the Palisades.
I mean, this is just daunting for anybody who's looking at this, for anybody who lives in this area. This is just, I mean, the concern is great here for so many people. People who have family members. Want to bring in Chief Sam back here. Chief, Karma touched on something that, again, is very important. Family members have other family members who live in this area, so they're trying to make their way to make sure that they're okay. And again, these could be people who are elderly or handicapped.
You're right, but you can't get up right now. You're going to impede the response of firefighters if you do try to do that. Right now, do not try to make access up here, because obviously this is a pretty wide street where people are coming down, say, northbound, they're coming southbound. And it's cluttered. It's hard for fire department vehicles to get up that street. So you need to be cautious with this. And remember, this is a wide street. We have a lot of streets that are a lot more narrow in Los Angeles and throughout Southern California. Imagine if this was a tight street where it's kind of one way in, one way out. It'd be a lot worse right now. And this is bad. This is reminiscent of the Oakland Hills fire, where people were abandoning their vehicles, and we saw some catastrophic, end results of that. So I can't say it enough. Get prepared now. If you're not in this area, it may be coming to a neighborhood near you or in your neighborhood today.
Chief Sam, Karma hit on this, and we saw evidence of it, that you have, one way in, one way out. However, the flow of traffic is all heading down the mountain, impeding those fire units from actually getting to not only this car fire, but the larger fire in general. Not a good scene. Of course, what happens in a situation like this? And, should there be some sort of traffic control at this point?
Well, this is pretty chaotic right now. This is a very dynamic situation, and I know LAPD and the surrounding law enforcement are doing the best they can, but this is a pretty, very significant event with strong winds fueling these fires and resources coming in and out. So I think all I could say right now is I know everybody is doing the best they can, and we just have to be patient, keep your calm, and let firefighters do their job and follow directions.
All right.
But again, we want to reiterate that if you feel that threat, evacuate. Don't wait until you're told to evacuate. Gather all of those belongings and get out calmly, as calm as you can.
All right, Chief Sam, as always, we'll let you drink some water, take a little break here. We want to bring in down meteorologist Melissa McGee. And again, we look at the imagery here, not only from the water drops there on the hillside, but again, what we're looking at, a car on fire here in the middle of Palisades Parkway, I believe.
I mean, that's just awful. Stephanie is sitting here with me, and we're just watching the images. I mean, she said this looks like a war zone, doesn't it, Steph?
It does.
You
see the debris out there. It's just dark, cloudy, right? You see, the car on fire. So it definitely looks like a war zone.
It's scary, too, especially for those evacuating. I want to show you if we can take maybe one of those images away temporarily. If not, that's okay. I'll talk over it. Visible satellite imagery. We've got the ability with our First Alert Radar Network to track so many different things in the atmosphere: rain, snow, sleet, hail. In this case, it's Santa Ana wind. So we're tracking smoke and ash in the atmosphere. So what you're seeing just to the north and west of Santa Monica, that is not a cloud. That is smoke, because of the Santa Anas blowing the smoke from the north and east all the way down to the south and west. So the latest observation data is showing you, as we go in closer to the fire here, we've got winds anywhere from 16 miles per hour in the Palisades. Now look at this in the Santa Monica Mountains. These have actually increased. They're starting to strengthen. This is what we've been talking about all day yesterday and all today, gusting up to 63 miles per hour. Earlier, when Stephanie and I were watching this, the winds were gusting anywhere from about 50 to 55 miles per hour. They're starting to strengthen. So what's next for this area? What's going to happen as we go throughout the rest of the evening for the Palisades? And Annabelle, we kind of touched on this.
The fire will create its own wind at some point. So all of this heat, the air mass will heat up and it rises and it just sucks in all the air from all directions. But generally, the winds are still coming from the northeast. So we've got these very strong Santa Ana winds. We talked about it yesterday. We tried to prep and warn everybody in these really vulnerable areas. These are the areas, actually, that was under the extreme fire danger. We talked about anywhere from Santa Barbara down to Ventura, and in this area in Malibu, Santa Monica Mountains. So this is the area particularly vulnerable to these very strong wind gusts. The bad news is the winds are going to get stronger as we get to the evening hours and overnight tonight. Right now it's sort of kind of in between, and this is the window, I think, that firefighters are gonna have to take advantage of, getting those fixed wings up there, try to get all that water, and they're flying back and forth right now from picking up and scooping the water from the ocean and dropping it. But there might be a time later this evening where the winds are gonna get so strong and maybe too strong for them to fly. So that's what we're concerned with. But the bad news is the winds are gonna continue to be really dangerous and damaging.
Getting some information per the radio traffic that the Getty Villa is on the path of the fire, which is obviously unfortunate,
very concerning.
Concerning, that's right. it is impacting the Villa area and impacting Coastline Drive as well.
It's approaching that area along Coastline Drive. And as you were mentioning, Maria, there's about 5 hours left of daylight when you think about it.
Yep.
And that's the operational hours that are going to be most significant for these firefighters. And you're looking at the smoke kind of going straight up, which is great for right now. So we're not looking at these extreme wind gusts.
Right, so this is that window.
Yep, the window of opportunity is right now, and they're certainly trying to take advantage of that as you see those super scoopers making those drops right there, hitting those flames. Wow, look at that.
It's dramatic, but you're right. There is some change in the wind right now in terms of the velocity, but look at that palm frond. Look at how strong that wind is still blowing, though. And this is going to continue and even strengthen more as we get into the evening hours. These wind gusts are clocking in near 60, 70 miles an hour. There's some isolated areas up at the ridge tops that are expected to be gusting near 85. So we're talking about hurricane force wind gusts here, and that can just spread the fire. And of course, those embers that you see, they can be spread downwind. That's why there's such great concern for all of the structures and the homes in the Getty in particular, the Villa, downwind of this fire. And we're getting reports of spotting on both sides of the Palisades Drive area. So it is going further south toward the shore there in the ocean. So please stay alert if you're in the area.
We do have Haley Winslow right now with us. Hey, Haley, let us know where you are and who you're with and what's going on.
Hey there, Roxia. Yeah, we just got to Will Rogers State Beach here on just down really from the Getty. It looks very ominous, the sky. The traffic was insane trying to get here, gridlocked. And I've got a very dear friend on the line right now, Eric Robertson, who is trapped in the fire. I've got him on my other cell phone on speakerphone so he can describe what's going on from his perspective. He's been sending me videos. We're having a hard time getting them in. Eric, what's going on where you are?
Well, we're in the middle of the Palisades Highlands, and we are right in between the path where the helicopters pick up the water from the reservoir and the fire itself. So around us on one side is just billowing smoke. We were standing about 100 yards away from where the fire started. Right when it started, we were out for a walk, and the flames were 30, 50 feet tall. The helicopters dropped, load after load of water, and it still kept spreading so quickly. So it's traveled all the way down the hill. It's crossed Palisades Drive, which is close to Sunset Boulevard, near the PCH. It's our only exit, and there's a car on fire down there. One of our neighbors tried to drive down. They were turned back because the road is surrounded by fire. So we really have to stay put for now. The fire isn't immediately upon us, but it's really close, and it's pretty scary.
Okay, yeah, they're showing your video right now, Eric, that we got one of them in, and yeah, it's crazy. I mean, you definitely see the flames. The sky is just unbelievable. And here on PCH, traffic finally is moving a little bit, but it's been gridlocked, and we're hearing now that the Getty Villa is being impacted. They're about to evacuate Coastline Drive, and people are basically having to abandon their cars because they're not able to drive through. What's going on in your neighborhood? Like, what are people? I'm sure they're not, they're, on edge.
Standing by, we're all at our garages outside, kind of waiting for the all clear. Everyone's got their bags packed. We're kind of poised to run away once we're able to. But at the moment, we just have to stay put, and there's only that one street, so there's not much we can do for now.
So why can't you get out? What makes you trapped? The road's closed, right?
Our neighborhood is only accessible by one road. That's Palisades Drive, and the fire has crossed that road, and it's jumped onto both sides below us. So we're effectively now above and below and in the middle of the fire.
Wow.
So we're getting evacuation orders from the city, but we can't comply because the road is shut for now.
All right. Well, be really careful. Thank you very much. I'll call you back in a little bit and check on you guys. But Yeah, thanks, Eric. Bye. So that was Eric Robertson. He's right there in the middle of it, in the thick of it. And you can hear the sirens. I mean, it's nonstop. I mean, police driving on both sides of the road. Everyone's pretty much driving like a maniac when you can finally move. And yeah, again, the sky just very ominous out here. You can't even see the Santa Monica Mountains at all. And I know Maria's probably kept you very well updated with the weather, but the winds just in the last 40 minutes, I've seen 35-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and it's looking like overnight tonight and tomorrow, it's going to be like 65 to 70-mile-per-hour winds. So this is only the beginning. This isn't even the peak of this monstrous Santa Ana wind event that we're hearing could be the strongest of the season. Araxia?
Yeah, well, Maria's standing right next to me, and she was just mentioning how up top the winds are much
even stronger.
Yeah.
So you're reporting this at the surface, and you know that up at the higher elevations, it's going to be gusting now closer to between 60 and 80 plus miles an hour. Captain Eric Scott was saying how the conditions out there today are so bad that we have to go back to, he was saying even 2011 was the last time that we saw the dynamics in place, the conditions, the dry conditions, the vegetation, that's how far back we have to go to how dangerous it is. And the National Weather Service issued this PDS, or potentially damaging situation. And the last time we did that was early in December. And that's how dangerous this situation is with these winds. Oh my goodness, look, this is what you guys were talking about.
Yeah.
People walking down to Mescal and evacuating.
Oh, let's see if we can, I wonder if we can listen in.
Wow.
Let's see. Our photographer is speaking to them, obviously. Okay.
We don't have sound right now, but hopefully we can listen and hear from their story.
It looks like he's preparing
maybe they can connect with us soon, but this is just such a hard situation for so many residents there who are under that evacuation order, trying to leave, perhaps can't because of the traffic, but where are they going to go on foot? You know, that's
Not
the big
far.
question, right? How far can they go, and who's going to help? So you can tell that, you know, it's probably like the last resort.
Okay, great. So I think our photographer Armando connected us with this gentleman. Hello, sir. Can you hear me? Can you hear us?
If you could speak into the microphone.
The microphone.
Maybe. There we go.
Hold the microphone up to your mouth. Hold the microphone. There you go.
I don't hear anybody.
Yes, we hear you. Do you hear us?
We hear him, but he can't hear us.
It looks like he's with his mom, maybe?
Okay, they're getting set up right there as we continue to look at this shot from Will Rogers. This is where the command post is going to be set up.
And where Haley is right now. So she was speaking with a friend of hers who's in this Palisades Highlands area, right? And they were saying how they were trapped and they had nowhere to go because there was only one road leading in and out, Palisades Drive. Which is really frustrating and really concerning. Haley, check back in, of course, throughout the day with your friend there. Hopefully, he and his family will be okay.
As far as the firefight,
Yes, I hear you guys.
Jordan's wife is still up in the Palisades. Monica Deanda is out on the fire lines as well. She has a shot in his resident's backyard and let them in. Monica, how have these conditions changed since you got there? Because when you first got there, we saw active fire right behind you.
On the way up, there's a bunch of cars that are abandoned. So,
yeah, Philip, I hate to say it, but it seems like the fire is starting to move. We're now seeing some active flames very close to some homes. Right now, you can't see it because the wind is moving some smoke, but you may be able to see the orange glow. It keeps lighting up. It kind of looks like a torch, and it's very close. And literally, I would say, in the backyard of a home, if you will, here. So a lot of homes in this area, as you can see right now, one of these super scoopers about to make a water drop. We've seen them in the last 10-15 minutes continuously coming by this area, dropping some water, doing what they can to try and protect these homes. We know that the Palisades community is right now under a mandatory evacuation order. And this is why, right? You're just seeing a drop right now. We have active flame in this community. And it was very emotional speaking talking to the Eaton family who graciously let us onto their home. They said, you know, some of these homes just got built a year ago. This is our community, and it's heartbreaking to see it up in flames like this. This family, I will say kudos to them. They had their go bags ready. Their car was packed very quickly, and they took off. They left us here and said, please update us on how our home is doing before you guys take off. So this is a vantage point we're getting, and now we're starting to hear, can't really give you a good look here, but we are hearing, besides the air resources we're seeing, here it is, some neighbors here now spraying down, they're hosing down their home, if you will, maybe preparing to leave. We'll have to ask them in a minute. But again, this is now people kind of doing last minute attempts to try and make sure they can do whatever it takes to secure their property and try and protect it just in case that fire moves this way. Here's what we know. We know that evacuation orders have been issued for north of Pacific Coast Highway and that the fire is moving westbound. Other areas under an evacuation order: south of Topanga Canyon Boulevard, east of Tuna Canyon Road, and west of Surfview Drive. There is an evacuation center located at Westwood Recreation Area, so if you need somewhere to go, you have some place to go. Right now, Philip, Giovanna, I got to tell you, the wind is picking up. You may be able to hear it on my mic, but we are seeing now more tree branches moving, and of course the wind continues to move the smoke, and we are still seeing active flame out here. With that, I'll throw it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, we can see those hot spots of flames there behind you, and a moment ago when your cameraman zoomed in, you could see more flames and near homes. Very disturbing and upsetting. I'm sure for us to watch and for those who have to escape the area. I'm curious, the family that in the home that you said they let you into their yard, they left, but the neighbor is staying. Is that am I understanding that correctly? He was not evacuated or choosing to stay?
Yes. Well, you know what? Actually, I got to say, they told us, the Eaton family told us they were going to be on the move. They were leaving. So they were taking off. And then I happened to start hearing movement off to my left. And that's when I noticed, oh, there's a family here next door. I'm seeing him right now. He is trying to spray with the water hose down the roof, just trying to add a protective barrier. So I'm going to go and try and speak to them and see if they have any plans to evacuate.
Okay.
All right,
Monica.
Let me ask quickly. Are you guys going to evacuate? Do you guys plan to evacuate, or are you going to stay? ¿Se va a quedar más tiempo? Media hora. Okay, Giovanna, Philip, he's telling me he's going to stay about 30 more minutes or so and try and keep protecting his home, and then they're gonna take off.
Yeah, we heard.
Okay, Monica, thank you very much. And again, just to be clear, sometimes it's difficult to see where the fire is because of the camera length and the ability to zoom in. The perspective is lost in many instances as to how close the fire is, but you do see that firefighters are really focusing on that line right there because the two super scoopers have dropped twice in that spot, and we saw it earlier with Monica. This is a wind-driven event. This is a dry event, and Shayla is standing by, and those two things, as you see another super scooper, really that's within 2 minutes. Shayla, you've been talking about this, and the saddest part of it is the worst is to come as far as the wind.
It's true. We're going to see these winds picking up as we head into this afternoon, this evening, and then into tomorrow morning. So this is a fairly long wind event. We see Santa Ana wind events into January. That's not unusual. What is unusual about this event is just how strong these winds are, how widespread it is, not to mention how warm and how dry it is. It is not a combination you want to see, especially when we're talking about fires. So I want to show you right now this fire burning in the Pacific Palisades. Winds in the area 10 to 15 miles per hour, but it's these gusts that are so concerning. We've seen gusts all morning long, 20 to 30 miles per hour. And these winds, they've been coming from the north and the northeast. So even if you haven't been evacuated yet, if you are anywhere you can see the smoke extending all the way to Topanga Canyon, if you are south or southeast of this fire to PCH or even into Topanga, you need to have that go bag ready. Have that evacuation plan in place. This is a fast moving fire, not to mention all the dry fuel the vegetation in the area. That is why any fire over the next 24 hours is going to be able to spread so rapidly. Right now, I want to show you, this is a live look from LAX. We were able to see some of those flames earlier. Right now, you can just see all of the smoke. Wind speeds by LAX right now coming in 14 miles per hour. So again, sustained winds have been in the teens, but look what happens. Really starting to pick up those gusts as we head into this evening. With that, Philip and Giovanna, I'll toss it back to you guys.
All right, Shayla, thank you for that. And we have a couple of more days of this windstorm, so not a good situation. We want to check in with Deborah, a resident who lives in Pacific Palisades. Deborah, can you hear us? Can you tell us your situation? Yeah. What does it look like around you?
Yes. It's a lot of smoke, a lot of fires just popping up all over the place. It's a pretty big span of ridge, as you can see. It's pretty gnarly. It feels like a little bit of the end of days, actually, to be honest with you.
And where is your home?
I'm around the corner on one of the Calais streets. I'm at my neighbor's house in her backyard. We're trying to hunker down right now and see if we can be of service to some of our fellow neighbors who are still here.
And you have said that you're not going to go. Can you tell us why you're not going to go?
Right now, I'm not planning on going, but as the winds kick up this evening, depending on what the containment looks like, which does not look very good today, as I've been watching it for the last couple of hours, I probably will end up evacuating, like a lot of my neighbors. I still have to get my kid, who might be stranded down the mountain. So that's our plan at the moment.
Do you live in the area where homes are being evacuated, people are being evacuated? Or did you get an evacuation order is what I'm trying to ask you, or was it just a warning?
No, we got the evacuation order.
All right.
Can you tell us a little bit about the fire that we're looking at over your shoulder and how that has been progressing? I mean, we see active fire behind you, and I was kind of curious how it's changed. Is it getting closer to you? Is it burning alongside parallel to you? Or what is it? Actually, when you go back the direction you were, the fire right directly over your left shoulder, it looks like that fire there. Has that been moving away from you, or is that moving in your direction?
It's been pretty constant. It's actually getting closer to the homes. We've noticed that it's starting to get closer to the homes. There's a lot of brush, and then there's a lot of brush. So probably all this brush is going to be burnt out at some point today. And then we've got fences of everyone's backyards. Hopefully the firemen will start spraying when that's all right. If that happens. But it's going all the way down. Yeah, and like pretty far down.
We can see. Are those firefighters behind you?
No, those are news people as well.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for talking with us. I hope your home is safe and you get out safely and there's no damage where you are. But be safe. It might be best to heed those warnings and leave earlier rather than later. Thank you, Deborah.
Let's go to Josh Haskell, who has made his way. Josh, are you still in the same location you were a moment ago, or did you go somewhere because the conditions look horrible where you are now?
I moved a little bit north. I'm on Palisades Drive right now, just north of Sunset. Take a look at the Palisades Highlands Shopping Center. It really does feel like this shopping center is about to catch fire. The fire, which started a couple miles from here, up Bienvenida, Lockman, Palisades Highlands, has now made its way towards the ocean. We are almost at Palisades Drive and Sunset Boulevard, and you can just see the strength of the fire right now and how fast it has moved. We've actually seen some of the palm trees along Palisades Drive catch fire. This is quite a situation right now. As you see the firefighters, they've been trying to defend this shopping center, but it is moving so fast. Ash and smoke are really dominant, and this is what I was telling you guys. This is what is making this evacuation so chaotic, because there were a number of cars heading down Palisades Drive trying to evacuate. Well, the fire reached Palisades Drive. It is not safe for vehicles really to pass through those fires, through that fire. We still see a few different cars But I have to tell you, we tried to get up to the Palisades Highlands. The LAPD told us that it is a hard closure of Palisades Drive for anybody trying to go up, according to the Los Angeles Fire Department. That is a direct order from the LAFD. So we now parked at Sunset and Palisades Drive, and as you can see, the fire has reached Sunset and Palisades Drive. The whole hillside behind that Starbucks, there's, I know, a sushi restaurant, a bunch of cafes, there's a collar and leash pet store. Everything behind there is on fire, and firefighters are going to do the best they can to defend this, but it is a pretty wild scene right now as this fire and flames are pretty much surrounding the Palisades Highlands Shopping Center. Philip and Giovanna?
Josh, just because you just identified where you are, we're getting word from the fire department, Eric Scott, that says they want evacuees to go south on Palisades Drive to westbound Sunset to southbound PCH. Does that make sense from your position right there, or is that going to change based off of what we're looking at?
That does make sense. That is definitely accurate. I know we're showing you some pretty dramatic pictures of flames. Sean, any chance you can show just the traffic right now? There's a lot of smoke, but you can see that there are cars still coming from all directions. Those are cars on Sunset Boulevard heading down towards PCH trying to get out of here. But it is slow going, and that's why we ask anyone who is under a mandatory evacuation, be patient, listen to the fire department, listen to the LAPD, because they right now are doing the best they can to prevent fire from crossing Palisades Drive. This is kind of the scene, as there's been a number of people on foot with luggage, with their belongings. We talked to that one woman earlier, Philip and Giovanna. She could not get up to her home. So she's just standing here trying to get a sense of what's happening up there. And I can tell you that the wind is just really kicking up. And you can just see the strength of the fire. And although I saw some helicopter plane firefighting activity as we drove up here, I've not seen any at this particular Palisades Highlands Shopping Center complex. That is because it is so incredibly windy right now. It'd be very hard for them to get in here. How are you guys doing? Right. Did you make it down the hill?
We did. She pulled over. This family pulled over, and we've been helping them. They abandoned their car.
You left your car on Palisades Drive?
Yeah.
What is the scene like coming down Palisades Drive?
I don't know. Let's go. I can't talk right now. Windy?
Right. Well, we wish the best to you. Okay. So that is what is happening, is that family left their car along this road. They clearly didn't feel like it was safe. You can see why it's not safe. Look at how close those flames are right now to Palisades Drive. This is across the street from Calvary Christian School, which we already heard was evacuated when this fire first started. And I'm not seeing as many cars come out of the Highlands right now, but they are letting cars through. So you see a line of fire engines, and they are going to do the best they can, as I said, to prevent the fire from jumping Palisades Drive. Why? Well, when it jumps Palisades Drive, the next community, of course, is then Topanga, and it starts to blow towards the Malibu area. That's not something that they want. These winds are not going away.
This
so
is the Pacific Palisades Highland community. The fire is burning in a westward direction through here, so we want an evacuation warning for all of this area that is going to be from Topanga Canyon here to the east, and from Rustic Canyon here to the west is all going to be that area of an evacuation warning, and be prepared for evacuation orders to come through, and the command post is going to be relocated down to Will Rogers Beach.
Now, schools are being evacuated in the Pacific Palisades because of this fire. Here's a list for you. Palisades Charter Elementary School, Marquez Charter Elementary School. Students will be moved to Brentwood Elementary Science Magnet, Paul Revere Charter Middle School. Students are being
Josh. Yeah, and as I said, this is really thick brush that is not burned in a very, very long time. And it is so smoky right now that even though I have glasses on, I have to close my eyes because they're literally stinging from the ash and from the flame. That is the situation right now. And it looks like every time I turn my head and I look behind the Starbucks or behind the Lovely Nails, there's fire. And I can tell you there are homes everywhere in this area. We are in the Palisades Highlands at the bottom of Palisades Drive. Just over the hill there is the Marquez community, of course, Bienvenida and Lockman, which have already been impacted by this fire. And then just to show you again, people are still trying to get out of here and get to PCH, and it is just jam-packed right now. One thing, Philip and Giovanna, I want to point out that I thought was pretty interesting was one of those families that I spoke with. They told me that, you see, this is 2 lanes going up to the Palisades Highlands, 2 lanes coming down. All 4 lanes, according to that woman, were being used to bring people out of this community and evacuate. As I said, those folks, there's not 100 homes, there's not 500 homes, there's close to 1,000, maybe more. A lot of people live up there, and there were clearly a lot of people home when this mandatory evacuation came out. And when they evacuate, Philip and Giovanna, this is what they're encountering from their cars. An incredibly scary sight, literally driving through a wall of fire.
Well, Josh, one of the things that people, sometimes get confused by when they see fire activity is the illusion of what, it's almost a misconception of what they're seeing. All of those firefighters are on the other side of that mall, correct? I mean, it seems like they have a pretty good fire defense for that mall, and what we're watching is a burn that is very scientific in nature. Sometimes they will let things burn, correct? There's a fire presence behind that strip mall.
That is correct, and I'm actually seeing for the first time some hoses go on those flames behind this shopping center. I can tell you I've been to this shopping center many times. There is a barrier and some brush clearance directly behind these structures. And I actually see a firefighter on the roof in the distance there. Looks like that is the firefighter that was just putting some water on those flames as they try and save this. But yeah, just a very dynamic, frightening situation here at the base of the Palisades Highlands community. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Josh, thank you. Stay safe out there. We're going to check back with you in just a moment. Right now, we want to speak with Kim Marshall, who is at the Gladstone's parking lot. Kim, hi, thanks for talking with us today. What is your situation? Where's your home?
I am smack up in the Highlands. I always leave early whenever I see a fire, and I was loading the car, and all of a sudden the warning evacuation came. So we just ran down the, drove down the hill with my 2 dogs and suitcases, and my worst
up and over there.
Yeah, I'm talking about the airdrop that's happening right here. Stuart, tell us about your experience so far today.
Well, it started out as a brush fire pretty far up the hill, but with the winds, I had a feeling it was going to be driven down into all the neighborhoods, and it's starting to happen. This is Lockman, and it's burned sort of around this knoll for some reason. We're on a ridge, but it's burned down into Palisades Drive, down into that canyon, and it's gone over to Bienvenida down that canyon. So there's that school, St. Matthew's over there, and Calvary on Palisades Drive. Both, I'm sure, are evacuated.
So schools and homes impacted. A number of neighbors have already evacuated. What was your plan in here right now?
Just if there's like a little ember-driven fire right around the house that we can deal with, we'll do that. If it fills in really hot and heavy, we're out of here, obviously.
And you can likely hear the wind that's hitting our microphone right now.
Exactly.
You said you've lived in the neighborhood for decades.
Yeah.
Has it ever gotten this close to your family's home?
It's never gotten this close.
It's like Armageddon out here.
Kim, I want to ask you something about leaving the cars and what you saw when you left. Were people parking, or were they just abandoning them in the middle of the road? Because if they're abandoned in the middle of the road, firefighters can't get by. They were pulling off to the side?
Yeah, parking. And not everybody was doing it, but I don't like to just wait. I have to get out of there.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
It's looking bad here by the beach.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Kim, there is an evacuation center at the Westwood Rec Center if you wanted a place to get away from the smoke.
I have so many places to go. I just can't get there. My friends have been so wonderful. Come over, but how? I'd have to walk, I think.
Oh,
I have
I
a
see,
carry-on
that's right.
suitcase and 2 dogs.
Oh, my goodness.
So I may sit in your TV truck, if you don't mind.
Oh, we don't mind at all.
Anyway,
Kim, thank you.
At least we're safe, so thanks for checking in.
Yes. Thank you very much,
Okay.
and just to have the wonderful spirit that she has, and it is such a terrifying sight when you see what's on the right here. Monica de Anda is also in a location where the house that she's in, they left. They've evacuated, but Monica is on a property and able to see fire and its progress. Monica, what do you have?
Yeah, Philip, Giovanna, we are on Rimmer Avenue for those of you just joining us. And as you take a look, it's, oh gosh, the fire is really inching closer to these homes. When we first got here to this property about an hour ago, it was up top of the hill, and now it's making its way. And you can see just how close these flames are to this entire hillside, where there are dozens and dozens of homes, some of which this homeowner here tells me have just been built about a year ago. Others have been here longer, but of course, it's just unfortunate because each one of these homes belongs to someone. So it's really heartbreaking to see. And then, of course, all around us, it's just this continuous plume of black smoke. And then, you know, it's moving westward. We know that's the direction that the fire is going in. Of course, the area here, Pacific Palisades, is under an evacuation order. We're talking north of Pacific Coast Highway, south of Topanga Canyon Boulevard, east of Tuna Canyon Road, and west of Surfview. And there is an evacuation center, as you guys have been mentioning, over at the Westwood Recreation Center. And I hate to say it, but you're looking at the flames, and Philip, Giovanna, I'm sure you guys could see they're picking up. They're only intensifying. They're getting bigger. We can see them, you know, more from our vantage point, and they're just inching closer to these homes. In the last 15, 20 minutes, we haven't really seen any more air support, and that may be because we've been hearing the wind pick up. So maybe that's why no more support has been coming from above. But we did see them here earlier. It's just now with the wind conditions really picking up, it's looking like a little bit tough for the air resources, and now we're seeing what it appears maybe a property there going up. Philip, Giovanna. Back to you guys.
All right, Monica de Anda, we want to call your attention to the evacuation map on the left. We showed you a similar map earlier with much more yellow areas, which are evacuation warning areas. Now you can see that a significant portion of the Pacific Palisades area down to PCH are in red, which means mandatory evacuation orders. Well,
and the yellow that you see on, I suppose it looks west, but it's almost north. These two to the far left here, RMB, MAL, and the C11, and then the UO30. Those are new. So you have 2 new evacuation warning areas. All of the red, as you mentioned, Giovanna, is an order. They want people out of those spaces, but it does look as if they're starting to expand the areas that they want people and are telling people to leave.
Yes. We are also, I think we want to go to Josh Haskell, who's standing by with more information. Josh.
Yeah, I mean, I have lived in this area most of my life. It is so windy right now, which is making it so difficult for firefighters. And our biggest fear is that some of the trees are starting to catch fire as they reach Sunset Boulevard. That's a giant palm tree that you're seeing right now. We just saw a number of firefighters move into the area. And I can tell you that this fire, where we are at Sunset and Palisades Drive, is doing everything it can to make it to the Pacific Ocean, to Gladstones, where we've been hearing from people down there, and I saw a number of fire engines staging. There's a lot of property between here and Gladstones. There's a Vons supermarket, there's a couple strip malls, there's a lot of apartments. There's an apartment building right here. And who knows, it wouldn't take that much for the wind to blow an ember across from this shopping center. It's hard to see what the status of all those flames that were surrounding that shopping center, but as I step out of the way and show you, you can still see flames in the distance as fire engines are trying to do their best to not just save the shopping center, but to prevent this fire from reaching all the homes scattered in this area. And you may ask me, well, where's the closest home? It's really hard to tell because of that smoke right now, but you see those flames that we're bringing you. We're again at the bottom of Palisades Drive and Sunset, and I have to tell you that we've seen not as many vehicles come down Palisades Drive. I heard from one person that they were not and I'm not going to say this yet because I don't know if it's confirmed, but we've heard different reports of, the status of Palisades Drive. You heard one person tell me about gridlock coming down. We met that other person that said that they left their car on the side of the road. So we would love to take you up further, but as I just shared, there's a hard closure of this road for anybody going up, and the LAPD was very strict about that. And in these situations, we follow them because they had a direct order from the fire department. Why? We'll take a look at the fire trucks that are just trying to defend this area and try and prevent these flames from jumping Palisades Drive. I know right now it's 1:12 in the afternoon. It's starting to feel like it's 5 p.m. It's getting very dark here just with the amount of smokes. Sean, look behind you real quick. I'm seeing a fireman with a hose. It looks like, I don't know if they're trying to set up some sort of fire break here at Sunset Boulevard, but there's a number of fire engines that have just arrived in the last few minutes, and they're running hoses across. You see that right now. They're running hoses across Sunset and Palisades Drive. My guess is that they're going to line up and do the best they can to make sure this fire doesn't make it any further. But as I showed you at the top of my live shot, there's a palm tree that's already caught fire as it gets very close to Sunset Boulevard. Philip and Giovanna?
Okay.
All I can think that all I can say is that fire resources are just being stretched so thin. They're really doing an amazing job, the best they can out there. Let's check in with Shayla Girardin. We are watching these winds become more fierce as the day goes on.
Yes, they are just picking up hour after hour, and it's only going to increase from here. So we are talking about dangerous wind speeds as we head into this afternoon and this evening. Right now by the Palisades fire, we've been seeing wind gusts over the course of the morning and afternoon, 20 to 30 miles per hour, and that is consistent. And you'll notice these winds are coming out of the northeast, so it's all these homes to the south and the southwest, all the way to PCH. That is why all of these homes are under that evacuation order, because these winds are driving this fire so quickly. And of course, we're also dealing with all that dry fuel, that vegetation, these warmer temperatures. It's just allowing these fires to spread so rapidly. And I want to show you, we keep talking about how these wind speeds are going to increase, and that really is the name of the game. As we head into this afternoon, we continue to see those wind gusts 20 to 30 miles per hour, just like we're seeing out there right now. But look at what happens as we head into the overnight hours. Wind gusts closer to 40 miles per hour. This is not even as bad as what we could see in other areas. Into early tomorrow morning, those winds staying really concerning. We finally start to see a little bit of a break as we head into Wednesday about noon. But as we head into the overnight hours later this afternoon, these winds only going to increase. And you'll notice all the pinks, the purples on your screen. It's not uncommon for us to see a Santa Ana wind event in January. What is uncommon is for this event to be so widespread, all of Southern California, under those high wind watches, those red flag warnings. And so it's not just our Santa Ana wind corridor. We're used to seeing high winds through Malibu, Thousand Oaks, Simi Valley. This encompasses everyone. And look, Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks, seeing wind gusts over 40 miles per hour. As you go into Santa Clarita, wind gusts right now 57 miles per hour. That's close to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Malibu Hills also seeing those gusts over 40 miles per hour. A little bit of a break as you head toward Long Beach, but those winds pick up once again. Wrightwood, San Bernardino, Riverside, all seeing wind gusts 35 to 40 miles per hour, or excuse me, to 45 miles per hour. Laguna Beach, Lake Elsinore, Banning. I mean, you're noticing no one here is getting a break from those winds, and this will continue to be the name of the game as we head into later this afternoon and early evening as well. Now, it's not just the winds that are fueling these fires. We're also dealing with some extremely low humidity. I want to show you right now, Santa Monica at 10%. That's very close to where this fire is burning. So that's why it's that combination, right, Philip, Giovanna? We never want to see the dry conditions, the wind, the dry vegetation, all just the perfect combination you need for those flames.
Okay, Shayla, thank you. And you've been warning us about it. We knew about it yesterday, and here it is. These conditions are just the worst. We've seen people try to evacuate. We know that it's been a massive problem coming down Palisades Drive, and you saw a lot of LAPD activity trying to help with the traffic situation. We're now alerting that the city of Los Angeles is on tactical alert. due to what they call a major incident, which we've seen that their resources are being pulled all the way down to Palisades to make sure, try to help with the traffic. Shubha Ravindran, who is a former colleague of ours here at ABC7, reported for us many years ago, was one of the people who was evacuated. Shubha, you and your husband, as soon as you found out you had to go, you were ready and you left. What was it like? Was it pretty much an ease of transport, or did you face a lot of the difficulties others have seen?
So, hi, Philip. Yeah, luckily it was smooth getting out of the house. As soon as we saw the flames this morning, a little bit after 10 o'clock, we were
with this number here, but you said it. So far, we should have at least experienced 4 inches of rain.
Yes.
And we have not.
At least, and this is just for LA County.
LA County, okay.
Right, so we should see at least 4 inches of rain at this point in our water year. Our water year starts October 1st and it continues on. We've only seen a little bit more than 1/10 of an inch of rain here in Los Angeles. So we've got a deficit specifically of 3.40 inches of rain. The reason that is taking place is that all of the storms this season have been up across the Pacific Northwest. We've been talking about all of that rain and snow in Washington and Oregon, and we're not seeing any of that activity move down here in Southern California. All we need is one storm to change all of that. Yeah. But as of now, it's been months, at least 6 months, where things have been dry here in LA County.
All right.
All right.
Melissa, as always, we're going to keep you on deck here.
I'm here for you.
All right.
Thank you. We appreciate that. All right. We want to bring in Chief Sam back here. Chief, Melissa was talking about this plan, this Ready, Set, Go plan. What does that include? And we should probably talk about, families, people who have families in scenarios like this. You leave for work, you drop off the kids at school. Everybody needs to have a plan in the event of.
You're right, and you have to practice that plan, just like we drill at the fire department, just like exit drills in the home during fire safety in your home. You have to have a plan, put it together, communicate it with your family members, and practice it. But the thing is, and sadly, most people feel it will never happen to them, and it does.
Yeah, and therein lies the problem. Really quickly, Chief Sam, Melissa hit on it. 4 inches of rain we should have so far this year during our water year, which started in October. We've only had about 1/10 of an inch. This adds, obviously, to the challenge that firefighters have. So when they see numbers, dismal numbers like this, what are firefighters thinking? What is the game plan? How do things change?
Well, we know living in Southern California, this is what happens. As I mentioned earlier, several years ago, we had a whole lot of rain. Then it stopped. So the fuel in the hillsides grew tremendously. Now it's all dry and even more drier with no rain. We know we contend with this. Our game plan is just what we do. We plan, we prepare, and train for events like this. And here they are. They're right on our doorstep right now. So, doing just what they're doing. I'm going to give kudos to all the firefighters out there from LA City, LA County, Verdugo, the South Bay cities, the fire departments that have brought in from Northern California. They're doing a tremendous job under these circumstances right now. I know I've been on these fires. This is some of the most challenging work that can be done.
And Chief, to that point, yes, kudos to them. We know they're heroes. They've been preparing for this, as we mentioned earlier. They had days to prepare for this. I mean, they got a call, I'm sure, alerting them that they were going to be coming down to assist those firefighters from Northern California. This is around the clock. I mean, none of these firefighters are going to be taking breaks.
No, they won't. And, the thing, too, is this is one fire. This fire may go out here, hopefully soon. It's going to take a little bit of while, and they're going to be here. They're going to be here for a few days. But then some of them will end up going to another fire. So we get deployed from one fire to another. So I'm going to give them kudos again. I can't give it enough.
Chief Sam, we no longer have a traditional fire season here in Southern California. But typically we would be out of fire season as of now. Correct me if I'm wrong?
No, you're right. I mean, normally, traditionally, we will, but we have seen where this has happened. I mentioned this earlier. You know, January of 2014, we had the Colby fire in Glendora that burned 6 homes. In 2017, the Thomas fire started in December and burned all the way into January of 2018. That fire burned 280,000 acres and destroyed over 1,000 structures. So we really are year-round fire season.
Chief Sam, you know, we're looking at these images. Again, we're seeing that blaze there. How does this differ from the mountain fire? Again, the mountain fire was also wind-driven. And that, one we had in what?
Trucks. There are clearly people that did not like sitting in this traffic. The fire was getting close and they ditched their cars, and we are seeing a lot of vehicles everywhere, which of course, as a fire truck goes by us right now, which of course makes the firefight hard because fire trucks are trying to get in and out. You see they have hose lines now up and down Sunset Boulevard, and that fire is really, really raging right now. We are also, I want to show, we are near a pretty well-known location here on the edge of Pacific Palisades in Malibu. It is the Self-Realization Fellowship Temple. That's behind this fence that we're showing you right now. I have not seen any flames in that area, but I can tell you there is a lake down there. Seems like they're having no trouble getting water on this fire, but there is a lake down there. That's on the other side. But you can just see that firefighters are using Sunset Boulevard as this fire break. And when I think that maybe they have a handle on what was happening on the bottom of Palisades Drive, I turn and see this pretty scary situation in a home up there on that hill on Sunset Boulevard just south of Palisades Drive. Philip and Giovanna.
All right, Josh, thank you. Stand by, of course. Continue to update us on what you can share. And we want to go to Sid Garcia right now. I believe Sid has joined our photographer at Gladstone's. Sid, what can you tell us?
Getting here was just hellish, to say it at least. I saw all kinds of fire engines getting up here. But if you've got no reason to be down here on Pacific Coast Highway, just stay away because you're going to be stuck in traffic. Let me get out of the way here. You can see the American flags here. This is what's blowing, and it's just completely, it's almost dark. It is the early afternoon, but it looks more like dusk here. You've got traffic trying to get out of the Pacific Palisades to turn left onto Pacific Coast Highway to get people out of here safely. Again, we can feel the strong breeze coming towards the ocean. The flames were being told, you could see the glow on the other side of these buildings here. The end of the road for the fire pretty much is the Pacific Ocean here, but what I was hearing on radio and just listening and monitoring social media with first responders is that there's a lot of property protection, structure protection up in the fire zone. I'm hearing that some homes have been destroyed, no injuries so far. But the winds are really starting to pick up here right now as folks try to get the heck out of here and get out of here for safety. As more and more fire engines are going up to the fire, you've got traffic heading out of there and basically heading south on Pacific Coast Highway. I came up from the north we were in Agoura Hills this morning, and as soon as we heard that this fire broke, the fire engine, the fire trucks outside a fire station, they're off of Canaan. The guys mounted up and started coming towards here. That's what we assumed we were coming here. And then coming through the canyon, it wasn't that bad until we hit Pacific Coast Highway and you could just see the plume.
It jams up very quickly. One thing the Palisades does have going for it, most of the areas that are up in the foothills, and after all, these are the foothills of the Santa Monica Mountains. So there is some very rough terrain just above the Palisades. But most of the newer communities, as well, David, the resident on Lockman Lane, who was speaking to Alex a short while ago, pointed out, it was developed mostly in the 70s, and so it conforms to the newer building codes for hillside communities. The roads are wider. It's easier for access for fire trucks. The homes are farther apart. They have fire-resistant roofs. So there are a lot of precautions in place that say areas of Malibu and areas of the Hollywood Hills do not have. But, you know, all bets are off when you have a wind this severe. I might add that ordinarily, because of its location, kind of at the crook of Santa Monica Bay, the Palisades does not ordinarily get winds as severe as Malibu, which gets the winds coming directly from the north. But this is one of those exceptional days, well, like 1978, which was the last year a really horrific fire reached the Palisades. Those are the kinds of winds.
All right, Patrick Healy, a former NBC4 reporter and good friend of ours. We appreciate your insight. Again, lived in the area for more than 40 years. And as Stuart said, a phone we had not too long ago, he said that he's lived in different parts of the Palisades, but it's never burned like this before. In fact, he was being interviewed by our very own Alex Rozier.
Yeah, and actually, why don't we talk to Alex? He's in that area. Alex, we were looking at your shot there. We saw those winds just gusting over there.
Yeah, the winds are definitely howling here in the area where we are in the Palisades. I'll give you a live look behind me. It's cleared a bit where we are at Glen Haven and Lockman Drive. I'll tell you that we have been talking to neighbors. For the most part, the people who live in this neighborhood, they've heeded the evacuation warnings and they have left the neighborhood. There are a few people that still remain that continue to check on their property. About 5 minutes ago, flames came dangerously close to one home, and the person who lives inside the home just down from where we're standing, he is still there right now, if we can show you that place right there. But the other part that I'm going to tell you that's complicating things for people who may be still up here and trying to reach family is that anybody who's traveled through this area before, cell phone service is not good. So the folks' ability to make phone calls, send text messages, and get in contact with loved ones is challenging in many spots. We've ran into that same problem here since we've been covering this fire. But the winds, they have just been howling and dangerously close flames to many homes. And it's not just homes here, also schools in the neighborhood. As we were driving up earlier in our broadcast, you may have watched as we had several buses that were on the right side of where we were. People were trying to evacuate schools too. So a very tense situation, a fire that's burning in the middle of a work day, in the middle of a school day, and threatening many homes here in Pacific Palisades. Annabelle and Michael, we'll send it back to you.
Alex, you're in that area now. What seems to persist is obviously those winds, but if you can't describe the scene for me in terms of what it was like when you got there compared to what it's like now.
You know, Michael, in the process of you asking that question, as I mentioned, the cell phone service is a bit spotty, so I lost it. If you can try one more time, I'll attempt to answer that.
What persists out there now, obviously, continues to be the winds. But I want to know if you could just sort of lay out, describe to us what the scene is like now versus when you first got to that neighborhood. And I believe you're at Lockman and Glen Haven.
Yeah, you know, I think the scene is very different depending on just a couple of blocks. I mean, you can see this man who's standing on his roof right here. He's about the only person I've seen that remains in the neighborhood at Glen Haven and Lockman. There are very, very few people. I'll tell you, just a few blocks over, less than a half mile away, frantically, we saw many folks who were evacuating the neighborhood about a half hour ago. So it seems as many people are heeding the evacuation warnings and getting out of the Palisades right now, but there are a few who continue to remain. That steward who we heard from earlier, he said he was going to stick around and do his best protection as possible, but he said if it gets too bad, he's going to have to go, and he's prepared to do that. So we're going to continue watching things here as this story develops.
I'd like to get the inside the head of that guy who's standing on that rooftop right now. I'm wondering what his plan is next. As you mentioned, Alex, most of those in that neighborhood have already evacuated. All right, Alex Rozier live for us there on Lockman and Glen Haven. Melissa McGee is here in the First Alert Weather Center, and again, we're not surprised by the winds that we're seeing here right now. And hold on one second.
Knocked it down.
All right, so we're getting some more sound there, I believe, from Stuart. But Melissa, let's talk about what we're hearing and what we're seeing where Alex is right now.
Right now, Alex probably has winds anywhere from about 20 miles per hour to 52 if he's in and around that area. So that's a large range. But the latest observation data around that area, we rely on specific sites to give us the most accurate information. So in the Palisades right now, we've got winds gusting close to 20 miles per hour. And in the Santa Monica Mountains, those winds are up to 52 miles per hour. Something that I'm also noticing is that when we got on the air and we broke in telling you about the Palisades fire, relative humidity was anywhere from about 35 to 45%. It is dropping, and it's dropping fast. So that's where that red flag warning comes in. So if you look at the map we have on your screen here and then look up above where the Palisades wording is, you see 28% there. And then Santa Monica Mountains, relative humidity, and at 33%. This will continue to drop as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon into tonight and into our Wednesday. So the drop in the relative humidity in combination with these very fast-moving Santa Ana winds helps to accelerate fires like we're seeing right now. I want to take you into time because we're talking about what's happening now. The big question, what's next? And specifically for the Palisades, as we go throughout the rest of the evening into Wednesday, I want to show you what's going on. And we talked about it. There are going to be some ebbs and flows in terms of the weather pattern, and the track and strength of the wind. So as we go throughout the evening, we'll have winds anywhere from 6 p.m. Tonight to 8 p.m. tonight, ranging anywhere from 34 to 36 miles per hour. So that's a little lighter than what we're currently seeing. But then, as we've been saying, late tonight, I'd say between 9 and 10 o'clock tonight, those winds ramp up, and our graphic is displaying that very nicely. Winds close to 44 miles per hour. They will weaken or wane overnight, and then they're going to pick up in intensity once again as we get into Wednesday morning. So that's where the red flag warning comes into play. Even though the most intense winds are going to be tonight into Wednesday, the red flag warning remains because as these Santa Anas come in from the mountains with that strong northeasterly wind, they blow through the canyons and passes, and in this case, all the way down to what are typically wind-sheltered spots, the basin and the coast. It dries out the atmosphere significantly. So we're starting to see extreme fire danger as we go throughout the rest of tonight. So let's time it out for other communities here in Southern California. For the rest of the afternoon, we'll have winds gusting anywhere from 20 to 50 miles per hour. Aside from the wildfires, blowing debris, branches, leaves, trash flying on the freeways and some of our local communities. Down trees, a big concern. Outages, power outages as well. Then once we get into tonight, the winds peak later on tonight, Michael, ranging anywhere from about 60 to 80 miles per hour, a little stronger for our mountain spots. And then Wednesday morning, like I mentioned, there's another burst of wind coming in from Mother Nature. So a slower morning commute. This is one of those situations where high-profile vehicles will be impacted if you're on the freeways like the 118 to 210, for example. And then watching these firefighters on the left, looking at the imagery, now they're putting out what looks like structure fires. So you've got the Santa Ana winds that are carrying these flames and these embers that are clearly traveling in some spots more than a mile. So not only do you have to deal with containment with the actual fire, you've got structure fires on top of that, or at least spot fires, I should say, in between unburned fuel in these spot fires.
Yeah, we've seen evidence of those spot fires early on during our coverage. And Melissa, you mentioned the peak of the wind in the Palisades, because we're focused obviously on that with the fire that's currently burning.
Sure.
44 miles per hour tonight at 10.
Right.
Right, but I look at these numbers, 60 to 80 miles per hour along the coast and mountains. So again, we're a significant jump in other parts of our region.
Oh, that's right. And that's why we say this is just the beginning. And it's erratic behavior. You know, when you're in a fire, it kind of creates its own weather conditions where you have a rising heat and smoke and air. But you're going to have stronger winds in other parts as we go throughout the rest of tonight. And that's just nice cue for you, so to speak. As we're saying 44 miles per hour. It's likely going to be stronger in some spots, even for the Palisades later on this evening.
All right, we talk about those ebbs and flows.
Ebbs and flows in life and weather.
That is for sure.
Yes.
All right, Melissa, if you can stand by, we want to bring in, and if I'm not mistaken, we're going to bring in Camilla Rambaldi.
Yes. Hi, Michael. Can you guys hear me okay?
We got you, Camilla. Yeah. Give us the lay of the land. Where are you? And what are you seeing?
So I am, due to service, so I'm giving you guys so not being able to do a FaceTime right now, but we are I'm close to Sunset Boulevard up North Las Casas Avenue, and I was initially stuck in that gridlock of traffic on Sunset Boulevard, as we've been seeing, and right now one of the lanes has been shut down, so it's only going in one direction. So a lot of people just trying to figure out how to leave this area. I spoke to one woman earlier who was in the process of evacuating. She just didn't want to take that chance, so she just packed up her things and was just ready to go. But in this area here, in this neighborhood that I'm at on Las Casas Avenue, you can just see those embers flying, that wind picking up, and just that plume of smoke surrounding this entire area. And I know earlier we were talking about that air quality, so that's definitely going to be impacting this neighborhood here. A lot of people, wearing masks, and as they're walking around assessing the area, because it's just very hard to breathe right now in this area.
Camilla, you talked about how you were caught in that gridlock there on Sunset. We had Karma also caught in some gridlock, as well as Alex Rozier. What is the situation like now? Has most of that been cleared up, or are we still in the midst of what you were experiencing earlier on?
There is still a gridlock. There are right off Sunset Boulevard right now. There's just back-to-back traffic. People just stuck, not being able to move. So I think there's obviously a growing sense of frustration, people not being able to get out of this neighborhood. So right now everything appears to be at a standstill here, at least from what I see from my vantage point here on Sunset Boulevard and Las Casas Avenue, which is one of the streets here that goes up to one of the neighborhoods in this area. Okay,
we saw earlier during Karma's live shot, folks coming down the hill, coming out of the neighborhoods there. Are you seeing folks at all? If I recall, I saw somebody with a box in their hand, for example. Are you seeing any scenes like that where you are?
Yes, earlier, not right now, but earlier as I was driving, through this neighborhood here, this stretch where I spoke to that homeowner who has lived here for over 2 decades. She was getting ready to leave, but just across the street from her, I saw several people coming out of their homes. I saw one person walking around with a bag. Just you can tell that people were, figuring out their next steps on, deciding to evacuate. So obviously that sense of urgency.
All right, Camilla Rambaldi there for us. Again, if we can establish your FaceTime at some point, we'd love to see what you're seeing. Again, you're at Las Casas Avenue there near Sunset. We'll check back in with you here in just a bit. We want to bring in now, if we can. First, I want to mention here, we split our screen here. On the left, this is a live picture from our camera. Compliments of our photojournalist Khalid Shabazz. This is the 1300 block of Lockman Lane, and we've had some different scenes and scenarios out, but it looks as if one home here on Lockman Lane, the 1300 block, is damaged. You see that live shot there on the left of your screen, as well as some video that's just come into the NBC4 newsroom there on the right. I believe we have our fire expert, Chief Sam Giovanna, there still on the line with us. And Chief Sam, are you with us?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
All right, so I can't help but think about these numbers that Melissa McGee, our meteorologist, continues to give us in terms of what the situation will be like in terms of winds tonight in the Palisades area, where we're actually in the midst of this fire, 200+ acre fire, but within other regions of Southern California, 60 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts into Wednesday morning.
Yeah, that's a good point, Michael. And I'm shocked that we have not seen another fire of this magnitude break out with these winds. So I guess if there's any silver lining, we can say that. But Melissa also brought up another good point about the flying debris, the leaves, needles, and twigs. We may have a little lull tonight, but that's a good sign if you get them home tonight and your area has not been impacted by a fire. Clean those up, because I saw a lot of them in my neighborhood leaving the house this morning. There were leaves needles, the branches everywhere in people's yards, around their house, on their rooftops. Those are those hot spots for embers. That's what we want to do to prevent something like this happening to your home.
Yeah, and you know, and Chief Sam, we hit on this earlier about those flying embers, and you know, on any given day, with any given fire, you know, we talk about a mile and a half perhaps. With these strong winds and strong wind gusts, you've mentioned anywhere from 3 to 4, possibly even 5 miles from where the fire initiated.
Yes, they can go up to 5 miles an hour. That's rare, but it can happen depending upon the wind. And with the winds forecasted for this evening, I would not be surprised if a fire breaks out with those kind of winds. We see that.
Wow. All right. We talked about with Melissa those ebbs and flows with the winds, but again, you just stay focused, remain focused, as if this is going to be consistent, because this will be a consistent pattern at least through Thursday. All right, Chief Sam, if you can hold on for 1 second, we want to bring in, and I mentioned him not too long ago, NBC4 photojournalist Khalid Shabazz. Khalid, are you with us? I know we have Khalid's live shot there on the left side of your screen.
Michael, you're going in and out.
Okay, we're still trying to establish constant communication or consistent communication with Khalid, but
Michael, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you, Khalid. Can you hear me?
Let me reestablish the IFB.
Okay, why don't we do that, Khalid? You take care of what you need to take care of, and in the meantime, let's bring Chief Sam back in here right now. Chief Sam, we still got you?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, so challenges for firefighters. We're having a challenge with communication with our crews out in the field in this particular area. How do you guys circumvent that as firefighters there on the scene trying to put out the flames?
Well, we have some of the most high-tech radio capabilities and communication systems out there, so that's really not the issue with them. Landline cell phones, those are going to be the problems.
Yeah.
That's the main thing, but our communication systems are great. And again, I'm going to go back to the robust mutual aid, and with the technology we have nowadays for these FirstNet responder and communication, you know, it's advanced over, you know, very rapidly for the past few years. But Michael, let's go back to the ebb and flow. You can see that in the smoke on this fire. There are times when you see the smoke rising very, you know, high. The wind is calmed for that moment. Then other times it goes horizontally right against the ground. That means the wind, you know, obviously strong wind gusts are coming. Very erratic winds creating erratic fire behavior. That's one of the big challenges for the firefighters right now.
You know, as we attempt to reestablish our communication with Khalid there on the left, we certainly don't have a confirmed number of homes that have been damaged. But based on our coverage, based on what you've seen, what you've heard since this fire broke out, one structure is all we got thus far. Are you at all surprised by that number, Chief Sam?
Yes, I'm surprised, but until this calms down and we get a little bit more out of the dynamic state and then we do damage assessment, we'll get a bigger number on this. But I am surprised. Kudos again, and I know, but I just could not be more proud of the firefighters out on these fires, and those are ready to go on a fire at any given moment right now. They're doing a tremendous job. They're incredible.
All right, Chief Sam DiGiovanna, we appreciate you as always, and if I can just ask you once again to hold tight. When we bring in Melissa McGee here right now, and again, we talk about the valiant work of the firefighters out there on the front lines and the challenges they face. But again, what we're seeing in terms of weather is not going to get any better.
Right, and you mentioned some areas that are not close to the Palisades that will likely have some issues, Michael. Look at this in San Bernardino. We've got winds gusting up to 55 miles per hour. Santa Clarita, 52. Van Nuys, winds gusting up to 40 miles per hour. And even in Santa Ana in Orange County, winds up to 43 miles per hour. Then you look at the pictures on the left here, these live pictures coming in from the Palisades and the fire. You've got a lot of smoke, a lot of ash. So in terms of the conditions with the firefighters, they are dealing with all of that on the ground with the smoke, the debris, the ash. It's going to be a major challenge as we go throughout the rest of tonight, and they're only going to strengthen as well. So with the latest conditions close to the Palisades fire, we've got winds anywhere from about 41 miles per hour out of the northeast there in the Santa Monica Mountains, and gusting up to 58 miles per hour. So they're really starting to strengthen. So you've got all of these northeasterly winds coming from the mountains through the canyons and passes all the way down to the coast, and it's blowing that smoke around, and it's also blowing the flames around, which is why this is a concern in terms of dealing with the wildfire triangle and the topography. That's the fuel, the grass, the trees, the fuel as well as dry conditions, and then we've got weather. The Santa Anas help to exacerbate or grow the flames of the fire tremendously. So this is a big concern. So as we go throughout the rest of the evening and into our Wednesday, the winds are going to pick up for the Palisades, but really everybody. Also, I want to show you the relative humidity, because we've been talking about how this will continue to lower. We've got relative humidity in the teens, and these will likely drop even lower as we go throughout the overnight hours and into our Wednesday, which is why this red flag warning is a bit of a concern. But looking at the flames on the left, it really looks like the fire is really close to some of these homes here, and that's scary.
Yeah, we see the fire protection there in these neighborhoods, and Colleen Williams joins me now here as we continue our coverage here of the Palisades fire. And again, it doesn't look as if it's getting any better at this point.
No, and you know what is amazing is the fact that you can see this from almost anywhere in the city. I was driving in on the 134 and was stunned to look up over the Griffith Park Observatory and see this huge plume of smoke. I've seen the pictures from LAX today. You see a lot of white smoke, you see black smoke, but pretty much anywhere you're positioned in the city. Yeah. And the winds, Michael.
Yeah.
You'll hit spots where the winds die down a little bit and then they pick right up. It's hard even keeping a small car on the road right now.
Yeah, we talked about what the winds were like driving into work this morning. I saw, yes, it was breezy on the west side of LA, but obviously I got over the hill and again, a much different scene, a much different scenario. We want to bring in, I believe we've reestablished our connection there with Khalid Shabazz, our NBC4 photojournalist. Khalid, are you with us?
I'm with you, Michael. How are you?
Hey, not too bad. Appreciate the images you continue to give us. I believe you're on the 1300
Hi, Michael.
block.
Yeah, I'm at
Lockman Avenue, Lockman Lane, correct?
That's correct. I'm at 1377 Lockman Lane, and this home is completely a total loss. And right next to it, the home is still here, but there's some damage. I'll pan. There's some damage to this home right next to it at 1377 Lockman Lane. Also, at 1408, there's some structural damage from fire as well. Lockman Lane, 1408. They had me move back, as you can see the yellow tape, because there's a gas leak now. And as you can see, more fire trucks pulling up at this location.
Khalid, Colleen here. Can you describe the neighborhood? I mean, we saw the two houses you're talking about there. Is this just like a small cul-de-sac, or does it stretch up into the hills there?
Not at all. It's not a cul-de-sac. Not this particular street. It stretches into the neighborhood. There's windy roads here that stretches around the neighborhood. There has been quite a few evacuations at this location. And at this particular street now, it's slowed down. It seems like most of the residents have been evacuated at this location.
We want to explain to our viewers, too, that the reason we don't hear from Khalid for a few seconds here, there's a long delay in getting his signal from Lockman Lane back to the studio here. Khalid, you mentioned a gas leak. Can you give us an idea of where that is and what firefighters are doing about it now?
Yes, as you can see my picture here, this is the home that's a total loss. This is the home where the gas leak is. I don't know if you can quite hear the gas, but it's a prominent sound. And so they have the yellow tape here for folks to be careful and to stay back just in case there's an explosion or anything like that. But this home here at 1377 Lockman is a complete loss, as well as right now there's the gas leak.
Okay, so Khalid, we obviously want to make sure that you're not in peril here. If there's an active gas leak, I'm sure authorities would move you back even further if that were the case. But you mentioned something about 1408 Lockman Lane, perhaps another damaged or destroyed home in this neighborhood?
That's correct, Michael. 1408. There's another structure fire. They were attacking it from the inside of the home. It didn't spread to the front exteriors, but there's damage to the rear, in the rear of that location. Once again, I'm on a delay because the cell connectivity up here is very bad. As you can imagine, a lot of folks are making calls or on their cell phones and trying to reach loved ones up here. So the cell phone service is kind of bad right now.
Okay, so Khalid Shabazz there, photojournalist, live for us there on the 1300 block of Lockman Lane, where we've been told that one home destroyed, possibly caused by a gas leak. And fire crews are moving our crews back. And again, another home that is sustained damage there to the rear of the home, 1408 Lockman Lane.
You know, Khalid was talking about that hissing. That's probably the sound that we heard. We weren't sure what it was. What we're looking at now is another home that appears to be on fire here. This is at the Glen Haven, I believe, the 1000 block of Glen Haven. As you can see, firefighters doing some sort of structure protector. They're about to go into the backyard, obviously, to check out the situation there. But just to the right of the screen is where you see the fire there. Okay, and we have with us on the phone as well CHP Officer Luis Quintero. Officer, can you give us an idea of what you're doing at this point in terms of helping with a fire?
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for having me. At this point, CHP assistance has been requested to assist with closures in the area of the Pacific Palisades area. We do have on the north end, at Pacific Coast Highway, we have all lanes closed at Las Flores Road. And on the south end, we have all lanes closed at Topanga Canyon Road. We are moving officers in the area. We're going to push people back even further south on the south end. So we're just advising people to stay out of the area. You won't be able to utilize Pacific Coast Highway at this moment. You're going to have to use 405 and the 101 as alternate routes.
Officer, can you give us, we talk about the PCH here. It's a major thoroughfare. As we're looking at a house here, we're trying to get a location on this as well. Can you give us an idea of how far that stretches on PCH that it's closed down?
It's not too far from the actual fire, which is why our officers are actually working on pushing that closure down south to, I believe it's Temescal Canyon Road. There was actually also talks about closing all lanes on the 10th freeway at 4th Street. That hasn't happened yet, but we are trying to push people back further south away from this fire.
And possibly closing those lanes at 4th Street on the 10 freeway. Is that imminent, perhaps, or are we talking down the road here?
This probably down the road. There was talks about doing that. However, fires are unpredictable at this point. We're still analyzing the situation. We're trying to get officers in positions as we speak. We're still analyzing to see what's going to happen. The high winds aren't helping the situation as well. However, we'll keep the people informed.
All right, so you're advising people, obviously, to stay out of the area. There are road closures in place. Don't use PCH. Only use the 405 and 101 at this point. And perhaps some closures here on the 10 freeway at 4th Street. Again, we will stay up to date with you on that to get that clarification.
Officer, before you go, can you speak to the wind situation and the freeway system throughout Southern California right now? Any advice for people who may be out driving? I know the wind comes and goes, but we're talking about gusts anywhere from 80 to 100 miles an hour. Are you advising truck drivers to pull over? What are you telling people?
We're advising drivers to be aware, be very careful of your driving, especially in these high wind conditions. slow your speed. That's the biggest thing. Speed is a huge factor when it comes to traffic collisions or vehicles overturning. If you are driving a high-profile vehicle, whether it's a caravan, a semi-truck, or just a big van, it's important that you reduce that speed, especially during the connector roads. And just be aware of flying debris as well. These high winds do tend to kick up trash and could cause a collision or a major incident.
All right, to Officer Luis Quintero with the CHP. Again, we appreciate your time here this afternoon. I'm sure we'll lean back in on you here as the hour progresses. All right, folks, we are continuing to monitor this fire here and keep a very close eye on this breaking news out of the Pacific Palisades here right now. I believe we still have Chief Sam Giovanna with us. Chief Sam, are you with us?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
We talk about with the officer there with the CHP, those road closures on PCH, advising folks only to use the 405 and 101, and now possibly there's talk of some closures on the 10 freeway. Yeah, there's, need a lot of access for fire apparatus and equipment coming in, and people need to have open pathways to escape. The access and egress is so important right now. So this is just going to escalate, Michael, especially with the weather forecast, with the winds increasing. And like I said earlier, go ahead, Colleen.
Chief Sam, we're going to put you on hold for just a moment again. Apparently, we are going back to where Khalid was just a moment ago. Our Karma Dickerson has arrived on scene as well. We'll get back to them in a moment. But Chief Sam, when you see the smoke throughout the area, this is just the one fire. You see white smoke, you see black smoke. Can you explain the significance for viewers, please?
Yeah, that's a good point, Colleen, because a lot of people think that just because you see white smoke on a brush fire that there's water on it, it's going out. Light grassy fuels are going to put white smoke up. Heavier fuels that have oils in them, they're going to be a lot darker in the smoke. So you're going to see a combination of both.
All right, Chief Sam, we now have Karma Dickerson back live on our scene. Here, Karma, you are exactly where Khalid was. We spoke with him not too long ago. Possible talk of a gas leak here where you are.
Yes, we can hear that hissing just going on over my shoulder behind me. As a matter of fact, the first thing that happened as I got on scene is Khalid pulled me back a little bit and he said, stay clear, there's a gas leak, and firefighters are working to work around it. So you can imagine what a dangerous situation on top of a dangerous situation they have here on Lockman. Let me show you the scene that we have here behind us. The sun is up, the sky is a little bit more clear, and it gives us a picture of the destruction that we have of a couple of homes here. The gas leak coming from the house over to the left. If you listen carefully, you can hear the difference between the gas leaking and the fire hoses going. They're doing their best to work around that, and so that's just a little bit of what's going on here along on this street. As you know, I came to you from Palisades Drive, and trying to make my way here was pretty extraordinary, navigating all of the different roadblocks and trying to make my way up the road. I ultimately had to come through a fire road that, honestly, when I got to it, there was so much smoke, I didn't feel comfortable driving it, so had to hike part of the way in. And as I did that, I encountered many neighbors who were expressing their concerns and their fears, because they feel that this is an area that it's not easy to get in and out of. And so when you have major thoroughfares like Palisades Drive or the fire lane inaccessible, they feel a little bit trapped. On the one hand, they're told to get out. On the other hand, there are not a lot of ways to safely do so. So met many people trying to navigate whether or not they should leave or stay or pass a roadblock, and what the best practice is at this point. Taking a look, it looks like that fire has flared up right here in the window. Again, there are firefighters on scene that are in that house trying to fight back those flames, but every time a wind gust comes up, that's another opportunity for those flames to just take over more, like what we're seeing right here.
Would not have expected that. We thought this was out.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is not the only scene of this sort that I saw making my way through the neighborhood. Saw another home, at least 3 others that were in a really similar state. Firefighters doing what they could, but fires in attics, fires in roofs, fires that were in backyards that were clearly starting to take over homes. And so on the other hand, you have homes that are completely untouched. So it's really a house-to-house situation, and that's how firefighters are treating that, as a property-by-property approach to just trying to see what they can save and what they can protect at this point.
All right, Karma Dickerson reporting live for us at the scene of that gas leak on Lockman Lane. Karma, stand by if it's safe. We'll get back to you in just a couple of minutes. Right now it's 2 o'clock, and you are watching the NBC4 News live breaking coverage of this wildfire burning now in Pacific Palisades. Right now, this fire has burned at least 200 acres. That number we expect to be updated pretty soon. It could go up. We expect it to go up. We've seen several homes on fire there, people scrambling to get out of harm's way. Evacuation orders are now in effect.
Yeah, schools are being evacuated in the Pacific Palisades because of this fire. Now, Palisades Charter Elementary School, Marquez Charter Elementary. Students will be moved to Brentwood Elementary Science Magnet, Paul Revere Charter Middle School. Students there are being taken to University High School Charter. Now, schools are obviously in communication directly with those families. If you have any questions, you can call the LAUSD Family Hotline. That number is 213-443. If we can pull down the prompter here just a second so I can read the rest of that number. Again, 213-443-1300.
Actor James Woods has been posting videos from his neighborhood on X. Here's what he had to say. And I'm quoting here, "We are blessed to have LA fire and police departments doing their job so well. We are safe and out. There are several elementary schools in the neighborhood there. There was an enormous community effort to evacuate the children safely. Cannot speak more highly of LA Fire and LAPD." And certainly a lot of people feel that way when they see the job they've been doing on this fire and every other fire leading up to this.
Absolutely. Well, when I go down to NBC4's Alex Rozier live, I believe, Alex, you're there on Glen Haven.
Yes, Michael, we are at Glen Haven and Lockman. I want to give you a live look behind us. The wind has just been going, and it's moved from a slower wind to big gusts here. Right now, you can see on the branches of that tree, give you a little bit of a sense of what we're experiencing right now. But Stuart, who we earlier, backyard of his mother-in-law's home, and we've been watching to the east here. It's a bit tricky to see now in this smoke-filled sky, but in the distance directly to the east, there are a few homes, and over the last 10 to 15 minutes, we have watched flames surround those homes, and it's hard to make a distinction between if the home is on fire or if it's the yard directly behind the home. Either way, the homes are definitely threatened by the flames that continue to pop up here. We've been out here for the last about hour and a half, keeping an eye on the conditions here, and the wind is swirling and it's moving in every direction, and just when you think you might catch a break, it picks up once more. Let's walk you out to the street here to give you a sense of what we've been seeing in this neighborhood, and you can see a few cars, and that's what we've been seeing throughout the day, is that we've been seeing a couple of cars that have been leaving at a fast speed, but for the most part, it's quiet. People seem to have been heeding the evacuation warnings, but as I noted earlier, the thing about the situation that we've experienced to this point is that you go about a mile away and there was a frantic rush to evacuate. There was a line of cars that were headed out onto Pacific Coast Highway, but as you can see here now on Lockman, it's an empty road. We have seen a variety of LA County, LA City firefighters and police department as well who have been out here to assist. So it's a coordinated effort, but it's a chaotic one right now because these winds are just so dangerous and putting so many people and homes at risk. Michael and Colleen, we'll send it back to you.
You know, Alex, before you go, I want to let people know that the acreage on this fire has just been updated to 300 acres at this point. But before we let you go, give me an idea again of the neighborhood you're in. What are the cross streets at this intersection?
Yeah, we're at Glen Haven and Lockman. I heard our photographer, Khalid Shabazz, talk earlier about Lockman and how there was, and Lockman right here. It's somewhere on this road he was seeing some homes that were immediately threatened, but we're at Glen Haven and Lockman is where we're standing, not far from a couple of schools, hundreds of homes. But Asusena, you can see in the distance, this is kind of what we've been seeing here, are just these flames that have been popping up They'd go out, there'd be crews that'd take them down, and then it'd come at a different spot. So, these homeowners that have opted to stick this out for now, they are watching anxiously. One man said, who I spoke with, said he's been here in the neighborhood for about 30 years, and never has he seen flames get this close to the homes here at Glen Haven and Lockman. Colleen and Michael, back to you.
All right, Alex, thank you. We have with us on the phone right now Margaret Stewart. She's the PIO with LA Fire. Thank you so much for joining us. We understand there's an update on the acreage, up to 300 acres now.
There is. We do have a current estimate of 300 acres. However, it is being overflown as we speak, and so we anticipate a more accurate estimate once that survey is completed.
Margaret, earlier we saw firefighters on the ground. We've seen the super scoopers out there. What other resources are being used to fight this fire?
We have over 45 fire companies from LA City. We have additional resources from our surrounding neighboring agencies, and there are air assets from CAL FIRE on scene. So it is clearly a very large response. I don't have the numbers from the outside agencies, but we have over 200 LA City firefighters assigned to this incident. And we just want to continue emphasizing the need for everyone, the entire Pacific Palisades area, to heed the evacuation order. You can see the map on LAFD.org. There's a yellow click here button, and it'll take you to the interactive map. But effectively, if you're in Pacific Palisades, you need to evacuate. LAPD has provided the evacuation route of south down Palisades Drive to Sunset, west on Sunset, which would be a right-hand turn, to PCH, and then south on PCH.
You know, Margaret, with the Franklin fire, in addition to the wind, there was a problem with all the smoke and the fact that the aerial assets couldn't even see where they were dropping. Are you using choppers? Are you running into the same problem with this one?
Right now, we have a fixed wing as the primary. We will use our helicopter resources when and where we can. I can't say specifically, how much they're able to fly at the moment, but they will be in there dropping whatever they possibly can.
Margaret, really quickly, obviously with nightfall, does the game plan change at all, and as those gusts increase later on tonight?
Our tactics don't really change night or day. We're going to continue to battle the fire in the same way. Our aircraft are able, our helicopters, if they're able to fly, they're able to fly at night, so we can continue that process. It does obviously get trickier just in terms of being up in the rugged hills and the visibility. However, we will continue to fight this fire through night and day.
You know, Margaret, you said they were overflying the area right now, looking at acreage. Is there any? Have you noticed any progress at all, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I know we're not talking containment. It's early for that. But is there any progress being made on this fire?
Unfortunately, as you know, we're under extreme fire weather with significant gusting winds. So in terms of progress on extinguishing the fire, it's in the growth phase. And we are focusing on defending structures and ensuring that life and property is protected. But we won't be able to start making progress this early in the stage, given the weather conditions.
All right, Margaret Stewart there with us of LAFD. We appreciate it. I'm sure we'll speak with you here shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you. We just hear, I guess the main nugget here out of all of this is there's been an increase in acreage. 300 acres is what
300 acres now, up from 200. And the way it's moving at this point, it's likely it will get.
It will increase, obviously.
Even bigger.
We are getting a note here, and I believe we've mentioned this before, that the LAPD is on the tactical alert, which means all officers currently on duty, they will remain on duty until further notice.
All right, do we have Karma Dickerson with us right now? Let's go out to Karma Dickerson. She's live in that Lockman Lane area where we heard about that gas leak earlier. Karma.
And that That concern is still going on right now. We can hear the hissing. Firefighters, nevertheless, doing everything they can to try to get the fire behind me under control. You'll notice the winds are still whipping, and that means flames still coming from this home, despite all of the energy and focus firefighters have put into trying to get it out. These winds, when they pick up, they're sending not just debris, but ash, leaves, everything, and it really makes those flames reach and the potential ember cast, the potential for that fire to spread. We have seen firefighters moving in and out of this area, law enforcement keeping an eye on things. One thing to note, this particular road is key here in this neighborhood, Lockman, because it is right off the fire road, and it's one of the main ways in and out of the community. I had so many people stop and ask me, is the fire road open? Can we get through this area? And the answer is, while the road is open, you're going to encounter so many firefighters and hoses, heavy smoke, so many things blocking the roadway. It really isn't safe to try to make your way down because there isn't a safe way. You'll very easily get stuck and impede the firefighting effort. So my best advice would be, don't try to do it. Don't try to come that way down the fire road, down Lockman. This is just one of the scenes that you'll encounter. Again, those flames flaring up. Now, this is an area where we haven't seen a lot of people out on the roads, homeowners. There are still some people clearly in their homes, but most left. As Khalid has been out here on the scene, he said as he arrived, he saw people doing everything they could to get out of the neighborhood. A lot of images of people evacuating. They have had some aircraft dropping water on top of the neighborhood, so they're fighting it from the air in this neighborhood, also on the ground. And every single corner and block that you'll reach, you'll see a similar scenario with firefighters focusing on houses that have gotten flames, that have gotten heavy winds, and may even have some of those additional hazards, for example, a gas leak, and trying to isolate which properties need the most attention and focus their energies there.
All right, Karma Dickerson there live for us on the scene on Lockman Lane. Again, Karma mentioned earlier that she saw at least 3 homes on her way up to Lockman Lane that had been destroyed. So again, she's using as the backdrop of her live shot there one house that has sustained some major damage.
And you can see the winds are still very strong out there. You could hear Karma almost had trouble catching her breath. You could see the winds whipping around. To that end, we're going to call in our meteorologist, Melissa McGee, to talk about the wind situation now. Melissa, earlier you said they're going to get even stronger as we move towards the evening.
Oh, absolutely, Colleen and Michael. I mean, this is just the beginning. In a lot of communities, they're already stronger than what we're currently seeing in the Palisades. I want to show you the satellite radar imagery, or at least our visible satellite. And when we're talking about the winds, Karma was experiencing it firsthand, but I'm showing you what it looks like high up in the atmosphere. So if you look at Santa Monica, or at least the wording of Santa Monica, look off to the north and west, you could see what looks like a plume of smoke. That's not cloud formation. That is actually the smoke and the ash from the Palisades fire that we're tracking, and it's being driven by the Santa Ana winds. So you've got these northeasterly significant Santa Ana winds that are blowing from the northeast all the way down to the south and west, all the way down to the coast and to the ocean. Specifically with the Palisades fire and the weather conditions there for those that are evacuating and for the firefighters. We've got winds gusting anywhere from 16 miles per hour in the Palisades. Santa Monica Mountains, we've got winds gusting up to 52 miles per hour. And since we've been on the air since 11 o'clock and we broke in with the Palisades fire, you can see the relative humidity is starting to drop as well. We're down to 28% in the Palisades and 32% in the Santa Monica Mountains. So you've got a wind-driven fire that's really drying out the atmosphere with that strong northeasterly wind. And it's not just in the Palisades, it's everywhere. We've got relative humidity down into the teens for Lancaster, 17% in Van Nuys, and we've got relative humidity in Thousand Oaks down to 18%. That's why this red flag warning is a big concern. So it's not just an issue with the Santa Anas. The Santa Anas help to allow these fires to grow rapidly in a short amount of time, but then you're dealing with the Santa Anas and low relative humidity, which leads to extreme fire danger, and that's what we're seeing right now. And as I mentioned, it's not just for the Palisades. Look at some of these wind gusts. Ontario, 45 miles per hour. Santa Clarita in at 52 miles per hour. Van Nuys, we've got a gust up to 46. And if you look and focus your eye in between Van Nuys and Santa Clarita and look at the coloring there, when you see the whites, that's an indication of winds at 70 miles per hour or higher. Let's bring it back to the Palisades and what's next for this community. Later on this evening, we'll start to see a drop in those winds, 6 p.m. tonight to 8 o'clock tonight. The winds lower in the 30-mile-per-hour range. But like we've been saying for the start of this event, later on tonight, we're saying in between 9 p.m. and 10 o'clock tonight, the winds will re-strengthen once again, and then we've got another burst of wind from Mother Nature. So what's next in terms of our windstorm that we're tracking? For the rest of the afternoon, across the entire region, winds anywhere from 20 to 50 miles per hour, blowing debris, down trees. Power outages is a big issue. Then tonight, this is when we are anticipating the peak of the wind. So even though it's a factor right now, it's going to get stronger in a lot of spots. So overall, 60 to 70 miles per hour for the coast and the valleys. And then you've got 80 miles per hour or plus for some of our mountain communities. And then Wednesday morning, we've got another burst of that wind coming in with the Santa Ana wind event that we're tracking. This is the third particularly dangerous situation that we've tracked this season in terms of strong Santa Anas. The first one was in November. The last one is in December. And we're tracking this event today, you guys.
All right, meteorologist Melissa McGee there in the First Alert Weather Center. We want to bring in now Chief Sam DiGiovanna. And Chief Sam, we just got an update on acreage from LAFT. When we first got on the phone with you, we were saying about 20. You said 20 plus 200. Now we're up to 300 acres.
Yeah, and I won't be surprised if that even goes higher, just based on when they do their flyover to map this out. But this thing's moving fast. The winds are kicking up still and moving this fire very quickly. So I won't be surprised if that exceeds rapidly.
Chief Sam, we heard from a reporter and our photojournalist on Lockman Lane. There was a gas leak. In fact, we could hear the hissing of the gas out there. Are firefighters equipped to handle that sort of thing when they roll into a neighborhood?
Yes, they are, Colleen. They're, but a lot of times, you don't want to just, if there's a gas fire, you don't want to put the gas fire out. You just want to let that gas go, because if you try to put the fire out, if it's a gas-fed fire, let it burn. If it's not, you just try to find the gas shut off and just make sure that that is shut off. And I am concerned. I was a little worried about karma there that quick. If you can hear it like that, I would say leave the area. That would be that's my first advice. That concerns me. But yes, they are equipped to handle that.
And you should be able to smell gas, right? Doesn't the gas company mix something with that? Even if you don't hear it, you might be able to smell something that's not quite right?
They sure do. You can smell the gas. Now, I know the winds are blowing and it may dissipate very quickly, but if you can hear it, there's a gas leak, keep your distance from it.
Yeah, Chief Sam, we obviously, crews are moving out of the area by the advice of LAFT. But again, this was something obviously that would be called in to the local gas company. They would be in, I guess, the agency to turn this gas off. Firefighters can, again, continue to let it burn, but it's the gas agency that would have to come in and actually handle this issue.
Exactly, and that's exactly what we do. When we have a gas leak, either in a structure or outside from a broken gas line, we always contact the gas company and have them respond. We do have the capability to shut it off at the meter or at the street, but sometimes it's broken, and we just have to let it run its course until evacuate their area, set up a perimeter, and let the gas company do their job.
Chief Sam, as we approach later in the evening, nightfall, we heard from meteorologist Melissa McGee that the winds will no doubt pick up. What would be the strategy as we move forward now?
Well, it's very similar to what LA Fire's PIO said, that the game doesn't change much. It just gets more difficult, Colleen, just because it's nightfall, there's power outages. And just imagine if nighttime and you have no street lights, no lights whatsoever, it's challenging just enough to drive your streets, much less when you have winds of this magnitude and a fire of this size moving through a neighborhood. Very, very difficult.
They talked about, LAFD talked about how many personnel are actually on this fire. 45 fire companies just from the city of LA alone, relying on neighboring areas and their fire apparatus as well as their firefighters. They're getting, those fire assets from CAL FIRE. seems pretty significant in terms of resources, in your opinion, based on what you're seeing here?
It does. I actually even saw, it looked like I saw an engine from Newport Beach there. So they have resources, I'm sure, from San Diego and as far up as Santa Barbara. So bringing in a lot of resources, try to put this fire out as quickly as possible, which is going to be difficult with these winds. And as I mentioned earlier, we're very fortunate right now. This is the only significant injury. I'm very surprised, and I don't want to jinx myself by saying this, that there's not another one of this magnitude.
Talk to us about evacuations here. People have been advised to evacuate the area. Some were advised early on to shelter in place. How important is it? I mean, when you look at the smoke here, describe to us what it's like to be on scene and try to get out through this.
Yeah, it's very difficult. The winds, the power is out, the debris, the smoke. It is difficult. And Colleen, you know probably more than anyone, that's a big pet peeve with me is people not taking the warning serious. They stay and they wait too long. It puts them in danger, it puts firefighters in danger, and it contributes to the spread of the fire.
And we have seen, you know, throughout the course of our coverage here from different vantage points, folks actually heeding that warning and getting out. We talked to a son who was helping his mother leave a house on, I believe it was Lockland Lane. We saw another gentleman here helping his mother-in-law. So again, folks are heeding the warning. That's exactly what you want to hear. But on the flip side of that, Chief Sam, we just saw a guy in Alex Rozier's live shot standing on top of his roof, and we were wondering what's going through his mind right now.
Yeah, and I see that often, Michael, and they're up there in shorts. And like I said earlier, the most seasoned veteran professional firefighters with years on the job can still get injured and do get injured wearing personal protective equipment, much less a homeowner in their pants and a T-shirt just looking around or with a garden hose. That garden hose is no match for it. Pre-treating your roof is about as good as stepping out of the shower, like I mentioned earlier, and putting a hairdryer on your hair for 5 minutes. It's going to get bone dry very quickly. Evacuate. And one thing I also saw is you saw cars driving around, and I saw several running right over the fire hose. You know, that's just so irresponsible. You have firefighters fighting fire, running over a fire hose. The hose can burst, and that firefighter or those firefighters fighting the fire now have no water. You're endangering their lives.
So, Chief Sam, what do you do if you roll up on someone and there is a hose across the street there? You get out, try to lift it over the car? I mean, if it's the only way out, what should you do?
Well, if you do have to drive over the hose, you know, at least if you can, let them know, I need to get over this hose. Drive very slowly over it. If you have to, in an emergency, drive slowly, but avoid it if all possible.
All right, Chief Sam, we want to just put you on pause here for just a second, and we've split screened here this for you. That shot there on the right is actually from a camera positioned in Playa del Rey, from what I understand. And Colleen, you mentioned when you first came on, doesn't matter where you are in the city,
you can see this.
You can see it.
I was driving in here about 1 o'clock this afternoon on the 134 at the high point, and I could look towards that direction over Griffith Park Observatory, and you could see a plume of smoke, mixed black smoke and white smoke on top, just like this. Even when I got down sort of in the flats of the 134, continuing on, you could see this fire almost anywhere. And Michael, as we're seeing, pretty much the same problem they had with the Franklin fire in Malibu. The smoke is the issue. The smoke is laying down out there. It's hard for choppers to get in. It's hard for the aerial assault. It's hard for people to see where they're going.
Yeah, well, this firefight obviously continues. An update on the acreage here from 200 to 300 acres. We just got that from LAFD about 10 or so minutes ago. They have 45 fire companies from LA City Fire alone, which equates to about 200 city firefighters on this. We have fixed wing aircraft from CAL FIRE. So again, putting as many resources as possible on this fire in the Palisades.
And it bears repeating, you know, PCH, which is a main thoroughfare out there, is shut down. It's closed between Temescal Canyon and Las Flores Canyon Boulevard. Also Topanga Canyon, that route that goes really from Malibu into the valley and the 101, that is closed except for evacuation orders there. The westbound 110 at the McClure Tunnel is also closed to prevent some of the traffic jams out there that we saw early on.
Yeah, we also heard from an officer with the CHP who says possibly a possible closure there on the 10 freeway at the 4th Street exit. So again, this is something that may or may not come down later on, but we, of course, will keep you updated on what is happening. Again, a split screen of what's happening here in the Palisades right now, a 300-acre plus fire burning as our coverage began just after 11 o'clock here this morning. Two
of the neighborhoods that seem to be affected the most from what we're seeing is Lockman Lane. We saw at least 2 homes destroyed there. One was gone. That's where we saw that major gas leak this afternoon. That was in the 1300 block. Also Glen Haven and Lockman. That's where Alex Rozier was standing by, showing people, some of them trying to get out of the area, and some of them, as you pointed out, trying to stay and save their homes.
Right, you know, and we also had Carmen Dickerson, who actually, to some degree, parked their car, drove, or actually walked up, I believe it was Lockman Lane. She mentioned that she saw about 3 other homes that have been either damaged or destroyed as she made her way up to her live shot there at the 1300 block of Lockman. We're getting a new update now. Winston, can you give me that one more time?
What's the number? Wow.
772 acres, this coming now from CAL FIRE.
That has more than doubled since we talked about it, what, 20, 25 minutes ago?
Right.
We have with us on the phone right now Lacey Nouri. She's a friend of one of our reporters here, Brittany Hope, who was in the area. Brittany, are you, Nouri, are you with us? Lacey.
Hi, how are you? Yes.
I think I ran the gamut on names there, didn't I? All right.
That's okay. It's all right. I respond to anything.
Okay, good, good, good. Well, thanks for joining us. Talk to us about your experience out there today.
I'm around 40. See out my window what black plumes of smoke. LA native, pretty to what fire looks like. So to my husband, said, hey, there's a brush fire near us. I think it was on New Year's Day. There's a fire in that same spot. So I kept watching it. I walked outside. I live off of Palisades and continued to monitor it, and it slowly, 15 to 20 minutes, started to grow, started and I texted and said, hey, this fire is moving fast. So, yeah, that was my experience with this thing.
You know, Lacey, we're having a slight problem with your cell service there, understandably so. Again, so you live on, you said Glen Haven?
No, we live off of Palisades Drive. Can you hear me better now?
Much better. Yes, thank you.
Sorry about that.
Okay, Palisades Drive. So you, according to Brittany, we had her on earlier, you were the friend who heeded that warning even before there was any type of evacuation order or any discussion of an evacuation order.
Yes, that's right. At around 10:40, I saw the black plumes of smoke start to erupt, like really small, very small compared to what it is now. And I'm an LA native, so I'm pretty accustomed to what a fire looks like. So I texted my husband and I texted Brittany immediately.
And what did you do? You've evacuated the area?
Yes. I mean, so once I saw that smoke, I kind of took I was on standby a little bit, but I saw it grow pretty rapidly between 15 to 20 minutes. I packed up the car. I grabbed my necessary documents and any kind of valuables of that nature just to make sure I was ready to go in the event of an evacuation. And then I think it was around maybe 11 or 12. That's when it really started to get serious, and we heard that there was multiple fires in the area, and I grabbed everything as fast as possible, hopped in the car, and then waited on Palisades Drive. I did attempt to go down Palisades Drive, but it was like a tornado of fire all around me. So the firefighters were there telling us to turn around. I sped back up the mountain and honestly just waited it out until I felt like, we were good to go, and then got the green light to come down the mountain.
You know, Lacey, not to make light of this, but you are a firefighter's dream in terms of, being prepared, having what you needed, and getting out
and
even
taking
before.
orders.
Yeah, exactly. Taking ownership of what you need to do. Again, so when you made it down and you were told to go back up, what were you thinking at that point?
I felt like I was in a video game, to be honest with you. It didn't feel like real life. That it was fire whipping all around me. I couldn't believe it. I had to evacuate when there was the Woolsey fire and several other fires in the past. I've never, ever been this scared or this close to a fire like this before.
Lacey, does it seem to be moving away from your area now?
It seems like it's going towards the ocean, and not going up towards the valley. It seems like it's going towards the ocean. Now, when I did actually get down, there were cars parked on the sidewalks like it was an apocalypse, and just sporadic little fires everywhere. I'm just so glad to have gotten out, even though it's not coming towards me.
Lacey, you mentioned the Woolsey fire. You had to evacuate then. This, I assume, is your second time. Will you continue to live in the area?
I'm sorry, what was that question again?
I said you've evacuated before. You mentioned this, and it sounds hellish, what you went through trying to get out. Will you continue to live in that area?
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, is like, that's the beauty of where we live. I love the location. I love being close to the water. It's kind of a trade-off, to be honest with you. We know, and we've known ever since we moved into this house, that fire is a concern. But if it's not fire, then if we live somewhere else, it could be tornadoes. So it's kind of just the trade-off with where we live, in my opinion.
You know, over the course of time, Lacey, since you first made contact with our colleague and your friend Brittany, this fire has grown from 20 to 200, 300, and now 772 acres. Based on the fact that you're there witnessing this all, are you at all surprised by how fast this fire has moved and how fast it has grown?
Oh, 100%. I mean, I feel like it was within seconds, where I thought it was just isolated in one location, and then seconds later, I'm, being told it's in another location. I think that's the scariest part. At a certain point, I thought, okay, maybe it might be safer at my house, but just, again, seeing how fast the fire moves, and it moves from one tree to the next tree like it's magic, I just was like, you know what, like, this does not make sense. Everything in my house is replaceable. I just need to get out of here. So, yes, definitely very scary with how fast it moves and how unpredictable it is.
Lacey, talk to us a little bit about community there. You mentioned you're in a home up there. Are neighbors looking out for neighbors? Did people stay behind? What did you see when you came back to the neighborhood?
Yes, I was hanging out in my neighbor's driveway, actually, talking to him about like his thoughts and what he, was experiencing, because he was a Palisades native specifically. And then, it was a lot of camaraderie with my neighbors saying like, hey, it's blocked off again. Don't go down there. Like, it was at least like 6 or 7 of us discussing like what our next steps were. And really, we have a close-knit community. So I will say, like, we're all here for each other, and all the neighbors were like working together on like what we were going to do next.
Yeah, the fact that you, you took your own personal advice, you listened to your gut and your husband, and you got out of there. And your property and your family and everyone within the area, all safe at this point?
Yeah, we're all safe. I've got my 2 dogs in the back seat, my German Shepherd and my Husky. They're pretty upset they're not at home, but I think they'll thank me later. And my husband is also safe. He's driving towards me now. So I feel good about my decision, and everything is replaceable, not myself or my dogs or my husband. So,
Lacey, anything you would do differently moving forward in terms of
moving forward?
Yeah, protection of the house, neighborhood, anything like that.
Differently moving forward, I would say, just advice for anyone, always have copies of your documents ready in one singular location. Like, know where everything is, and I don't think I really would do anything different. Maybe leave like 10 minutes earlier, honestly. I feel like just 10 minutes would have made me not get stuck up there for so long. But I would say, just from like a document perspective and all your valuables, like keeping those in one place is definitely key.
All right. Lacey, Nori, thank you so much for your time and this experience and taking us through what you have been through here since early this morning. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Glad to hear that you're safe.
It is one thing to hear from firefighters about what you should do, but sometimes when you hear it firsthand from someone like Lacey about what she did and how she did the right thing, it resonates a little bit more.
I think she's going to be the new LAFD spokesperson
there
now,
you go.
in terms of what to do.
Right about that,
because she just nailed it from start to finish. All right, so we want to bring in now meteorologist Melissa McGee, obviously keeping a very close eye on what is happening and what's to come. Melissa?
Yeah, that's right, Michael and Colleen. It's a dangerous situation in the sense that we're dealing with these Santa Ana winds. So something sparks the fire, and then we've got weather conditions. In this case, the Santa Ana winds that help the fire get bigger, faster, and more dangerous. And it's dangerous because those Santa Anas, as we look at this satellite loop, this is a 2-hour loop, it really gives you a clear picture of what's going on. If you look and take your eye just to the west of LA, you can see we've got this area. It looks like clouds, but this is actually our satellite imagery picking up the smoke in the atmosphere. And it's all because of those Santa Ana winds. So we've got those winds coming in really strong, so fast out of the northeast, dropping through the mountains, the canyons and passes, and in this case, through the basin all the way down to the coast there in the Palisades. And that's why we're dealing with those strong winds. We just spoke to the young lady who said now it looks like the smoke is moving toward the coast, and that's exactly right in terms of Santa Ana wind formation. And it's not just in the Palisades. We've got strong winds everywhere. Van Nuys gust up to 46 miles per hour. Santa Clarita gusting up to 55 miles per hour. Haven't really touched on Orange County and the IE, but still very strong there as well. Santa Ana winds gusting up to 40 miles per hour. Riverside 41, Ontario 45 miles per hour. Bringing it back to the Palisades, you could see not only do we have the winds, but strong relative humidity that's lowering too, guys.
All right, Melissa, thank you for that. Our Camilla Rambaldi is live at Glenhaven Drive and Lockman Lane. That's an area where we saw a lot of smoke, and it's still going on out there. Camilla.
Colleen, Melissa, talking about those strong winds, those gusts, it has only increased here at this hour. You could just tell from our live shot just how intense the wind is, and you can see the plumes of smoke here behind us taking over this hillside. Left, you can also see some of those active flames up here on the hillside, and you can just see in our live shot and just hear just how powerful these winds are, and that has just been the biggest concern for this area, moving this wind in every direction. Low visibility, and also just the air quality has only decreased here in the last few hours. So very difficult to breathe right now, but you can just see just the amount of smoke that is accumulating here from this fire. We're here off of Glenhaven Drive and Lockman Drive. Earlier we saw several people using hoses to just put water on their homes, taking any steps they can to protect their property. Earlier in the afternoon, I also saw several people trying to evacuate, but as we've been reporting this afternoon, Sunset Boulevard here at a gridlock, so it's so hard to get out with people stuck in traffic back to back. Colleen?
Yeah, well, Camilla, I'll pick it up from here. Camilla, so we have had a couple of other reporters there near or around the same location you are right now. Are there folks still in the neighborhood, cars coming in and out? What are you seeing?
I am still seeing some cars come through, not as much as earlier. You know, obviously people have started to leave, but there's still some people coming through. Earlier we were on, I believe it was Carmel Avenue, and you could still see some homeowners in the area trying to figure out, you know, what to do, their next steps as they saw this massive plume of smoke just behind their home. So obviously having to take that immediate action and that concern with
Camilla,
these powerful winds that continue to pick up.
Well, talk to us a little bit about the winds. Are they picking up out there right now? Describe what it was like when you arrived on scene to where it is right now.
When I first got here, just about around noon, the winds weren't as strong, and just in the last, I'd say 20 minutes that we've been here in this area, specifically on Lockman Lane and
all right, so
I heard her correctly. It's like they are picking up right now.
Yeah, she said within the last 20 minutes or so, those winds out there in the Palisades, Pacific Palisades, have actually picked up. Melissa, we want to bring you in now to, you know, sort of piggyback on what Camilla is saying at this point.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's so hard just with reception because of the winds in that area. It's a big concern, and we're starting to see the winds pick up at this moment. Earlier, we were talking about gusts in the Palisades in the teens. Now we're at 24 miles per hour. Topanga Beach, 35 miles per hour. Santa Monica Mountains, and at 60 miles per hour. And these winds continue to get stronger in that area. They're coming through the mountains, through the canyons and passes, all the way down to the beach. And the Palisades community here. Also starting to see the relative humidity drop as well. When we first came on the air and told you about the Palisades fire, relative humidity was anywhere from 35 to about 45%. And because those strong Santa Anas are coming in from the northeast, quickly racing through those canyons and passes, that air compresses, it warms at the surface, and it dries at the surface, and that's drying out the atmosphere as well. I want to show you what's going on with the fire speed, because when we first went on the air, in terms of acreage, this was about 200 acres, and you can see it's more than 700 acres at this hour. So as fires move uphill, they spread and they move rapidly. Every 10 degree of slope, the fire will double in speed. So essentially, you've got the rising heat from the flames preheating the fuel out ahead of it up the slope, causing it to ignite even faster. So let's talk about the Santa Ana wind event. What's next? What does this mean for everyone in Southern California? Because this is a dangerous situation in the sense that the winds are so severe for a prolonged period of time. Looking at the pictures there on the left, you could see that Santa Ana wind is just blowing that smoke in erratic directions right now. And then look at this. We've got what looks like a Porsche there and a structure, perhaps a vehicle fire. Excuse me, a structure fire as well, with some hot spots in the area. So those Santa Ana winds are blowing these embers long distances. In terms of the strength of the winds and what we are anticipating, winds anywhere from 60 to 80 miles per hour. We could find gusts in the mountains, 80 miles per hour or higher. Some isolated spots even stronger than that. Widespread impact, multiple regions affected, including these wind-sheltered spots. And the duration, it's today right through Thursday, peaking later on tonight into Wednesday. You could see, just looking at those live pictures, Colleen and Michael, what that Santa Ana wind is doing to conditions out there in terms of that vegetation. There will likely be lots of hot spots. It's not just containment with the actual fire, but then you've got some hot spots in between all of that fuel as well.
Sure, and we're talking about these winds. They're really blowing those embers forward, and that's what's keeping the fire moving. We're going to go back right now to Alex Rozier. Alex, are you still at Glenhaven and Lockman in that area, or you look like you've moved a little bit?
Yeah, so we're at Glenhaven and Lockman, but the challenge that I've expressed throughout the day and that families out here and that we're dealing with is that the connectivity, the cell phone service is very weak out here. So this is one intersection where we do have service. Let's walk you out here, though. This door is going to swing open. There's a roof that appears to be on fire there in the distance. As we look directly to the east, we again are at Glenhaven and Lockman. You can see the flames that are coming from that roof right there. We've been watching this for the last 5 minutes after we arrived back at this intersection. And this story continues to change by the minute because the winds change by the minute. And depending on where you are, it could be a quarter mile away. It's a very different situation than where we are. So speaking of that, as I mentioned, the cell phone connectivity is weak. I'm trying to get a piece of video back to our newsroom, but the service is, I want to show you what we saw at Enchanted Way and Scenic Place, and I'm going to show you it on my cell phone because that's my only option right now. But there's a home here that is completely in flames. Again, this at Enchanted Way and Scenic Place, and the home that is next door to this property is also on fire right now. This home about a quarter mile from where we are standing. And the thing about this is that, you know, the home across the street hasn't even been touched at all. And to see if this video continues here, but you can see the flames are raging at this place, at this home specifically. But yeah, so that is about a quarter mile from where we are, again, at Glenhaven and Lockman. You can see this property in the distance. That roof is on fire, so there's just a lot happening in a very dangerous situation that continues right now. Colleen, we'll send it back to you.
You know, Alex, we heard from the LAFD that at least 30 vehicles were just left abandoned at Sunset and Palisades. They're going to have to be moved by the county with a dozer. Did you see any of that as you were trying to make your way into the neighborhoods?
Yeah, I think that there's a number of people who have made a decision here to just leave with potentially someone else. But as Azucena, let's turn you around and walk you back out to the street, and we'll show you what we can see from the street here, because there are people who have made the decision to leave some of their vehicles. And the other part, you know, we've talked about it throughout the day, but the thing that complicates this is this happened in the middle of the workday when a lot of people already were at work, and it happened in the middle of the school day when there were a lot of kids at school. But you can see this road specifically looks a bit empty right now, but it's family by family. The decisions that they made, whether they left their vehicles or what they grabbed. But it's very quiet here now as people likely are watching anxiously and nervously to find out how this is going to play out, guys.
All right, Alex Wazir live for us there. We want to now turn our attention to NBC4's Karma Dickerson. She's live near a home that is actually burning right now. A strategic firefight going on right now here, Karma.
Firefighters doing everything they can to save every home that they can. And just minutes ago, flames erupted at this one on Lockman Lane. Now, there had previously been a fire in the back of the home, but a big gust of wind came and then the flames shot up. And you can see they're doing everything they can to beat it back. There are firefighters on all sides of this thing. We watched as they rushed in as the new black smoke erupted from this home. They're working on it, but they recognize, you know, that this is a really challenging situation. So much so, we want to give you an idea of what they tried to do once they realized that the flames were going to overtake this house. We walked up as they were in the midst of pulling these items from the home. Now, you can see right here, this is a large clock. Here, a large, what looks like an antique, very beautiful family clock here on the ground. There are also photo albums that the firefighters pulled from the home just minutes before the flames overtook it, because they said that they felt like they at least wanted to save something as they realized that these flames were overtaking the home. We can't really tell what exactly led to the flames flaring up as they did, besides the heavy winds that came through. But you can see even through the windows the glow of the orange, showing that the fire is moving from the back of the property closer and closer and closer to the front of it. And so that work continues right now. Now, the interesting thing is we passed this home maybe 5 minutes before, and we didn't see anything like this. So it shows how quickly things can change here. It really seemed that there was nothing in particular happening at this home. We went past it up the street, and then we turned around, and we saw that heavy black smoke. And actually just in front of us, we've had a big leaf from a palm tree fall from those heavy winds. So we're going to try to readjust and stay clear of this tree. Khalid, if we can maybe move a little bit further this way so we're not right underneath that tree. So as the fire is one hazard, there's still the heavy wind creating other hazards here on the ground. A reminder that if you are still home, if you are still in the area, or if you're in any area where there's heavy winds, there
obviously we're having issues. Everybody is out there because we're on cell service out there, and everybody's on their cells out there today trying to communicate with people. But we're talking about the smoke and how far away you can see it. I saw it from the 134. We showed you pictures from Playa del Rey. This is a picture of downtown LA, I believe. That's what we see in the background here.
Wow, barely see it in the background there, that is for sure. Here on the right is a camera here from Playa del Rey, positioned there. So two very starkly different views here of the fire, depending on where you are in the city.
What's interesting about Karma's situation with that house on fire is we've been in that neighborhood several times. Nothing else around that house is on fire.
Yeah.
There were 2 other homes just down the way that caught fire and were destroyed, but everything else seemed to be okay. You would almost get a false sense of security that things were moving out of the area and the wind was taking the fire somewhere else.
We talked about this with Chief Sam earlier today, and even though it might not be happening in your particular neighborhood, there is no safe zone and a fire zone, essentially. So again, he talked about how those embers could be carried by these gusts of wind gusts of 3 to 4, 5 miles away. So again, no one is safe. No one is immune to what is happening here.
A lot of people evacuated in the area. Joining us on the phone right now is Mimi Teller. She's the communications manager for the Red Cross LA region. Mimi, you with us?
Yes, I am. How are you?
We're good. How are you? Talk to us a little bit about what the Red Cross is doing with this fire.
So we are currently opening up, or transitioning, I should say, the current evacuation center in Westwood at 1350 Sepulveda Boulevard. It's been an evacuation center for the last few hours, but now we are transitioning it to a shelter, and it's going to provide a safe place along with snacks and water for anyone who's affected.
When you say transitioning now to a shelter, is this for overnight accommodations as well?
That's correct, yes. And there's hot showers, too.
All right. So folks have been evacuated. Either they've been evacuated because they had to or because they wanted to. Have you seen a stream of people come to this location?
I'm not at the location yet, and we just pulled the trigger maybe 20 minutes ago, so it'll take us at least an hour and a half to get it ready to accept folks. So we'll have somebody on the ground there in about an hour, so we'll have more information at that point.
Mimi, what about pets and small animals and things of that nature? Will they be allowed at the shelter as well?
So right now, since it's still very, very early days, we haven't heard what the status is. If we are able to accept the small domestic pets, we do ask that they are in a carrying case or a crate or, their little tag-along carriers. But we will have more information on that all shortly. I mean, this has all just been happening in the last 30 minutes as far as the request coming into us.
Already?
We've been on standby, but now the details are coming in.
Yeah, standby. And again, you're already within 20 to 30 minutes of establishing this shelter, talking about transitioning it now into an overnight shelter for these folks. You guys stand at the ready. You don't need to get ready. You stay ready.
That's correct, and we've actually been ready since Saturday night for this. We already had our shelter trailers positioned in the area as soon as we heard this fire started this morning, and we've all been on standby, ready to do exactly what we're doing now, provide safety for those affected.
Mimi, I don't know how long you've been with the Red Cross, but historically, are you seeing many more situations where the Red Cross is being called to assist than you ever have?
Yes, and not just more situations, but bigger, costlier, more damaging situations. So we all know we just had the Malibu fire less than a month ago. So yeah, this is 2 big fires in less than a month already in our area.
Okay, if you can talk about the shelter here for a second, in terms of what people can expect when they get there, how many folks can you accommodate? What can we tell our viewers?
So again, it's early days. I don't know the shelter population, but we usually anticipate at least being able to house 50 to 100 people initially. We have a full staff there. They're going to make sure everyone's comfortable. There's cots, there's blankets. We will provide 3 meals a day, and most importantly, information. Information if they need to connect with loved ones, and also information on the status of their homes.
Maybe when people show up at these shelters, what do they tell you when they see you?
A lot of people are in shock, and some people are so numb, they just, I barely got out, I barely got my pet, and unfortunately sometimes they're not able to get their pets. So we do urge people, if they think they might have to evacuate, get their pets in one room and close the doors so they know where they are. But usually we see people in shock, and we just want to give them comfort and let them know that we are there and we will support them through this experience.
Okay, of course, you guys are likely a lifeline for them in terms of providing information that they need, perhaps want, and again, in addition to the accommodations, the meals, the full staff, the whole nine. Before we let you go, Mimi, anything you would like our viewers to know about the work that the Red Cross has provided, what you do, and how they can benefit from it?
Well, what we do is available to anybody who needs help. So anyone who's affected, it doesn't matter your status at all. Please, we are there to help you. Please come, and you will be safe, you'll be comforted, and be prepared, and download our emergency app, and you'll get alerts and more information on what to do in situations like this.
All right, Mimi Teller with the Red Cross, thanks so much for your time and all the work that you do.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I believe on the right side of the screen, what we're seeing right now is the shot from Karma Dickerson, or is that the left side? She's on the left side where firefighters are tackling that fire at the house. Karma, are you with us?
Hold on a second.
Karma, you back with us?
I'm sorry?
Well, we can tell you her location. Maybe we can establish contact with her. This is right at Glen Haven and Lockman. It's a place where we've seen, Michael, at least 2 other houses. This may be a 3rd one. Karma's back with us now? Or not?
All right. Well, interestingly enough, what stuck out to me about Karma's last live hit, and that was the fact that she said they had passed that house about 5 minutes before, and then realized it's now up in flames. So you talk about the nature of this fire, how things can change so quickly, and that's proof of it right there.
You know, you also talk about the job that the firefighters do out there. She said they went into this house, they've removed a grandfather clock, they've removed photos so that the family, when they come back there, will have something. They carried it across the street, put it on the sidewalk there. You don't think of that in terms of the jobs that they do, but they do. They do so much more than just put out the fire.
A little extra. I mean, and we talk about not only are we dealing with the winds and the firefight at that point, but we saw with Karma there are other elements involved as well. Palm fronds falling down, you know, and again, gas leaks that we've reported on as well. So a lot of challenges, a lot of unexpected situations out there for firefighters and for those who live in and around that area.
Melissa McGee, we're going to call you back in. Are we approaching the witching hour, so to speak, for when the winds pick up out there?
In a few hours, Colleen, later on tonight, I mean, we're still expecting the most intense winds to arrive later on this evening. So the time frame we've been giving is anytime between 8, 9, 10 o'clock tonight, right through the mid-morning hours tomorrow. I want to show you the satellite imagery because this really tells a story in the sense that we're dealing with strong Santa Anas. And if you look at the wording of Los Angeles, LA, and then look off to the west, you've got this large smoke plume. So we're able to detect this fire large up, well up in the atmosphere. And that fire, or at least the smoke from the fire, is blowing from the northeast all the way down to the south and west. These are significant Santa Anas on the way, and this is the strongest Santa Ana wind event we've seen so far this season. We've got an update for you for folks living in that area. If you see the smoke and the ash in your neighborhood, we've got a wildfire smoke advisory. This has just been issued, so this will stay up until 5 p.m. on Wednesday. Santa Monica, you're included in that, in areas to the south and west for Calabasas, over into Malibu. So some wildfire safety tips for you. If you see the smoke or the ash, remain indoors, close the windows. Obviously, if you're in an evacuation situation, it's a bit of a different story for you. Do what you can to get out and get out swiftly and safely. Avoid any physical activity outside. And if you are outdoors, keep it brief and use a mask. Let's bring it back to the Palisades fire and what we're tracking in terms of the wind, the relative humidity, and those strong Santa Anas. The Palisades, we've got winds gusting up to 24 miles per hour. Topanga Beach are close to 30 miles per hour. Then look off to the north and west. In the Santa Monica Mountains, we've got winds gusting up to 54 miles per hour with sustained winds a little lower than that, but it's the gust that's the concern as we go throughout the rest of tonight. Also, something of note, and something that I've noticed since we've been on the air talking about this fire, is that the relative humidity is starting to lower significantly. Earlier today, we had relative humidity numbers anywhere from about 35 to 45%. Now we're in the low 20s. This will continue to lower later on tonight and into our Wednesday as well. Let's bring it back to what happens next for the Palisades in this community. We've got winds later on tonight that will start to peak right around that time we were talking about, around 10 o'clock, up to 44 miles per hour. There'll be a bit of a lull. I don't want people to think that they have issues with this wind event being over, but this will likely pick up once again as we get into our Wednesday morning. Let's talk about the wildfire triangle and what's fueling this fire here. We've got Santa Ana winds, we've got a topography-driven fire, a wind-fueled fire. All of the vegetation, the brush, the trees, the palm trees, and the weather helps to spread this fire fairly quickly. Relative humidity will continue to lower as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon into tonight, which is why that red flag warning has been issued right until 6 p.m. on Thursday. Strong Santa Ana winds, low relative humidity. We're seeing it right now. Rapid fire growth up to 700 acres.
All right, Melissa, thank you for that. It is now 3 o'clock. We're continuing our coverage of the Palisades fire. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Colleen Williams.
And I'm Michael Brownlee. Thank you so much for being with us. We have been on the air bringing you this live coverage since 11 a.m.
A race to escape a dangerous wildfire.
I'm seeing a lot of the same chaos along Palisades Drive as people are trying to get away from this fire.
People in Pacific Palisades forced to evacuate at a moment's notice. Homes have been destroyed.
Behind us on Enchanted Way, there's probably 4 homes that were lost.
Whipping winds fanning the flames as firefighters work to try and get a handle on this wildfire. The NBC4 News at 3 starts with breaking news.
Hundreds of homes are now in the evacuation zone. This fire is currently burning more than 700 acres in the Pacific Palisades area, prompting closures and evacuations.
An evacuation shelter has been established at Westwood Recreation Center. It's at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard. And we want to show you a map of exactly where this fire is burning. The evacuation orders been established for the fire area all the way down to Pacific Coast Highway, PCH.
Now, throughout our coverage, we have seen several homes burning, including this one here on Pacific Palisades, there on Glen Drive.
NBC4's Karma Dickerson is in the thick of things. There is a fire. Last time we checked with her, fire burning a house directly behind her. Let's check in with her once again. Karma.
Firefighters are still doing work on this home on Lockman Lane. You can see it behind me, those orange flames pouring from the windows, pouring from the roof. And this is something that really just developed in over the course of about 15 minutes. At one point there was no fire, then all of a sudden there was fire overtaking this home. I spoke with one of the firefighters working on this, and he said they're not trying to save the home. They recognize that the home is gone, but they are trying to minimize any potential damages to other neighboring properties, make sure that Embercast doesn't send the fire to the south of it, to the north of it, particularly with what neighbors are dealing with these heavy winds that are out here. And while they could not save the home, one thing I do want to note is they were able to save some of the family's keepsakes. I'm not sure if we have the video ready to show you. But as we came up, we first noticed this heavy black smoke. The first thing that caught our attention as we looked down to the ground was firefighters running out of the house carrying photo albums, carrying a grandfather clock, carrying items that looked like they were perhaps antiques or keepsakes. And I asked them what that was about, and they said, you know, at least it's something. At least they'll have something, recognizing that the way the flames were moving, the way the wind was coming, that was certainly going to overtake this house, but they could leave the family with at least just a little bit of home. I asked about these firefighters. This is Station 37 out of Westwood. This is Los Angeles Fire Department, and so they're just one of the agencies on the ground doing their part to try to save this neighborhood, save this community. Again, the concern is that with the heavy winds, those flames could easily be pushed further down this neighborhood. We have seen as we go up and down the street, we want to be clear along Lockman, certainly more that has been saved than that has been lost at this point. But as the winds shift, that can easily change, and the firefighters recognize that, making us stand property by property, doing everything they can to try to minimize the spread of the fire here. Now, in terms of conditions along this road, Lockman's also pretty key because it connects to the fire. This neighborhood wondering if they can get out of the road while the road is open, because they do need to firefighters in and out of that road. You're going to encounter fire hoses, you're going to encounter heavy smoke, you're going to encounter homes on fire. It really isn't safe to be trying to get up and down this street. Making sure you're listening to the best emergency responders in terms of what you're supposed to be doing, whether it's being in your house or evacuations. But Lockman and the fire road that people are so familiar with, it's not a safe place to get in and out of at this point. And so we're going to continue to watch as they make that stand here with this house to try to stop those flames from going any further. But again, they're up against it. It's hard to breathe. The ash is in the air. The embers are falling. So definitely making sure that if you are still in your home, you're inside and you're being safe. That's the latest from the Palisades. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Karma Dickerson live there for us. And again, the valiant effort made by those firefighters to get those belongings out of that house.
Joining us right now, once again, he's been with us all day, Chief Sam. Chief Sam, you see what we're seeing here with this smoke plume. You hear the acreage has more than doubled in just a few minutes. It's, I believe, 772 acres at this point. What goes through your mind in terms of resources for this?
Well, the first thing that goes through my mind, Colleen, is that we're fortunate there's not another fire of this magnitude burning. There's sufficient resources, but I've seen resources from as far south as Orange County on this fire. So they did call in for a lot of resources. That's what's going to help with this. But, you know, we're not out of the woods by far for the next few days, and it's only supposed to get worse. That's what concerns me.
You know, Chief Sam, we spoke with LAFD earlier today during our coverage. 45 fire companies, which is about 200 city firefighters. That's just from the city of Los Angeles, with fixed-wing aircraft there, assets there from Cal Fire. We are expecting wind gusts of about 40 to 45 miles per hour between 9 and 10 o'clock here tonight. We talked about earlier today the window slowly closing on this fixed-wing aircraft that can be used during these gusts, or these types of gusts.
Yeah, when the wind starts getting above 40, 50 miles an hour, you're going to see aircraft grounded, not to mention the fixed wing that will be grounded at night. If the winds subside a little bit, we could use the helicopters with having the night vision goggles capability so that they're able to work the fire at night. But again, that's going to depend upon the wind.
Chief Sam, if you lived in the area and you heard evacuations, but not necessarily for your area, what would you do as a homeowner, you yourself? Would you take precautions and evacuate anyway, self-evacuate?
You know, if I live close to this, knowing and the winds blowing the way they are and the forecast for a long, prolonged, yes, Colleen, I would. I would find a friend's or evacuation center, get my important documents, medication, eyeglasses, laptop, pick up and leave. You can replace your home and the valuables, but you can't replace your life.
Yeah, we spoke to a homeowner who felt exactly the same way you did, Lacey, who said, look, these valuables, these possessions can be replaced, but, you know, my life, my dog's life, my husband's life, my life cannot be replaced. So, again, heeding the warning.
Yeah, Lacey's my new poster child for evacuation. She did a great job on that, and I wish everybody would follow. And she even said, I wish I would have left 10 minutes earlier. And, you know, that can make the difference between life and death at times.
Chief Sam, we've heard about people just getting out of their cars and going. There's a report from the LAFD that at least 30 cars are just sitting empty at Palisades and Sunset. How much more difficult does that make a firefighter's job when they run into something like that?
Colleen, that makes it extremely difficult, especially that street I saw, that had 2 lanes on it. There's a lot of roads in LA and surrounding all throughout Southern California that are a lot more narrow than that. That was a wide lane, both sides, and it was gridlocked, and they had to evacuate and leave their cars because they weren't getting anywhere. So, again, it goes back to that, even like Lacey said, that 10 minutes earlier, maybe even go 20 minutes earlier, or even right now. We know the winds are going to pick up. If you think that you're in the path of this fire, why don't you just go find a friend's home or a family member's home, stay out of the area. And that does not pertain just to the Palisades fire. I'm saying that to everyone. Think right now, prepare ahead of time.
We know that this fire has grown exponentially here. LAFD telling us at one point 300 acres, Cal Fire now bumping that up to 770 acres. Based on the conditions here, Chief Sam, we shouldn't all be surprised by what we're seeing here in terms of acreage?
Not at all, Michael, and I would even I'd expect this to grow a lot more, especially as the night comes and the winds are going to pick up. This is going to grow a lot more, and unfortunately, we're going to see more homes destroyed or damaged.
You know, Chief Sam, Karma Dickerson showed us firefighters carrying out a grandfather clock, photos, things out of a house. We think of firefighters in terms of, you know, stopping the fire, protection in a neighborhood. That's a whole nother side I don't know that people think about.
I like that you brought this up, Colleen. We take this very serious. You know, we want to protect people's homes. We want to protect their lives. and we do go through, and firefighters go through the to the biggest detail and beyond what they should be doing just to protect and to take the homeowners' belongings out of their home. That may be the only thing that they have left standing or having in their home once the home is burned.
All right, Chief Sam DiGiovanni, if you can hold tight, that'd be great. We want to now bring in NBC4's Alex Rozier, who was located live there for us on Glen Haven and Lockman Lane, which has seen a lot of activity here since this morning. Alex.
Yeah, Michael, and it's tough to hear just the reality that the most intense winds have not hit yet, because there are just the images that we've been seeing over the last few hours have been so troubling. But we've had the chance to speak to people like this man's family, who his mother-in-law lived here. He was telling us, Stuart, and she's been here for the last 30 years. Never have the flames come this close to her home. I want to turn you around. We've been watching this hillside in the distance, and in the distance you can see that home that continues to burn about a quarter to a half mile from where we are right now. And that, sadly, is just one of the homes that is burning right now in the Palisades. I want to show you some video that we shot within the hour. This video we shot at Enchanted Way and Scenic Place, and we just drove down the block, and there are a couple of homes that are completely in flames. And as this fire has been throughout the afternoon, you've got right across the street, those homes have not been touched by fire, but unfortunately a few have been taken over by the flames, and that's what we were seeing right there. Again, that's about a half mile, or about a couple of blocks, quarter mile from where we are right now at Enchanted Way and Scenic Place. Let's bring you back out live here. I'm hearing some emergency vehicles. This has been, we see an ambulance. LA City Fire Ambulance. That's the first ambulance that I've seen rush up the hill during this ongoing emergency. But for the most part, it's been pretty quiet. We've seen a number of emergency responders who have been out in the neighborhood between the LAPD, LA County Fire, LAFD. But that was the first ambulance that we've seen. Occasionally, like this vehicle right here, we'll see potentially a homeowner or a neighbor who lives in the neighborhood taking off. But for the most part, it's quiet, and people are watching with anticipation here. But right now, the biggest story is this home that's in the distance, and we're going to continue to monitor this because it changes by the minute, and the winds, they are so unpredictable, and the direction of the wind is unpredictable too. So we're just hoping for the best in this story that is ongoing and dangerous right now.
All right, Alex was there live for us there at Glen Haven and Lockman. Now, we are awaiting a press conference here by fire officials here, set for 3:30. We, of course, will bring that to you live here on NBC4.
As we've heard from our reporters in the area there in the Palisades, the wind appears to be picking up. Our meteorologist, Melissa McGee, is here with more on that. And Melissa, you say it's not even the worst of it yet.
Not at all, Colleen and Michael. In fact, we're tracking the peak of those winds. They will likely move in later on tonight and into our Wednesday morning. You know, David's on deck. We've got Stephanie. Everyone's working together to give you the very latest information. We were talking about, as we're looking at the live pictures of this structure fire, this home fire, this is a perfect example when we talk about spot fires, when we're dealing with Santa Ana winds. You've got not only containment with the actual fire that's burning, but then you've got these Santa Ana winds that are bringing those winds and flying embers into different locations of unburned fuel. So this is a big concern as we track the conditions with the Palisade fire. I want to give you the very latest in terms of the observation data and what we're seeing very close to the Palisades fire here. We've got winds gusting up to 17 miles per hour in the Palisades. Santa Monica Mountains, winds gusting up to 58 miles per hour. And since we've been on the air, I've seen the relative humidity lower significantly from this morning into the afternoon hours. Earlier today, we had relative humidity numbers anywhere from 45 to about 55%, and now they're lowering into the lower teens there in Topanga Beach. So you've got all of those strong northeasterly winds moving down through the mountains, the canyons, and the passes from the northeast all the way down to the south and west, and it's really drying out the atmosphere. I want to show you the satellite imagery country. This is a 2-hour loop here. And if you take your eye just to the west of Los Angeles, this is an indication of our satellite imagery picking up that smoke well up in the upper levels of the atmosphere here. So again, it's coming in from the north and east all the way down to the south and west, blowing out into the Pacific Ocean. Let's talk about wildfire triangles and what that typically means. We need certain things to help fuel fires. We've got the Santa Ana winds that are helping to make this fire more dangerous and more intense. So we've got the topography, that's the brush, the trees, the hills in the area there in the Palisades, and the fuel is also the dry conditions there on the ground. The weather we have outside right now, a drop in the humidity, and these strong, significant northeasterly Santa Ana winds, the most significant Santa Ana wind event we've seen so far this season. Also new this afternoon, we've got a wildfire smoke advisory. So this will stay up until 5 p.m. on Wednesday until tomorrow. This is for Santa Monica. You are included in that because of the Palisades fire back to the north and west through Calabasas and just to the north of Malibu. We're dealing with strong, smoky conditions, and the winds are everywhere this afternoon. It's not just confined to the Palisades. Look at some of these gusts. Santa Clarita, we've got a gust up to 55 miles per hour, close to 50 in Lancaster, 40 in Riverside, and then we look at gusts there in Los Angeles, 15 down to Long Beach and at 30 miles per hour. So we're even starting to see these winds be an issue for some of our typical wind-prone and wind-sheltered locations. Let's talk about what we can expect. What's next as we go throughout the rest of tonight and into our Wednesday here. For the rest of this afternoon, we've got winds gusting anywhere from 20 to 50 miles per hour, blowing dust, debris, down trees. Power outages is a big concern in some communities. And then tonight, the peak of those winds will arrive anytime between 8 to 10 o'clock tonight through the overnight hours and as we wake up tomorrow morning. In terms of what you can anticipate with those winds for the coast and the valleys gusting anywhere from 60 to 70 miles per hour in some spots, and then the mountains will likely have winds gusting anywhere from 65 to 80 miles per hour, some spots higher than that for some isolated communities. Wednesday morning, we've got another burst of wind from Mother Nature that will be on the way. This is going to be slow going for the community, and of course, we're tracking the conditions as a result of the Santa Anas. You're seeing it here on your screen here, the trees, the palm trees in that location, just blowing the smoke, the ash, and we're seeing just dangerous spot fires in that area, you guys.
All right, Melissa, thank you. We want to remind you that we're waiting for a press conference from LA fire officials about the extent of this fire and what's happened. We're going to go, and there you see they're setting up for it right now. We expect that in the next, I don't know, 10, 12, 15 minutes or so. We're going to go back right now to Alex Rozier. He's on Glen Haven and Lockman. Sadly, we were watching a house just in the distance burn there. Alex, firefighters haven't been able to get a hand on this?
Yeah, it's tough to tell from where we are, Colleen, but you know we've been out in the general vicinity for about the last couple of hours, and it's really just shocking how fast things can change here in this neighborhood. I mean, we for the longest time had been seeing this home, and the flames had been close, and then all of a sudden they just took over this property right here. But I think that speaks to the importance of listening to these evacuation orders and because with the winds gusting like they are, shifting directions, this can change so fast, and that's what we're seeing right here. But it's really difficult to consider the realities of what we're faced with right here, and all these families, so many of them that have lived in the Palisades for such a long amount of time, and now these winds continue and they strengthen throughout the night. We'll be interested to see how the LA City Fire Department, what they have to say about the ongoing story out here, but I can tell you that we have been seeing crews pop up here and there, but frankly, with how fast the winds are moving, it's tough for them to do. They're jumping from spot to spot. They've got as coordinated of an approach as they possibly can, but right now the winds are so fast moving and so unpredictable, and it's led to what we're seeing right now. We have a fire in the distance directly to the east, and as I showed you in that video that we showed previously, a couple blocks behind us directly in the west, there are a couple more homes. And that's just what I've been able to see with my own eyes. So we'll be watching this as the night progresses and as these winds sadly get more intense. Colleen and Michael.
You know, Alex, before we let you go here, you spoke to a homeowner who was helping his mother-in-law evacuate not too long ago. And he says he's lived in different parts of the Palisades, but he has never seen this part of the Palisades burn before.
No, and he actually has made the decision now to evacuate. So Stuart, who we talked with earlier, has left, and I think everybody's just hoping for the best and hoping that the winds don't get any closer to these homes. As I mentioned, this home right here, we're standing with his blessing on the property of his mother-in-law's house. She's been here for 30 years, and so many of the people here have stories similar to this one. She talked about all the work that she's done here, and they're just keeping their fingers crossed. Yeah. You know, when we were first pulling up today, aside from the homes, you have the schools that are nearby. We were driving up Pacific Coast Highway into the neighborhoods here. We were passing schools and the kids that were evacuating. And I mean, no time is ever a good time for this, but it was in the middle of a work day, in the middle of a school day, and it's causing big problems as we get closer to the rush hour into the early evenings here.
You know, as we look at this, Alex, Michael, Melissa, this looks to be different than the Franklin fire. Yes, we have the winds, but this appears to be so much more a densely populated area. When we looked at the fire, the Franklin fire in Malibu, we could see brush on fire. As we look at this one, we're seeing mostly homes and structures on fire. Am I seeing that correctly?
Yeah, definitely. And that's, I think that's, you know, just from our vantage point in watching this home burn, I mean, if you look directly below it, there are a couple more roofs and a couple more homes and so many families packed into the Palisades here. And that's similar to what we were seeing earlier when we were making the drive on Enchanted Way in Scenic Place. You know, there were homes back to back to back. And we, you know, covering this fire today have to be watching very closely, too, because as I mentioned, the winds snap, you know, change with the snap of a finger. And you know, given what we're looking at, the homes packed in, it could be bad. So at this point, we're just really hoping for the best.
All right, Alex Rozier live there for us in the thick of it here. And we have just gotten some new numbers now from CAL FIRE, Colleen.
Yes. Keep in mind, this fire broke out, what, 10:30 this morning?
Yeah. Just
the new number in terms of acreage burned is 1,200 acres plus. So when we say this fire exploded, that is no exaggeration.
No, not at all. Not at all. As we await now a press conference here from LA City fire officials on where this fire stands now and, again, looking ahead, what we're in store for. Again, let's get to a homeowner that we spoke with earlier. We're told he evacuated even before that order came in.
I evacuated from the Pacific Palisades. We noticed fire starting up on the ridge probably around 10 or 10:30. It started moving very, very fast. We were watching the updates from LAFD and following the steps of ready, set, go. So by the time they said that it was a mandatory evacuation, myself, my family, all our neighbors, we were all already packed and in our cars and getting out of there. And it did come down. The smoke was getting thick very quickly by the time it was time for us to go. My spouse and most of the neighbors, were there for the 80 fire, and so it's part of the experience of living in Los Angeles. You don't mess around with fire. Fire moves so fast, and we're watching all of the engines coming in from all over the county and beyond, and we don't want to be underfoot while they're trying to do their work.
The one takeaway I have from that, and I bet you heard the same thing I did, you don't mess around with fire.
Not at all.
I know anybody who's covered fires out there, Chief Sam, they would certainly agree.
All right, we are going to bring in NBC4's Carmen Dickerson. again, keeping a very close eye on a very strategic firefight out there, and some valiant work here made by some firefighters. Karma?
Valiant work indeed, because they recognize that this house has burned, but they understand the importance of making sure that it doesn't nearby. So they continue a pretty strong effort to contain that fire, to contain some of the heat, they say. I want to walk you down the street. On the road down here. If you look in the distance, we can see on the other side of the street another fire. Now, we haven't been able to get very close just yet.
All right, so obviously having cell connectivity problems there with Karma. We will check back in with her in just a second.
Again, the winds continue to be an issue.
Okay, let's go to NBC4's Camilla Rambaldi. Again, we've established signals with her. Camilla, what are you seeing? Obviously, some active flames behind you.
Yeah, Michael and Colleen, we came across this home burning here on Doñare Way, and probably about 20 minutes ago, the homeowner of the home right next door came to check on her house, frantically, trying to get a hold of, fire crews right now. You can just see how close those flames are getting to this white home right here. My own photographer, Tommy Bravo, jumped in to help her with the hose, but those flames were just way too intense, and it's only intensified just in the last 5-6 minutes. You can just see those flames taking over the roof of this home, and the intensity of that black smoke billowing into the air. It is absolutely heartbreaking to see, scenes like this in Pacific Palisades. And that homeowner who evacuated the area here, she told me she just grabbed some, her personal belongings, her documents, and drove away. But you can just get the sense, just the emotion, just how heartbroken she was to just see how close her home is to this other home that is burning right now.
Camilla, can you give us the street you're on again? Did we hear you, Donata Way?
Forgive me, I may be saying it incorrectly. I believe it's Doñare Way.
Okay.
Donaire Way. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, we still got you here. And just the intensity of these flames and the plumes of smoke that are coming out of this, and you can hear the alarm, some alarm going off in the distance here.
Yes, the alarm. Exactly. You can hear that alarm in the background, like you just described, Michael, just the intensity of these flames, just how quickly they have taken over this home from the roof and now to the windows here right toward the front of the home, as you guys can see. And there is so much brush as well surrounding this home, which is obviously very concerning with the intensity of these winds and those embers flying with these potential spot fires and
Camilla,
these flames spreading to other homes.
Are there any firefighters, any first responders in the area?
At the moment, no. So we have not seen any crews out here right now. So the homeowner that I spoke with, who's next door, she was very, very concerned, hoping that fire crews will get here shortly. So we've just been watching this home burn here in the last 30 minutes or so.
Wow.
So that neighbor is still in the neighborhood. What about the rest of the neighborhood? What does that look like?
Overall, it's very quiet. We haven't seen anybody else out here. We did see at least one or two cars drive up here. It's unclear if, they live on the street, they came to check on their home. But again, just the heartbreak of this homeowner who came by and just started to see how close and intense those flames are, and how quickly how close they're getting to her home right now. And you can just see from our live shot just the intensity of that smoke billowing into the air. Well, and you can now just see those flames, picking up right here at the front of the windows here of this home. And again, that brush, those trees surrounding this property, and just how close it is to other homes as well on this street.
Camilla, any idea what started this? Is the brush in the backyard burning up close to the house? Was it an ember? I mean, could you tell?
From our vantage point, it's very difficult to see. When we initially drove up, the flames were centered towards the back of the home here. There's some toward the entrance of the home, I should say. There's a little bit of a hallway. That's when we saw those flames initially, and then those flames just erupted, just picked up, engulfing the rest of the home here. But it's very difficult from our vantage point to see, especially with the amount of smoke that there is, where exactly this fire started, if it started in the back of the home and worked its way forward. So it's very difficult to tell right now.
Obviously, we're witnessing the tragedy of this home burning, but obviously the heightened level of concern for those neighbors on either side of that house. I mean, will their house be next? I mean,
and Camilla, did you mention the house to the right of that? That neighbor is there? Or does it look like everybody?
I may have lost you guys. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
I'm not sure she can hear us. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I can hear you guys now. It's just, again, just so devastating to see this. This is one of several homes that we have seen here in Pacific Palisades burning at this hour. As we spoke to that homeowner, just hoping, fire crews will get here to spare her home, but obviously just very difficult to watch this right now, and it's only intensified.
I'm trying to see, Michael, the house to the right looks like there may be someone in that house. Is that what you're talking about, Camilla?
So on the right, or the house right here, there's no one inside. That homeowner evacuated that we spoke with, but we can't tell up the hill. There's another home. Just trying to get a better idea of how close it is to this home that's burning right now, but it's very difficult to tell.
Right. So the good news here in all of this is that the homeowner to the right of where this fire is burning has evacuated. So again, we were wondering whether in fact they were still on the property, but they have since evacuated. Again, just living with the unknown at this point.
Yeah, and at least at this point, it is contained to that one house. Yeah,
just waiting. That homeowner, you said, yeah, living with the unknown is the best way to describe this.
All right, Camilla Rambaldi, we appreciate.
And now we can tell that I'm just walking up the hill here. You can get a better idea. It's hard from our vantage point, but just how close those flames are now getting to this neighboring home.
Right.
That is so sad when you look at it.
It is intensified there. Again, you look at the flames just billowing through the windows there. Again, the homeowner Camilla spoke with lives to the right of the structure that is currently burning now. And again, you can only hope with no ground crews in sight, at least from our vantage points. Again, living with the unknown, as we mentioned, is a scary situation there for that homeowner.
And as Chief Sam pointed out, the smoke is black, so clearly there is fuel inside the home or behind the home that is burning right now. This one, I hate to say it, on Donata Way, looks like a total loss.
All right, we will check back in with Camilla here as our coverage continues. It is just after 3:30. We're continuing our coverage of the Palisades fire. Thank you so much for being with us. We have been live on the air bringing you coverage since 11 a.m.
This fire is currently burning more than 1,200 acres in the Pacific Palisades area. It's prompting closures, evacuation. An evacuation shelter, we can tell you, has been established at Westwood Recreation Center. They're going to transition that into a shelter, meaning people will be able to stay overnight. It's located at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard.
Several homes have been destroyed, although it's unclear at this time just how many. I want to give you a live look right now at Will Rogers State Beach Park in Pacific Palisades. That's where California Governor Gavin Newsom is expected to speak, along with fire officials here. We, of course, will bring that to you live when it happens.
And we want to remind people, if you are headed to the area, the best word is don't. PCH, according to Caltrans, is closed between Temescal Canyon and Las Flores. Topanga Canyon Boulevard is closed except for evacuations in that area. And the I-10 at the McClure Tunnel is also closed to prevent any more traffic tie-ups out there. We're going to get back out to Karma Dickerson, who's standing in a neighborhood where we're watching another home go up in flames. Karma.
Yes, we're coming to you from the neighborhood where we are looking at multiple fires. The home behind me, you can see, is they're still working to make sure the flames do not make it any further. They are fighting it from multiple different angles. They're behind the home. They're on the side of the home. The idea is to try to make sure that this does not spread any further. But if you look just down the street, over on the right side, we see a home that's covered in flames. And as you go up and down this main thoroughfare, Lockman, we see evidence. Firefighters just trying to do everything they can to make sure that the situation doesn't get any worse. If we take a look, can we show on the top of the home there's a firefighter on top of a neighboring home. Are we able to see him there on the roof? Keeping an eye on things, trying to understand the fire movement, the fire behavior, and giving directions down to the crews on the ground to let them know what he's seeing from that vantage point. Because it's interesting, because when you talk to the firefighters at each different home and you ask them about the bigger picture, many of them don't really have context for that. They're focusing on what they're seeing right in front of their eyes. And so to help them understand what the overall conditions are and what the bigger picture of the street is, you need someone with a bird's eye view, someone who can help put all the pieces together so they really understand what they're dealing with. We're on the same street where earlier today there was a gas leak. We're actually not far from that home. We did give that a good amount of distance, but that is another danger that firefighters are potentially encountering, and people who are still in their homes. We haven't seen any neighbors out on the street, but I have seen a person or two peeking their head outside of their homes, and really, based on the conditions out here, it's safer to stay inside. There are embers that are flying, obviously the heavy smoke. There's wind and even branches that are coming down off trees. We were just steps away from getting hit by a branch not too long ago. So a reminder that if you are still sheltering in place, to do just that, keep the doors closed, the windows closed, and definitely keep your news on so you know what's next and you know what's coming. But the winds continue to fuel this fire down the street. At times, they'll push the smoke clear out and then you see a little bit of the sunshine, and then at times you'll get a wall of just black and you can't tell if it's night or day. So that's how things are changing here a little bit further up on Lockman. And so we're going to continue, of course, to follow firefighters as they do everything they can. Worth noting, the house that we're taking a look at right now, they've been working on this for at least 45 minutes, doing everything they can to beat back those flames, actively fighting the fire, but still just not making any progress in terms of keeping the flames back. The winds are not making it easy for them. They send shifts in and they send shifts in to do what they can to make sure that it doesn't expand, but the flames continue to come. And so just an idea of how difficult it is once something becomes fully engulfed under these conditions to get those flames down. And as you see, that black smoke and the winds.
We're going to interrupt Karma for just a moment. They're about to start this press conference. Let's listen in.
And to go into all the specifics, we have a list of 8 individuals that will speak for you today. After those 8 individuals, we'll have Spanish, and then we'll have follow-up questions. After that, we'll have one-on-one interviews and let you know when the next press conference will be. So we ask at this time, please silence your cell phones, turn down your radios, keep your sidebar conversations off to the side. But to begin with, we'd like to call up the fire chief of the Los Angeles City Fire Department, Kristen Crowley.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'll be giving you a brief on what your LEFD has done up to this point. So at 10:30 this morning, a brush fire was reported at 1190 North Piedra Miranda Drive in our local fire station here right behind us at Fire Station 23. Los Angeles is currently experiencing an extreme fire weather condition with red flag alert. At the time of the fire, the relative humidity was 12 and the winds were approximately 25 miles an hour with gusts up to 50 miles per hour. Based on the red flag weather, your LEFD pre-deployed additional resources, made public awareness notifications, and issued parking restrictions in high-hazard fire areas to ensure that the means of access and egress of our local fire stations and apparatus could move up and in around the area. First LEFD resources reported initially a 10-acre fire with 40-mile-per-hour winds and alignment heading towards the west or towards the ocean. The LAFD then requested all resources, including strike teams and aircraft from assisting agencies. We then went into an aggressive attack and focused our efforts on fire life safety operations, beginning with evacuations. Currently, the fire is at 1,261 acres and growing based on aerial reconnaissance. The fire is being fueled by a combination of strong winds and surrounding topography, which is making it extremely challenging for our personnel that are assigned to this incident. We currently have over 250 LAFD firefighters on scene, including 46 engines, 3 trucks, 5 helicopters, 4 brush patrols, 2 water tenders, 6 paramedic ambulances, 1 fast response vehicle, 1 advanced nurse practitioner unit, 2 bulldozers, 10 chief officers, fire investigators, and safety officers. Additionally, we're so grateful for the hundreds of law enforcement officers, partner agencies, first responders, and public work members that are engaged actively in this operation. PCH is closed from Lincoln Tunnel to Topanga Boulevard. Evacuation orders are in place for approximately 30,000 residents, including the Highlands area. North of PCH, south of Topanga Canyon Boulevard, east of Tuna Canyon Road, west of Seabreeze Drive and Surfside Drive. Our evacuation center is the Westwood Recreation Center, located at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard in LA. The population threatened is approximately 25,748. Households threatened is approximately 10,367. Structures threatened are approximately 13,208. At this point, we feel very blessed at this point that there's no injuries that are reported. We do have reports of multiple structures that are damaged. Since the beginning of this fire, I've been in constant communication with Mayor Bass, as well as other city leadership, who's working very, very closely. As you can see, this entire entity behind me, we're working seamlessly and closely to ensure that we are protecting lives and property first. So with that, we'll go ahead and introduce the next speaker.
Thank you, Chief Crowley. The next speaker will be the Los Angeles County Fire Chief Maroney.
So good afternoon. My name is Anthony Maroney. I'm the County of Los Angeles Fire Department Chief. Shortly after the start of the Palisades fire, LA County Fire did assist the City of Los Angeles with a first alarm brush assignment. At 11:30 hours this morning, our LA County Fire Department went into unified command with the City of Los Angeles, and at 12:30, our CAL FIRE partners from the state went into unified command with not only LA City Fire, LA County Fire, and LAPD. Currently, LA County Fire is providing aerial resources to fight this brush fire, including our Firehawk helicopters, our CH-47, part of our nighttime QRF resource that we have, in addition to our CL-415 Super Scoopers. We also have 3 engine strike teams assigned and almost 100 LA County Fire personnel. I want to let all of the viewers and listeners know that we are not out of danger. The National Weather Service has predicted that the winds are going to pick up and get worse. We're going to have the most significant wind event between 10 p.m. this evening and 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. So it's incumbent that everybody have a wildfire action plan for their home if they live in a brush-covered area. Please visit the LA County Fire Department website for Ready, Set, Go information. So that's fire.lacounty.gov/RSG. And for the most up-to-date incident information and emergency preparedness information, go to lacounty.gov/emergency. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. During emergencies, always by our side is our friends from law enforcement. So we'd like to invite LAPD Chief of Police Jim McDonald.
Thank you very much. We are here in a support role to our fire partners. Just a quick rundown. We have over 100 officers here deployed, another approximately 60 ready to be deployed once a mission is given to them. So far, the major job for our people have been evacuation, traffic control, allowing ingress and egress to emergency vehicles, and those can be helpful. I would have an ask that if you would, please do everything you can to open up the streets so we can get the resources we need to be able to deal with this emergency. Please take this wind emergency very seriously. As you heard from the speakers before me, this is something that is going to get worse throughout the night, so we all have to look out for each other. Areas of evacuation so far, about 30,000 people have been evacuated from a total of 10,000 households or 15,000 structures, to include businesses and other buildings so far, with no injury. So we're very thankful for that. But we truly ask for all assistance that we can get in making this as smooth as we possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief McDonald. We'd also like to call up LA County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, please.
Thank you. My deepest thanks to the first responders who are working tirelessly to fight this Palisades fire. Moments ago, Chair Barger signed LA County's emergency proclamation for this fire, for the severe wind event and all of the fires related to it. As the National Weather Service predicted, this is a life-threatening situation. To our Palisades and Topanga community under evacuation order, please leave. Ensure your home is unlocked, the power is off, and making sure first responders can easily access the structure. This is essential to keeping you safe and to allowing fire and first responder personnel to do their work. For our unincorporated communities in Santa Monica Mountains, including Sunset Mesa, Topanga Canyon, and Malibu, all under evacuation order and evacuation warning, please ensure you are checking emergency.lacounty.gov and heeding all door-to-door information from our LA County Sheriff and Fire Departments. Thanks to our partners at the Topanga Coalition for Emergency Preparedness, who work year-round to practice evacuation drills and emergency preparedness, and they're working tirelessly right now to ensure information is shared across Topanga. For those with livestock, the evacuation location is Pierce College. For those needing small animal evacuation location, the Agora Animal Shelter is available to you. Thank you to Governor Newsom for your quick support and coordination. Thanks to Mayor Bass, to Councilmember Park, and all of the council members in the city, and all of our partners, city, county, and state, unified and working together to keep people safe and address this fire. The county and city of Los Angeles have a lot of experience in unified command. This emergency is no different. We're dedicating every resource we can to urgently contain this fire. I want to extend my gratitude to the Los Angeles County Fire Department, the Sheriff's Department, the Office of Emergency Management, and all of our county partners. I know LAUSD officials also wanted to be with us, but given the conditions, that was challenging. A few school updates. Topanga Elementary at Woodland Hills Academy will be relocated all week. Palisades and Marquez Elementaries will be relocated at Brentwood Science Magnet for tomorrow. Paul Revere Middle School will be relocated at University High tomorrow. Pali High School is not in session this entire week, and Canyon Elementary will be relocated at a location to be determined. To those affected by the Palisades fire, I know today is terrifying and it is painful. Please know that you are not alone. The County of Los Angeles and all of our partners are here together to stand with you and be in support of you. Thank you again to everyone who is contributing resources to this incident. Your partnership is appreciated and it is essential to keeping people safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor. Next, we'd like to bring up Los Angeles City Council President Marquis Harris Dawson.
Thank you so much. I just want everybody to know that since this morning, about 7 a.m. I've been in direct communication with Mayor Bass, who's on her way home from a diplomatic mission on behalf of the United States government. She will be here within hours. Also, we want everybody to know that the city is well prepared and has a tremendous emergency management infrastructure who has been on the case since 6 this morning at the beginning of this wind event. I'm proud to say that we have some of the best men and women anywhere in our fire department, our police department, as well as their partners across the state and across the county. I am also want everybody to know that as acting mayor and president of the LA City Council, along with the county, and we'll hear from the governor later, the city of LA is declaring a state of emergency through this wind event, and we'll have all resources on deck. And our ask, our personal ask, and we'll hear from the council member from this district, but if you can stay off of our roads, please do so to allow emergency vehicles to go across the city. And also, remember, we'll continue to drive this home. The worst and most severe part of this wind event is yet to come. So if you're around the city and you have been spared, be thankful, but also be on guard. Bring your lawn furniture in. And again, help us by staying off the roads. And I will ask the council member from this district who's been on the street since early this morning, making sure the neighborhoods have the information that they need and resources that they need to come to the podium, our own Councilwoman Tracy Park.
Thank you, everyone, for being here, and Council President Harris Dawson. I want to begin by thanking all of our public safety partners. LA City Fire has over 250 firefighters on the front lines in the hillsides right now, actively fighting this fire, supported by more than 100 firefighters from LA County Fire, as well as additional resources from Orange County, Ventura County, CAL FIRE, and neighboring cities, including Arcadia and Santa Monica. I also want to thank our partners in law enforcement for their terrific coordinated response with us today. LAPD, LA County Sheriff's Department, CHP is here, as well as our park rangers. Obviously, the scope and scale of today's fire here in the Palisades has been terrifying. We are so incredibly grateful for the swift response. And to my constituents here in the Pacific Palisades, I want to reiterate, this is not a drill. This is an actual public safety emergency. Areas west of Mandeville Canyon and north of Sunset have been ordered for evacuation, so please make sure that you are packed and ready to go and complying with all directives being given to you by law enforcement and our partners at the fire service as well. LA City is activating emergency shelter at Westwood Recreation Center. People in the Palisades who have been displaced by today's events are invited to go there. We are working with animal services to receive and care for pets that are being displaced as well. And as additional resources come online, we'll be providing those updates for you. Local residents should follow along for additional information and updates through official city channels, as well as LAPD, LAFD, and LA County updates, as this is a dynamic situation. This is a fast-moving and growing fire at over 1,200 acres at this point. And with the predicted wind patterns and continued weather event, we expect the situation to continue through the evening. It may take our partners at Fire a couple of days to get the situation under control. It may be some time until people are allowed to return to their homes and residences. Please bear with us through this period as our public safety partners work hard to protect lives and property and ensure that this area is safe before people return. In the meantime, if anyone needs additional assistance, I would welcome them to reach out to me and my team. All of our contact information is at cd11.lacity.gov. Thank you to my friends and constituents, and thank you to all of our partners, including Governor Newsom, for being here with us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. We'd like to now ask Council Member John Lee to please speak.
First of all, I just want to thank all the firefighters who are and first responders that are fighting this fire right now. Also, a big thank you to all the organizations throughout the city, county, and state that are assisting our firefighters in what they need to do today. As chair of the Public Safety Committee, it's my job to monitor situations all throughout the city of Los Angeles. And the most important information that I can share with you today is to all of our residents. As soon as we get any new information, we are trying to disseminate that as quickly as possible. It's important that you listen to that information. As someone who represents a district that is commonly affected by fires, I'll tell you one of the issues that we ask our residents to do is, if you're asked to evacuate, if you're asked to stay off the road, whatever it is that we're asking you, if you're in one of those affected areas, that you don't create additional problems for our firefighters, so our firefighters can focus on what they're supposed to do, and that's getting this fire out. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Council Member. And now we'd like to ask the Governor, Gavin Newsom, to please speak.
Thank you, everybody. Hell of a way to start a new year. Again, let me add my voice, the voice of so many others, in extending deep appreciation to the men and women in uniform across jurisdictions. I want to thank, in particular, Chief Crowley and Chief Maroney for your outstanding leadership, Police Chief, Sheriff's Office, all of our local law enforcement agencies that work hand in glove. There is simply no better mutual in Southern California. I say once again because we were here not too long ago, the Franklin fire, a few weeks prior to that, the Mountain fire, November, December, now January. There's no fire season, it's fire year, it's year round. And it's incredibly important that we heed the warnings, the calls, that we're not out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination. You may feel at home that you're fine down in Riverside County, San Bernardino County, down in Ventura County, other parts of the state, but there's a reason we pre-positioned hundreds of assets and personnel on Sunday in anticipation of this wind event. 110 engines specifically were sent down, 45 by CAL FIRE, 65 through our mutual aid system through the Office of Emergency Services, water tenders down here, 7 new helicopters we brought from Northern California down to Southern California. We just brought our C-130 down from Northern California and already just had its first drop. By no stretch of the imagination are we out of the woods. You heard a chief say 10 p.m. tonight till 5 a.m. tomorrow will be peak winds. And having just quite literally an hour or so ago gone up the canyon and saw firsthand the impact of these swirling winds and the embers and the number of structures that are destroyed, not a few, many structures already destroyed, and the fact that people were still not evacuated, still did not heed the warning, were just coming down the canyon, is a reminder of how serious this moment is and how important it is you listen to these evacuation orders. We've all been to memorials. I've never been to a memorial for a building, but for family members and loved ones. I know you cannot say this enough. It's foundational. One other thing I want to say, because you can't say it enough, is expression of gratitude. The President of the United States happens to be in town. It didn't take more than a text message to get the FMAG approved, which means we're getting reimbursed for the vast majority of these costs. No politics, no hand-wringing, no kissing of the feet. The President of the United States said, yes, what else do you need? Emergency proclamations being drafted as we speak. And I just want to thank the President because that's something I don't take for granted and something we should not take for granted at this moment in American history. So thank you, President Biden, as well. Final point. We encourage you. You heard all those websites. I don't want to burden you with any more except one. fire.ca.gov. And why do I say that? Nothing like it in the country. It's nothing like that we've seen in any jurisdiction around the world. 3D maps and live cams on fire.ca.gov would also show you the evacuation orders. I encourage people to take a look at that site for information. And of course, ready.ca.org to make sure that you're prepared as we work through yet another extraordinary month in this fire year, perpetual fire year here in the state of California. Thank you again to all of the folks behind me and the outstanding leadership of all the elected officials as well. And forgive me, one point I'd be remiss. Thank you to Mayor Bass, who was on the phone immediately this morning, making sure even in absentia that she's here organizing everything she can to make sure we're successful as well.
Thank you, Governor. Appreciate that. We'd like to open this up now for Spanish, and then we'll go to questions. So we'd like to have Public Information Officer for LAFD, David Ortiz.
Buenas tardes. A las 10:30 de esta tarde comenzó un incendio en la comunidad de Pacific Palisades en el municipio de Los Ángeles. Este incendio rápidamente se propagó a más de 700 acres. Han habido la orden de evacuación para 30,000 personas en esta área y pedimos al público que siga la dirección de la policía en las áreas que está siendo evacuada, ya que su vida sí está en peligro. Pedimos su cooperación. Este incendio no es típico de esta magnitud y de este poder y potencialmente puede quitar vidas. Por eso pedimos al público que siga la dirección de los oficiales que están en el área. Cuando le dan la orden de evacuación, siga esa orden de evacuación. Estamos en comando unificado entre el municipio, la ciudad de Los Ángeles, el condado de Los Ángeles, el estado de California, y se han hecho recursos disponibles a través del estado de California para apoyar este esfuerzo para apagar este incendio. Esperamos que este incendio va a ser de larga duración y agradecemos su paciencia y su cooperación. Se espera que los vientos
mentioned the fact that he saw multiple structures burn. We don't have any actual number yet, but he made it seem like it wasn't just a few that are burning. And we are getting some indication from our reporter Christy Fajardo on the ground that Palisades High School may be burning. We're trying to get more details on that and hopefully get to her soon. But that is a dangerous situation.
30,000 residents under evacuation, 25,000 plus households currently remain threatened. Best news is no injuries to speak of. Again, it's early in the investigation and in this firefight, so that could very well change. You mentioned that Pacific Palisades High School is currently on fire. The Getty Villa was also threatened earlier, but I'm seeing images and being told that the flames did make its way around the Getty Villa, so that at this point has been preserved.
I would say
on the ground, we also have
and what has happened here is that a bulldozer, we understand, has had to shove them out of the way so these firefighters could get to this blaze that continues to burn. And as Scott Weber pushes up, you can see right there on the hillside, just another home completely gone from this fire. So this morning, picture these cars trying to get out of the Palisades. This is a condensed neighborhood. This is an isolated neighborhood just off Sunset. These homes are close together, and then the rush to leave suddenly had to abandon their cars. When they abandoned their cars, they left them right here on Sunset, and then they had no choice, but the fire department had to take a bulldozer and just clear these cars away. Since we have driven here this afternoon, and it has taken some time because of the roadblocks, the endless roadblocks that they have set up. Once you hit Palisades Village, the wind picks up and there is fire on both sides of the street. And their fire continues to burn on both sides here. We've got fire crews here. We've got a number of LAPD officers here trying to clear people out of the Highlands, which is right there at that intersection. The majority of the smoke and the flames that you see right now coming from the hillsides, but continues to burn on both sides of the street. This is what you see right here. This is Sunset Boulevard, everybody. Here on the west side of Los Angeles, rarely do we see fire coming down the hills like this, but this is completely charred here. The homes that you see up on the ridge have been managed to be saved, and you see firefighters. You see that one firefighter there in the smoke that you can barely be able to see him. They are still doing structure protection up on those hillsides, but again, structures lost as we have been covering throughout the day. And you see a major property up there, Scott, behind us, that we have just watched continue to burn. So the Highlands here continues to be where the area right now that they seem to be focused on in one part of the Palisades. If you are trying to get out and if you are looking for ways to get out, just keep in mind that Sunset heading east is basically it is just a gridlock of cars trying to still push out from this neighborhood as they still try to leave. But these are the people, Michael and Colleen, that couldn't leave today, that were panicked enough to abandon their cars and have to leave them here on Sunset Boulevard. It is a remarkable sight. I will tell you, in all of my years, never seen anything quite like this. And we've really never seen a fire that has started to chew up this area that is so close to Sunset Boulevard, so close to Palisades Village. And the fire is just licking this area right here, and it keeps trying to come down the hillside. As we drove in today, we saw it heading up into Will Rogers at State Park. There's plenty of brush to burn there, and it's actually moving into the right direction in that area because there aren't a lot of homes here. But right now, homes continue to burn. The fire department has done what they've needed to do. They have cleared out an area of Sunset Boulevard, and these abandoned cars, many of them damaged, have been able to be cleared to make room for the firefighting effort.
All right, Robert, thank you for that. That really does speak to the narrow roads and the closely confined ingress and egress areas in this fire area. We want to let you know, too, the picture you're seeing on the right side of the screen, I believe that is a home on fire on PCH, Getty Villa Drive. We now understand this fire has burned all the way down to Pacific Coast Highway.
Acreage has grown over the past few hours, now up to 1,200 acres. Again, we continue to monitor this. Good time to bring in NBC4 meteorologist Melissa McGee to time out these winds. We talk about the peaks of these winds.
Yeah.
Now, approaching just hours away.
That's right, Michael and Colleen. So that will be the issue, even though
and that quick reaction force of the CH-47s that drop retardant at night, we are going to take advantage of the lower temperatures at night, but with increased wind speed, aerial firefighting becomes more dangerous. There is a cutoff mile-per-hour wind at which we will not operate at night. Flying during the night is more dangerous than flying during the day. We want to make sure that we don't get anybody killed, but we do want to fly both day and night. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens. I mean, it's going to be interesting. If the winds are going to get worse right now, it's going to be very difficult for our aerial assets to actually make a difference for the folks on the ground.
What's the cutoff with?
It could be 30 to 40 miles an hour sustained. You know, we do have history of operating with high gusts, but it really isn't effective because as the water exits the bottom of the drop tank, it just gets carried away by the wind and never reaches the ground. So there really is no point to putting people at risk if that firefight isn't making a difference.
Thank you.
Was your answer question?
Yeah, I mean, this is only one fire. We've got, 2 more days of this, too. I mean, I don't know how many resources, how more people you're able to,
Well, that's the beauty of automatic and mutual aid. So there's automatic aid agreements between all of these agencies here. They brought their additional boots on the ground. And as the governor mentioned, we have state mutual aid. So CAL FIRE's come in. We'll get the appropriate quantity and type of resources to mitigate this emergency. And it's an opportunity of neighbor helping neighbor. And we will do the same thing in Northern California when they need it. Yes, ma'am. Sure. So questions about abandoned cars, that's a good question that has come up. Law enforcement assists us heavily with evacuation, but please remember it's an active incident. We don't have the answers to all of these questions. We will certainly look at that. That's very important. I don't know if police felt like they wanted to make a mention to evacuations. Sure. Okay.
Yeah, just on that question of evacuations, vehicles left in the roadway. If you have to leave a vehicle in the roadway, get it as far off the road as you can so that emergency vehicles can't get by. The gist of moving them with bulldozers was an emergency situation. You got to get those fire resources through, and they do what they have to do to be able to facilitate that. So we're asking really for the cooperation, and think a couple of steps ahead. It's not just your vehicle there, but then others line up behind you as well as they see what you're doing. And so I can't stress enough, please follow the evacuation orders. Do your best to be able to get out to safety. Bring the equipment you will need for the next couple of days with you, because as you've heard over and over again, this is not going to end very quickly. Thank you.
If I could just expand a little bit. On Saturday, state started to convene respective leadership across the state of California at the Office of Emergency Services. We started to pre-position early evening on Sunday in 6 or 7 counties here in Southern California. Quite literally moved assets from Northern California into Southern California. Just as an example, moments ago we had a chance to meet a crew from Santa Cruz and from Santa Clara County that just were deployed up the mountain. Those resources remain pre-positioned currently in other counties in anticipation of the concerns you just expressed in the wind events. We are anticipating, hopefully we're wrong, but we're anticipating other fires happening concurrently. And that's exactly the previous experience we've had with these kinds of wind events.
30 seconds, the winds kicked up, the flames kicked up. We literally had to throw our camera and tripod in the van and just scurry out of there. So we're about a quarter mile away from where we were right now. You could see this plume of black smoke. You could see the fire burning on the hill over there. And we were closer up there. And right now we're kind of sheltered from the wind because we're amid trees. But when we were up there, it was a really good indicator of how strong these wind gusts are. There was a construction fence for a property that had completely blown over, and the gusts are just super strong and very dangerous. So, yeah, so you could just tell that things are really dangerous in this situation. The good news is a lot of the homes, most of the homes, I should say, seem to be empty. People have heeded the evacuation orders, although even up where we were, there were people like sightseers who had climbed a fence and were checking out the fire, and these were young kids that looked like a father as well. They got out of there just moments before all this stuff kicked up. So it is a dangerous situation. This is not the place to be a looky-loo. If you live in this area, you should evacuate immediately because these winds are kicking up and it is getting very, very dangerous out here.
Yeah. Rob, yeah, certainly. And we've been watching these live pictures. It's pretty incredible how quickly those flames can just, completely explode. All right, we're going to check right now with Michelle Fisher. She is on Pacific Coast Highway. And Michelle, what are you seeing there? A lot of smoke, obviously.
Yeah, a lot of smoke and also flames. A home behind us here in Malibu Village. This is the 17,000 block of Pacific Coast Highway. We pulled up and this home was completely engulfed in flames, and just within the moments since we've been here, the flames have really taken off. Now, the good news is that we did see a fire engine head up the hill here, and we've seen them spraying some water in that direction. But as the wind is blowing, it seems that this row of houses here, there's about a dozen or so that are beside the one that's burning. Those could be threatened as these embers continue to kind of fly every which way. We're actually going to speak now with Arya, who's a gentleman that we saw here on the side of Pacific Coast Highway, kind of looking up towards those homes. And I stopped him and I said, hey, why are you evacuating? What's your situation? And he actually shared with me that his grandmother lives there in Malibu Village. So Arya, thank you so much for chatting with us. Talk to me a bit about what today has been like for you and your family.
Yeah, so I was sitting in my organic chemistry lecture in Monterey Park, super far. My school didn't offer the class, so I had to drive like 30 miles.
smoke. It has just covered the entire sky. We are next to Will Rogers State Beach, and you can see that smoke just blanketing the ocean. It is so eerie out here right now. You can see that glow of orange coming through, but this entire area is smoky. We have seen people come out here just to watch what's going on, but it's really not recommended to be out here without a mask, without goggles. These conditions are horrible to breathe in. They're horrible to just be in right now. Sorry, it's even hard for us to talk as we watch this come down. You know, we've seen crews just passing us. The highway is closed. Pacific Coast Highway is closed in this area. But of course, if you live near here and you need to get out, that road is open for you to leave this area. But yeah, as you can see, it's really difficult. I know it's smoky right now, but that house looks like it is about to go up. You see the flames, it's burning that side, that wall. The flames have already hit it, and we can't see the backside, but the flames were coming up just behind it. And the ashes, they are just flowing down. It is so difficult to breathe. It is difficult to see. And as soon as this house goes up, you know, these winds are so strong. It just jumps quickly from structure to structure. Thousands of structures are threatened out here. So this is, you know, just a really big concern. But that's the very latest out in Pacific Palisades. Back to you in the studio.
Tracy, we're going to let you catch your breath for just a moment there. In the meantime, we're going to switch live to Darsha Phillips, continue our coverage of the Palisades fire. She's at Sunset and Temescal. You can see, Michael, the wind really looks like it's picking up there. Darsha.
Yeah, it is really picking up here, Colleen. It is difficult to stand it sometimes because of these gusts. They're so strong. I want to show you just down Temescal Canyon. You see a car is on fire. We see tons of these spot fires that kind of erupt because of these very strong winds that are blowing through the canyon here. That fire, that car caught fire just about 30 minutes ago. And Colleen, I do want to tell you, we were here about 45 minutes prior to that. It did not look anything like what we're seeing right now. You're seeing this thick black cloud of smoke just billowing through the intersection here of Temescal Canyon and Sunset Boulevard. Now, I was also told by a city worker that Palisades Charter High School is on fire. I don't know how damaged it is right now, but that was where we saw lots of fire crews rushing to try and save the school down there. We're just less than a half a mile away from the high school. Now, you also do see people still evacuating, because when I say how quickly this fire came through here, it was 45 minutes. We could see the sky. It was not that bad. And then all of a sudden the wind shifted and it blew through here. And it's like a blowtorch when that happens. You see this very thick smoke. We have fire at the high school. That just beyond that gate is where that high school is. And then we also saw fire jump Temescal Canyon and get onto this apartment complex. We did speak to one person who had to evacuate very quickly. He didn't think that it was going to be that bad. He stayed, and then he looked outside of his window and saw the skies this dark and decided, you know what, I'm getting out of here. Just up the street, literally half a block away from where we are right now, there is a senior living, assisted living center that had to be evacuated. We were there as the care workers were rushing to get their patients, these memory care patients and senior patients, out of that assisted care living center and to safety. They were able to evacuate everyone. When we spoke to them, they said everyone was out and they all left as well. But this is how dynamic this situation is. When the wind is blowing this hard, with this much force, with fire and embers, you can see how fast they're able to move, why this fire is able to jump a road and light fires on the other side of these big concrete barriers. It is a very difficult situation for firefighters to actually get a handle on, because these spot fires, they can't concentrate on them. They have to go and fight the larger fires that are burning through buildings and damaging and threatening homes. So the situation out here, very dynamic. And right now, we're just seeing a lot of thick smoke, lots of fires, cars that are on fire, and people really, Colleen, just trying to get out of here as fast as they can. We'll send it back to you guys.
Are there any firefighters or first responders that you can see of in that area?
Absolutely, Colleen. So what's interesting is the smoke is so thick, you can't see them.
While in the Palisades, but I don't know if you can see in the live shot right now, but that's really blowing some embers, and the smoke is you can't get outside of the truck without a mask. It's incredibly smoky.
Have you been able to see if any of the flames have hopscotched over PCH and are on the ocean side of PCH?
Absolutely. It's definitely burned to the water for sure. I'm going to estimate just south of Topanga or east of Topanga, I guess. Definitely in this area, it's burning clear to the water.
Oh, dear.
Let me figure out exactly what's happening here in the shot. This is your shot. You're sitting in the vehicle, so you're safe, right, Frank?
I'm not sure about that, but it's crazy. It's really blowing right now.
Wow. Yeah, you can really see those winds just gusting. So Mastro's Ocean Club, a lot of people, as Frank was saying, were using that parking lot as kind of a safe haven, as a place to go. I guess they have left and gone somewhere else, but the restaurant itself, are there still employees there, or did they evacuate?
I am the only vehicle in this parking lot left.
It seems almost like it's not moving, and then out of nowhere, my colleague Elliot Mendoza and I are almost, we're about to get knocked over because it's just so powerful in one direction, and then 2 minutes later, it's blowing in the other direction. So right now, obviously going pretty strongly this way, but look at this charred hillside. There's just no vegetation left on this, and unfortunately, from our camera and from our angle from the last for probably an hour now, we have seen a lot of plumes of black smoke, very large plumes of black smoke. A big one is up there, which is sort of in the Highlands neighborhood. It's hard to tell exactly where that is, but it appears that there. Oh, sorry, Elliot. Sorry, I just stepped on some debris from a car here. This is actually a side mirror, it looks like, that was bulldozed off. But when we look up there and we see those black plumes, unfortunately, that's an indication that homes are burning up there, especially when they're that size, the plumes that we've been seeing. You can see the smoke is thickening as well, and we've been seeing a lot of this where the conditions just rapidly change. For a minute there, we were up this way on Sunset Boulevard to the east. Our live truck was kind of parked and facing uphill, but all of a sudden flames started coming from this Lake Shrine area, which is just south of this hedge where we're standing here. And they got so close to the truck, we had to just jump in and get out of there. There were actually some people who were not firefighters. I'm not sure who these people were, but they were picking up the firefighters' hoses and trying to save some of these cars because the flames were just coming right up against these cars and right up against our live van. I actively saw them save at least one car up that way a little bit from just going up into flames. And of course, the danger is that any of these cars go up into flames. These are all scrunched together. No one has keys. There's no one here to operate these cars. If one goes up, there's a high likelihood that they could all go up together. But just look at this scene. I mean, look at the force that would have hit this. You've got the side mirror knocked off. You've got this whole front bumper, this whole front area dented. Over here, same thing. I mean, they just had to plow their way through in order to get these emergency responders to different areas. Now, again, the fire is on all sides of us. So if we look
say that I've been in winds any stronger than this. I mean, my car was rocking and rolling while I was trying to shoot this, but it's gone and it's headed in another direction right now. This fire is blowing to the north right now, up Peace State. As a matter of fact, I've got a spot fire right next to my car in Mastro's parking lot. I don't know if you want me to pan over to it or not, but I certainly can.
Well, if you would, and Mike, while you're doing that, we're going to explain what you're seeing on the right side of the screen here. We talk about the flames at PCH. They've now crossed PCH. This is actually a lifeguard tower that looks like it's gone.
Yeah, I can see what you're looking at. If I can pan, this just started right here in the brush in the parking lot here. It's going pretty good, but you can see, Colleen, by the wind. I mean, nothing has a chance with a wind like this blowing fire like it's doing.
That's the best way to put it. Nothing stands a chance in winds like this. My gosh, Mike.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, thank goodness for all the firefighters. I mean, I don't know how many companies are out here, but I can guarantee you there's at least 50, 60 maybe companies, and they're fighting fire 10 miles away from me, as well as down here.
Mike, are you seeing any choppers overhead, any aerial assault? Can they fly in this kind of wind?
Yeah, Colleen, when this thing first started, when the cell started taking off, we had the two CH-53 double rotor helicopters come in, and they tried their best. But you know what? Dropping into a 40-knot wind, the water, they were dropping over the fire, but by the time the water hit the ground, it was 300 or 400 yards to the north, or to the west. They did a job. They did a good job of keeping it from crossing the road, but again, this fire was just too big and moving too fast. So hopefully, those three homes up on top of that hill, buried in that smoke up there, survived. I know there were some fire companies up there, so hopefully they survived. But the fire now is well past me to the west, and I'll tell you what, it's something that's probably in my top 10 of fires.
Well, Mike, before we let you go, you're in the Mastro's parking lot there on PCH. Mastro's itself, the structure, not suffered any damage at this point?
Not at this time. I'm looking at a fire. If I can pan down here, there's fire. There's the restaurant itself, and there's a fire next to it down there. Hopefully they'll get this and get it out. But anyway, yeah, this was. I'll tell you what. I did send in some video of this entire hillside just blazing away. But you know what? Again, it's not cold. It's relatively warm down here. It's a warm wind, but it's just full of smoke and sparks and
tonight and 5 in the morning. But this is going straight down the hillside here on Pacific Coast Highway, heading towards PCH, and you see the flames coming up over there right now. They're going to start bringing some more rigs over here right now, but I tell you, that is not a good sign right now. As you see, more flames just kicking up there, and it's just inching closer and closer to Pacific Coast Highway. And we don't know what was damaged, but I tell you, the wind's blowing it down there right now. Let's send it back to you in the studio.
The fire is being fueled by a combination of strong winds and surrounding topography, which is making it extremely challenging for our personnel that are assigned to this incident. The population threatened is approximately 25,748. Households threatened is approximately 10,367. Structures threatened are approximately 13,208. At this point, we feel very blessed at this point that there's no injuries that are reported. We do have reports of multiple structures that are damaged.
And that's what's been happening in the past few minutes, is that the fire is now inching closer and closer to Pacific Coast Highway as the winds are really picking up, blowing this fire towards the Pacific Ocean. Let's send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Sid, thank you for that report. And we want to go now to Santa Monica and join ABC News correspondent Jacqueline Lee, a fellow Southern Californian. And Jacqueline, how is it where you are?
You know, David, it's been really stunning to watch. I mean, behind me you can see just how big this
just feel the intensity of these winds and the concerns of more spot fires potentially starting and flames just jumping to other homes in this area. But for now, this home right here, they were able to put out those flames and save this home next door. Colleen, Michael?
You know, Camilla, it's remarkable. I was just telling Colleen that this was the same house that we showed no more than 30 minutes ago that was fully engulfed. You could see the flames coming out through the windows. And you spoke to the homeowner who lives to the right of this property, who obviously evacuated, but yet had no idea the status of her home.
Yeah, so she obviously, yeah, as you said, evacuated, but still does not know the status of her home right now. But the progress that was made here in those last 30 minutes was remarkable to see, because when we got here, those flames were so intense. And again, that homeowner, those flames were so incredibly close to her home, but thankfully they were able to put out those flames. And I want to go ahead and toss it over to some, we spoke earlier to several homeowners in this area who told us they actually stayed behind to help other homes, and they actually told us that they helped put out some fires. Let's go ahead and listen to what they had to say.
A lot of flames, a lot of smoke, a lot of wind. You know, it's been very catastrophic. And as you know, everyone knows, embers jump ahead as the wind blows, so they jump ahead of the fire and they catch things on fire. It's just, there's fire all the way around us, all the way around us.
Yeah, literally, you turn around 1 second, you're looking at the fire, look back to while you're fire, look back again. It's actually moved hundreds of feet in seconds. It goes that quick. Those embers go and poof, fire, because no rain.
Again, as he talked about those embers flying and just the concern with that due to these intense winds. But as you just heard, people helping people, doing what they can to help other homeowners in this area. But, you know, back out here live, again, one home, at least here, was spared this afternoon from those intense flames next door. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
All right, Camilla, thank you for that. We want to tell you now it is 4:30 straight up. We're continuing our coverage of the Palisades fire.
Easily, well, there's one right there. That had to be 50, maybe 60 miles per hour. That's just a guess from here on the ground. But again, we are in kind of a sheltered spot because we are surrounded by trees. When we were up higher on Chautauqua, those gusts were strong, and that is what fueled that sudden upkick of those flames, where we had to throw the camera and the tripod in the van and literally take off within 20 seconds. So things are really dangerous up here. The wind is really bad. We are still seeing some people in the neighborhood. Here comes a guy on a motorcycle driving by. Don't know if he's a resident or not, but there are people still in the neighborhood here. Most of those seem to have heeded the evacuation orders and gotten out. I'll throw it back to you guys.
All right, as those flames are continuing to approach, Rob, stay safe out there.
This is Eyewitness News with live breaking news.
We are following breaking news in Pacific Palisades, where a wind-driven brush fire is spreading through hillsides, sending residents fleeing from their homes. And thanks again for joining us here on ABC 7, Hulu, and wherever you stream. I'm Ellen Leyva.
And I'm David Ono. Here's what we know so far. The fire started around 10:40 this morning. It has now exploded to well over 1,200 acres. We'll get an update soon. And there is no word on any containment so far, as you could imagine. Mandatory evacuations are underway for about 30,000 residents. Over 10,000 homes are threatened.
Effort not only
multiple
goes on,
homes
but so
damaged or destroyed.
And every now and
You've
then
seen
you're going to see the LAPD march people down here in their cars. But we want to show you here, as you see, that the winds have picked up considerably. The smoke continues to be an issue. There have been still evacuations, and we watch right now as they try and get people still out of this area. And we have talked about how difficult sometimes it is to maneuver out of these spaghetti streets because these are very narrow and tough streets. So you see right here, you have an entire condominium complex, and look at the fire there that is raging behind it. We don't see any firefighting efforts there, but look at that fire pick up, and you just don't know if they can possibly get to it. The winds are pushing it right now, and Colleen and Mike.
Event, we have not seen the worst of it yet. So want to get to the winds, because right now current wind gusts, we are still in the 40s for a lot of areas. That includes the Pacific Palisades area, and even for other areas we're seeing gusts in the 50s too. So as we head into places like the Santa Clarita Valley, we're seeing those really strong gusts, 53 miles per hour. Santa Clarita also in the low 50s. We're looking at mid 30s from Chino into Claremont, in the mid 40s at for Lancaster and Laguna Beach nearing 50 miles per hour. There's that high wind warning. So this will continue through Wednesday evening. Wind gusts for the valleys 60 to 75 miles per hour. For the mountains, we could even see some isolated gusts in the 75 to 100 miles per hour. This is a very rare event. So again, we have not had an event like this for many, many years. This is life-threatening. This is destructive. And the worst of it will be happening as we head into later tonight and into Wednesday morning. Wind gusts also impacting the Inland Empire into inland Orange County and coastal areas too. Red flag warning through Thursday because of those strong winds, the dry conditions, and of course, very dry vegetation as well. We've had very little rain so far this season. So we'll continue taking a look at this, and I'm going to show you the futurecast with where the winds are going to be impacting you as we head into later tonight in just a few minutes. For now, we're going to go to Jasmine Veal out in the field and taking a look at the conditions out there on the ground. How's it looking out there, Jazz?
Yeah, not good. So we're still here on El Medio Drive, and this is what we have come across every few yards. I mean, now we're right next to the office of the first
on the Getty Villa, but there were a number of homes in that neighborhood that are a complete loss, and now we found more homes a complete loss. As I step out of the way, we are on Livorno Drive in the Marquez section of Pacific Palisades. There are just so many parts of Pacific Palisades, sections, neighborhoods impacted by this fire on both sides of Sunset Boulevard. This house on Livorno, a complete loss that we're showing you right now. They even brought in an LAFD water tanker tender truck here off to the left. You can see just to help put water.
All right, stand by. We lost Josh's signal, so let's go now to Jory Rand, who is standing by in Palisades as well, and see what he is seeing. Jory.
Yeah, again, David, we are on the eastern flank of this fire. We had to move our location because if you look straight down Sunset Boulevard to the west, it's completely engulfed in smoke. That is what we are in the midst of. And so the flames are making their way south, down the mountain, and west, but it's curling around. So it's churning towards the east, and then the wind picks it up and blows everything back towards the west. So we were in basically blackout conditions, and we had to move a little further to the east as this fire continues to march. It's burning against the wind and against the terrain. And if you look up into the air, you can see just how strong these winds are whipping this smoke and blowing it down towards the ocean. It's curling around. You can see the motion of it as it lifts up into the air. It's getting kicked by these winds and almost curling under itself. And so we're here, and conditions continue to change. Day turns to night, and night then turns back to day again as it just kind of blows through and changes directions, and the winds gust and swirl around here. So we find ourselves in situations where we have to goggle up and put masks on, and then literally 30 seconds later, the sun comes back out and it's clear once again. So it changing every 30 seconds to a minute. You never know how things are going to be. You can see the strength of the wind in these trees. We've seen a lot of vehicle activity, a lot of people evacuating, and a lot of law enforcement and emergency responders making their way through here, both with lights on, and it looks like some might be heading on out of this area. Again, excuse me, there was a lot of soot and ash and dust in the air, both from the fire itself and the wind just kicking up anything that it can. In fact, we saw a situation earlier today where we thought a hillside was on fire. It turned out it was just the dirt, the sediment that this wind is so strong, picking it up and blowing it into the air. What looked like a fire turned out to just be dust. That unfortunately is not the situation here. We just spoke with a resident who believes her apartment about a half mile to the west here on Temescal and Sunset, she believes it is now gone and has not seen anything in terms of a firefight. Take a listen if we have that. Okay, we're going to wait on that interview. That was with a woman named Jan, and she is just parked here outside this Ralph's. She believes her apartment just down the street here, about a half a mile, is gone. Okay. And she's very upset that she hasn't seen any kind of emergency response.
Not sure. There might be someone up there, but you can see this home is just crumbling from these intense flames, and there are just dozens of homes behind there. But we're going to keep an eye on the situation. For now, that's the very latest. Colleen, Michael, back to you.
Wow. All right, Tracy, again, get some water, catch your breath. The elements out there obviously doing a number on.
Yeah, and you can see the house there. When it goes quickly. Yeah. We did see two people in the backyard there. One appeared to be in civilian clothes. The other one might have been in uniform, but it was really hard to tell through all that smoke.
The hope is that nobody is inside of that home or anywhere near that home. Yes. All right, NBC4's Darcia Phillips with more on some houses burning there on Radcliffe Avenue.
Yeah, Michael, Colleen, we actually see maybe about 6 homes here on Radcliffe just going up in flames. We came down this street. We thought it was just 2, but take a long look down here. Almost every single home on this side of the street has gone up in flames, completely destroyed. This one actively burning right now. The one next to it also actively burning. And then just further down the road, we were able to walk down there. They're just skeletons of homes right now. So this is how quickly this fire is moving. We are not far from Pacific Palisades Charter High School, so that's where we are located. And right now, we do believe that everyone on this street has been evacuated, which is the good news. Sadly, though, people are going to be coming back to skeletons of homes, not able to come back home after this. But take a look how hot this fire is burning right now. It is burning through so much, and the wind continues to whip through this area. One thing I do want to mention, we do not see a firefighter in sight, and that is because this is so difficult to get a handle on. These fires are moving like a blowtorch with this wind, and the firefighters are struggling to keep up with it. Take a look at this over here that's going up. In just the past 5 minutes, we saw something burning on the other side of this area. I believe that's Haverford over there. It looks like a power line is on fire along with some trees and brush. But again, just really very close to structures. So we are seeing homes lost here in this fire. And again, first responders, we've seen them rushing around this area, trying to get everyone out of the area, get them evacuated and to safety. That, of course, is the #1 priority for these first responders. And then, of course, trying to save property. But the fast-moving flames, how fast this wind is blowing, makes it completely difficult for first responders to really get a handle on this. And again, we are also hearing explosions. A lot of those are tires of cars that are on fire. We did also see a gas line blow here in one of these homes. So a very dynamic situation. As I mentioned before, we are seeing homes that are burning actively here on Radcliffe. We'll send it back to you guys.
Darcia Phillips there again reporting live there for us on Radcliffe. Thought in the beginning, initially, there were 2 homes on fire. She counted as many as 5 or 6.
Yes. And nobody appears to be in the neighborhood, Darcia?
Nobody appears to be in the neighborhood. We do have several media who's here, just discovering that this is on fire, but we do not see anyone actively evacuating. So the hope is everyone was able to get out with their pets and with their loved ones. But again, I think what is so eerie is that we actually do not see any first responders here. And it's not because they don't want to be here. It's because this is moving so quickly that they are having to continue to try and save the property and the life that they can. This is a chimney that is smoking right here. The fire has gotten into the attic and in through the rest of the home, and now it's that smoke you see just pouring out of the chimney. It's really devastating to see these homes go up. People who left their homes thinking that they'd be able to come back to a home, maybe just leaving with the clothes on their back, and then having to come back to this is going to be devastating. It's going to be very difficult for so many of these folks. And again, like I said, we just saw 2 houses at first. We walked down the road a little bit, and it just continues to go on and on. At least 5 or 6 homes that have been burned. Colleen, Michael, will send it back to you.
swirling down here, whipping the flames around. Next block over, some more homes. So now that you just saw a few minutes ago with the, we had a transformer, an electrical transformer explode over there. This is all out of control, burning embers all over the place, whipped around by those winds. And this is something, if you're familiar with the Palisades village, just as a block just behind Gelson's, the main center of the village itself. A lot of these homes been here for decades, and now they're tree-lined streets. Antioch right over here, it is burning. You can hear it popping. Active fire, all out of control. No firefighters here. This is just something where you're left to the whims of nature, and these winds blowing the embers all the way through. Last half hour or so, the wind's really picking up here, and as Mike has been showing our photographers, you see all the smoke blowing through. I'm sure you can also see some of the burning embers too, but these homes burning. It is a wildfire, an out of control blasting wildfire. Look at all these embers blowing through here. Unbelievable scene. This is in the Palisades village, again about a block south of Gelson's, right in the heart of the village itself. We were hoping in this area that the fire would stay up on the hillside itself to the north side of Sunset Boulevard. That was the hope, but now the fire is really roaring here. The heat coming back. We're going to pull back here a little bit, Mikey, because the embers are really becoming dangerous. And as these embers blow up through, there are some more homes, obviously, right off to the other side. They are at risk, too. Again, this is Antioch. It is a block south of Haverford, about 2 blocks south of Sunset, right behind the Gelsons, in the heart of the Palisades village. The fire here burning out of control.
Ed, I want to give you a second to catch your breath, and maybe we can just take this sound full and listen in to the sound coming off of Mike Armijo's camera for a moment. Ferocious winds, and you can hear the destruction. Ed Laskos, as we bring you back into this, Ed, I know you know this neighborhood, the Palisades, so well. Can you talk about this community, the character of this community? Whoa! And there we're looking at power lines. This is especially dangerous. Yeah. Talk about the community if you can.
Yeah, I will, but I was going to mention also the power line. Some of the firefighters were going by here a little while ago. There's still some folks in this area who haven't left, and they've been on the loudspeaker telling them, oh, as we have some more of the transformers blowing up here. They were warning people to watch out for the down power lines, thinking that they are still energized, and as the fire hits the transformers, the wires come down. That even brings yet another situation. But to your point, Alex, yes, the Palisades, very quiet community, lots of children through here. The folks come here and they set up their homes because there's good schools in the area, very peaceful, not much of a crime. We don't really get out here and do many stories because there's not much of a crime situation here. And then you have a fire like this that starts burning on the hill, and as you can see, these winds ripping right down Antioch, and there's no way to stop them. Firefighters have no way of controlling this, and it's just one home after the other as it goes down toward the ocean. And I was going to show Mikey. Mikey, can you look at this over here? This is interesting. Here's a spot fire. This is the home right across the street. Look at this. That's how these things happen. The embers, remember, we saw them blowing. It's now into that hedge, burning this home. And that, without any firefighters down here, is probably going to threaten and blow over and catch this hedge on fire. This vegetation and these homes are going to be at risk, too. But look how quickly just a little ember like that gets going. There's a big pine tree right overhead. This whole area looks like a bomb, a war zone. Look at this. I'm standing in it, and I can't even believe it.
So no firefighters that you see on the street right now?
No, there are no firefighters here at all. But again, it's not a crack or slap at the firefighters. They've got their hands full.
Right, sure.
Look at those burning embers down at the bottom of the street. Look at that. My goodness. Right, so everybody is down here. I don't see any more of the residents down here. There are some folks driving around taking pictures.
Going over here myself.
But yeah, watch over to your left there, sir. This hedge is really going over there now. So it doesn't take long at all. Matter of seconds, it's going. There's another spot fire on the other side. So this home and the home right next to it, threatening as well. But no, we haven't seen any firefighters down here. But what could they do? Look at this. You see all these embers, big pieces, chunks of the palm trees blowing through here. The wind blowing through. It looks like just somebody turned on the gas on your stove and it's just roaring out of control.
And you said the residents, thank goodness, they've evacuated. No one's there.
Watch out for these wires.
No, yeah, watch out. Yeah, well, yeah, let's back up. But these wires are also popping. There's that embers off to the left there. Look at that. That's that hedge. Remember, we saw that just about 2-3 minutes ago. It's going. That home, my goodness, it's threatened as well. But no, Marla, to your point, we have not seen any residents. A couple of folks here with their little cameras out, perhaps with social media or something. They're taking some pictures. But no, we haven't seen, luckily, any folks around here. There was a few folks on Sunset going through the village itself earlier. Oh, there goes that house, or what's left of it, all the way down at the end of that block. But luckily, most of this area, and again, we are just behind Gelson's, the heart of the village of the Palisades. It's evacuated, and this street, Antioch, just below Haverford, several homes, 5, 6 by my count, burning, several more threatened.
What a picture, as we keep pointing out that the winds are just going to pick up. You know, we're nearing the 5 o'clock hour. This fire broke out at 10:30 this morning as just 10 acres. It's now close to 1,300. I'm sure it's well above that. We haven't gotten an update in a couple of hours, and we're just seeing that this is one street in the Palisades. As Ed has said, this is the heart of it, right behind the Gelsons.
Yeah, and look how quickly that fire, like right here, as Ed just showed us, that was almost nothing a few seconds ago, and let's hope that that does not turn into a fire right there to that house, but there's really nothing to stop it. And this is the challenge for firefighters during these events. We saw this happen in 2018 during the Woolsey fire, which also exploded in size and was one of the worst fires in Southern California. When there's this ferocious of winds, able to take embers in this many directions this quickly, there are simply not enough firefighters to be everywhere at all times. And so what happens is they have to pick and choose, and what happens is you have a street like this where there are no firefighters because they're busy somewhere else guarding another street, and then half the block is gone in a matter of minutes. It is the nightmare scenario for neighbors and residents, and this has got to be so sickening, I'm imagining, for the residents who may be living on this street and watching our stream or watching this on a different station and knowing that their home is now burning and there's nobody there to stop it. The good news is the people are out. The tough news, though, for these people is there's really nothing that can be done to stop this, at least in the interim, because some streets at this point, just because of the numbers, are going to burn, and some streets are going to be protected, and sometimes it just is lucky in being in the right place at the right time. And it's oftentimes, Marla, we see on these streets where 1 or 2 homes or 3 homes burn, and then across the street the home is fine. And so unfortunately for the people that live right here, their home is not going to be fine. I mean, just a picture that looks like something literally straight out of hell. As now the sun starts to go down, and these images are going to be all the more ominous as we see these flames, and it's going to be dark outside, and it's going to be lit up by these orange pictures and this black smoke.
It is 4:50, so we are just minutes away until the official sunset. This is just one street in the Palisades. This is Antioch Street. This gives you an idea of how destructive those winds are, how destructive the flames are. You talk about numbers and being outsized by the flames. LAFD has just over 250 personnel, firefighters on the scene to tackle this fire that is quickly growing out of control. And they even made that a point at the press conference that we heard them deliver just over an hour, almost hour and a half ago at 3:30. They said it's burned 1,262 acres, but we know that the worst is yet to come. We heard that from multiple officials out there. There's 46 engines. They have 5 helicopters, LAFD themselves. Then there's those super scoopers. There's the issue of, my goodness, you see that flame, those flames getting more and more intense. The power lines. Ed, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're right. Holding on. We just got a big gust, as you could see it here. Mikey, good idea. Let's get back. But Alex, you were saying it's like the balls of hell you're looking into. Those gusts come through, and it's just a wall of flames right down the street itself. More homes catching off to the left, where maybe we were looking at that hedge. The top of the hedge is now burning, and I think it's actually cut the top of that. You can hear the transformers, the gas tanks exploding as this fire roars down this street. There's no stopping it at this point. And these winds, here comes another big gust. In the last 10 minutes or so, they were steady, but we've been getting more of the gust. The sundowner winds coming through, and that's even just fanning these flames even more. Look at that. Look at the embers. Look at it just blowing it through like crazy.
Ed, you've been doing this for many years. This has got to be one of the worst you've ever seen.
Yeah, very much so. And usually when you see this, to be honest with you, fire control can keep it up. They do a great job keeping it in the hills, in the mountains, above the communities itself. Now, when this started earlier, I was thinking the same thing, that those brave men and women with their strike teams and the airdrops would keep it up, keep it from jumping over sunset. But I never imagined these winds, which would carry these embers sometimes a mile or two, just below this. I've never seen anything like this, especially in a very tight area like this, you know, a metropolitan area. Usually you see it in the canyons down in Orange County or something like that. But here, Palisades, the village, my God.
Yeah, and we think about the Franklin fire, Marla, when you and I were on the air until 4 o'clock in the morning a few weeks ago when this was burning in Malibu, and the fear was that this would happen there. And in fact, it largely didn't. There were some areas that were impacted, but a lot of the worst of it, these sort of images, which we feared were happening, didn't happen there. But now it is happening in Pacific Palisades. The number of structures lost for this is already significantly more than what we saw for that Franklin fire, which was the last time we had a wind event similar to this one.
Yeah, it looked really bad as we brought you that coverage, but it turned out to be not so bad. It could have been a lot worse, but this, on the other hand, looks terrible, and it is terrible, and it's going to get worse. The personnel from LAFD certainly outnumbered by the strength of the winds. They do have, I was talking a little earlier about at their disposal in terms of aircraft, they do have 5 helicopters. There are the super scoopers that we saw do some great work earlier. They were dipping into the Pacific Ocean to make those water drops. The super scoopers, we saw 2 of them. They are able to carry about 1,600 gallons of water per drop. That makes a significant impact. But the question is, flying at night is a whole other thing. A lot of times they cannot. And Governor Newsom was making the point that it's not just that the aircraft can't handle the turbulence from the winds, it's that the fire retardant just gets splashed all the way around, and it doesn't make it an efficient drop. And so it's sort of useless. That was the point that he was making earlier. So the firefight mainly from the ground at this point, and just to get a handle on it, obviously there's 0% containment. We haven't talked about the cause at this point. It could have been caused by anything. There was one person who said that on New Year's Day there was concern about fireworks, and there was a small brush fire that ignited. That was quickly put out. Was this caused by fireworks? It's way too early to tell, but nonetheless, it is here and it is getting worse.
And with these winds, you don't need much of a flame to start a fire, and once it starts, as we see, it's almost impossible to stop it. You can stop it in certain areas, but you can't stop all of it. And while this is happening at Ed's location, we know, because we saw Matthew Seedorf a short time ago, there's more fires, more structures burning at his location. We saw structures in danger at Chelsea Edwards' location. We got structures burning in Christy Fajardo's location. Those are at least 4 different areas. And that's just where our crews are. There may be more burning in some of the more remote areas as well that we can't get to right now, that fire crews, frankly, may not even know is happening because there is so much happening at the same time. We are in that sort of fog of war phase of this where everybody's doing their best to save lives, but, you know, not all the information is always totally accurate because people are in crisis mode, and we are in the midst of that crisis. Certainly this particular street is. This is, you know, an area that we've been talking to residents, although it is, you know, so close and in danger of burning. A lot of the residents we've spoken with say that it hasn't burned in decades. And unfortunately, that is now happening.
Necessarily
the thing we've all
see
been
that
fearful of. at the same time. So we're looking at the live picture on the ground. On the top left of your screen is a live picture from our Santa Monica cam, I believe. Or actually, this is from our station in West LA, our rooftop looking. This is our view from the
there
station.
Is some whiter
get a
smoke
sense of
a little lower down here where they dropped retardant, but that is one heck of a plume. I mentioned the retardant about an hour ago. They started hitting, well, when we got here about an hour ago, we started seeing them doing water drops. You can see there's homes in the hillsides here. And so we saw probably 4 large tankers come by and do retardant drops, Phos-Chek, it looked like, because it was pinkish. But so maybe that Phos-Chek is working its magic on the lower part, but behind the crest of the hill where we can't see, we could see that there are flames now on the crest of the hill and a lot of dark smoke. So that is truly bad news, but you could probably hear, wow, you could see, and there goes our camera guy, almost tipped over, Dave. These gusts of winds are very strong, and they are just fueling these flames. We'll throw it back to you guys.
Rob Hayes, thank you. Now Eyewitness News at 5 getting underway. Mark Brown and Giovanna Lara joining you now live.
This is Eyewitness News with live breaking news.
Well, the smoke just got really bad, so I just started packing up all of our stuff, and we got in the car to go. And
night. So 2 live pictures, 2 very stunning live pictures. The one on the smaller picture is from the roof of our studios here in West Los Angeles at Fox 11. You can see the active flames and the massive plume of smoke enveloping the skyline on this Tuesday evening. And then also the bigger picture here, this is Antioch Street in the city of Pacific Palisades. By the way, just population of just some 23,000 people who live here, and already more than 1,300 acres have burned since 10:30 this morning.
Yeah, let's take you. This is a live picture right now from LAX, where I believe Air Force One, I think, is still parked. And this is the image. If you imagine coming into Los Angeles, or even flying out of Los Angeles, and this is what you see as you come in, that massive plume of smoke. That gives you a sense. I mean, this is miles and miles away from this, which gives you a sense of how big that smoke is and how many people are seeing it in their evening commute tonight. And people flying in and out, and we don't have any reports of major delays, but still challenging, I would imagine, to be flying in and out of Los Angeles tonight as well, with the winds that everybody is dealing with. And again, the worst of the winds are still to come later tonight. We want to pause for a moment as we welcome everybody at the top of the hour. You are watching the Fox 11 News at 5 o'clock, which is simulcast on both Fox 11 and Fox 11 Plus. Good evening. I'm Alex Michelson.
And I'm Marla Tejas. We've been on the air with you since taking over for the crew on Good Day LA since 2:30 this afternoon, and our coverage continues. Here's what we know about the Pacific Palisades fire, simply called the Palisades Fire. Almost 1,300 acres burned, 0% contained, 30,000 people under mandatory evacuation orders, 10,000 homes threatened. We just went over some of those evacuation centers. I'll do so again. The Westwood Rec Center in Westwood, the Dream Center in Hollywood, Pierce College in Woodland Hills for large livestock, and the LA Animal County Center in Agora Hills for the smaller pets. Westwood Rec Center is also taking those smaller pets.
If you are just joining us on Fox 11 Plus, where we are now just beginning our coverage, I know many of you have been joining us on Fox 11. There are other folks that are streaming us right now on the Fox local app. We thank you for joining us, and just get you caught up. What we're looking at right now is one of the most devastating wildfires that we have seen in Southern California in several years. We know of at least 20 different structures that we've personally witnessed that have burned today. That number could rise. That's just our crews trying to get a sense of what they're seeing on the ground. And there is an active firefight going on, and in some places, homes are just burning. We want to welcome you inside our studio and just let you know that we have live team coverage that we are going to be on commercial-free throughout the night with you to help guide you through this life-threatening situation. We've got reporters all over Southern California, including our Matthew Seedorf, who joins us right now. Matthew, I know you have seen far too many homes burning. Not sure if Matthew can hear us.
Yeah, I don't know. We're having some issues with our microphone out here, but we're off Boston Lane. You can see the massive fire. We were out there about 30 minutes ago. The firefighters are doing their best trying to contain this home specifically with water. But if you head over to the fire hydrant,
yeah. Matthew, despite your best efforts, we're having a hard time with the mic, so it's hard to hear you.
Yeah,
we're sorry about that.
Maybe, Matthew, if you can stand right in front of the camera, because the only thing we're getting you from is the camera mic. So maybe if you talk right to that, we might be able to hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me on the net mic right now?
Yeah, so just talk loudly.
Yeah, you can hear me. Okay, good. So basically, we were joining you about 30 minutes ago. Firefighters were actively trying to put out the flames on this home off Lockman Lane. Since then, they've lost water pressure on the hydrant. So basically, this fire is just growing out of control. And there's at least 3 or 4 homes on this street alone that are without, trying to get water on top of the home that are on fire. I would estimate that we've seen probably more than a dozen homes at least damaged by flames today, but it's not a good situation as the wind continue to pick up right now.
You've really been in the thick of it all day long. At one point, even picking up the hose yourself and trying to put out a spot fire. All right, you stay safe. We'll check in with you when we can. Matthew, thank you. Let's go to our chief meteorologist, Adam Kruger. You've been warning about these destructive winds since last week, Adam.
Yeah, I mean, it was a concerning weather setup. It looked like it was going to be that way.
Next door. Oh, I think I talked to your wife. She was very worried. How are you guys doing?
We're okay. We might be okay. I don't know. We don't know yet.
We've been watching firefighters fight on all sides around your home. What are you able to see?
We got fire on all of our sides of the home, and this is the last side. So if we get lucky and this is out, we might save the home.
What are your plans for this evening, as we know these winds are not dying down anytime soon, and this fire has been burning for a couple of hours now?
I'm just going to stick around and save my home, try to save my home.
What other measures are you taking?
That's all I can do.
Is jumping from, and it's been an absolutely harrowing day for people who live here in the Palisades, a devastating day for people who have had to leave their homes, leave their belongings. But of course, those are just material items, they tell us. They're just glad that no one has been injured. There hasn't been any loss of life. So that is really the silver lining in all of this, but not to take away from the absolute devastation and sadness at losing property and having to forego their homes. For many people, these are homes that they've worked toward for their entire lives. So it's really a painful situation. Sharon, Micah.
Extraordinary pictures there as you were driving through the neighborhood, Rachel. So many of the shots we have seen have been from a distance where you can't see through the blanket of smoke. But to be able to get a look inside there a few
on this path, we only hope that the people who live in this vast apartment complex have it as well. These are the flames right here. This is the back of the Highlands complex here, and you can see already that the embers have begun to latch on to the beams and to the frames of this structure. We only hope that they can withstand the fire, because what you see here is not only a fire that is burning here at Palisades and the Sunset, which has really just been the heart of the matter for several hours right now, but what you don't see is any firefighting effort, and that's because, honestly, they don't know where to turn first. We have seen firefighters do what they can, structure protection, trying to save homes, but this is a fire, as we know, that is pushed by winds, that is pushed by these fast-moving winds throughout the day. And hang on one second, I'm just going to walk right here and see if I can talk to this person. Hi. How's it going?
Good, how are you?
So have you seen any evacuations here at all?
Yeah, just then.
Just now?
Yeah.
Yeah. How's it looking on the other side?
Pretty hectic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so have we seen any fire on this side of the apartment complex?
I don't think so.
No, just here so far.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
No worries.
Always appreciate your work. These are our stringers that have been working with us throughout the day and throughout the years here. So this is just part, Colleen and Michael, of a very large Highlands apartment complex here. It appears to be pretty much empty. Haven't seen a lot of people leave. Haven't seen a lot of people still inside. So remember, we're talking about an evacuation order for all of Pacific Palisades. When was the last time we've ever said that? An evacuation order for all of Pacific Palisades. These people have been told to leave, and we understand that most of them, it appears, looking at this have, but we have this apartment complex right now, and again, it stretches from here all the way over to Sunset and Highland. And as we come back here, we're gonna go down the street with you for a second. As you continue to watch the firefighting effort, there are flames throughout both sides of the road because the embers have pushed this fire. We've talked about how the fire is already at the beach, but this is where the fire still continues to burn. We have fire trucks now still racing. We've seen Hermosa Beach arrive here. We've seen Redondo Beach arrive here. We've seen Point Dume lifeguards come here and try to help. And look at here, we've got the LA Fire Department running down Sunset Boulevard. This is Sunset West heading towards the beach. And right there at that intersection right here, look at all of these cars. All of these cars, I guarantee you, are people evacuating, still being pushed out of Highlands. Here, this complex and this neighborhood here in Pacific Palisades. One after the other cars. We saw a woman who had to leave because of the Franklin fire. We saw other people who had to leave because this was the first fire that they've ever encountered. People who said that they are just so exhausted by this because, as Governor Newsom said in the news conference, we were just here weeks ago with other fires, with the Franklin fire, and now here we go again. But this is a fire unlike we have ever seen in several years. A fire that exploded from this morning, that forced the cars right up here on Sunset and Palisades to be evacuated by people who ran for their lives, people who feared they wouldn't get out in time, who had to abandon their cars. And you can imagine, altogether, it must have just been a mass exodus. But what they did is they left their cars behind, and now most of those cars severely damaged by the bulldozers that had to push them away. So this right now, for the Palisades, is part of the center of the firefight. And you see right here, people still trying to get out and people still evacuating, realizing that right now, this fire is here to stay, and it is still causing widespread damage. As we continue to look here to see what is going to happen here at the Highlands apartment complex where the fire is now threatening. Let's go back to you.
All right, yeah, Robert, thank you. Robert talked about the evacuations, about the entire area of the Pacific Palisades evacuated, and we heard from the fire chief that encompasses 30,000 people and well over 10,000 residences.
And Robert's on one side. He's on the Sunset Boulevard side of where it connects with PCH. All the way on the other side at Topanga Canyon, that's what we're looking at here. We understand this is a business that is on fire at Topanga Canyon and PCH. We're trying to get some confirmation on what business it is there. But keep in mind, that's very close to where the fire burned, that Franklin fire, not that long ago. And I can tell you, I've looked at some of the reports or the releases from Pepperdine. They've been through this before very recently, and they're keeping an eye on the situation. They say they have a plan in place just in case the flames should encroach on their area as they did in the Franklin fire. I mean, it got very, very close on campus there. But again, this is Topanga Canyon and PCH.
All right, so as we give you this shot, we want to take you now to NBC4.
High school, that is threat. This whole area certainly is under evacuation notices. We haven't seen anybody here other than some folks coming around with their cameras, social media type, but everybody else is evacuated. No power in most of the area. Transformers exploding, lines coming down. The fire department going around telling everybody be careful about the lines that they come down because they're most likely energized, very dangerous, very deadly. But these gusts, look at those flames. We're getting another big gust through here. It really obscures your view with all the thick smoke, but it just whips those flames up even higher. I was thinking before, when you get even halfway down the block, you could feel the intense heat coming around, especially if the wind starts to blow it in your direction. And look at some of the debris blowing, and I think you can even see, look at all the sparks, the embers blowing from right to left on your screen, blowing across. Earlier we showed you about last half hour, there was a hedge across the street, large hedge, maybe 6-7 feet high. That caught on fire. It's burnt now alongside. Luckily that the home itself, to my view, hasn't lit up on fire. That's the good news there. But all the way down the street, even as I bend around this side to the left, it's nothing but one home after another burning. Fire department, again, nowhere in sight. They've got their hands full in some other areas, but again, there are so many spot fires burning up here. We see this section of Antioch over there on Temescal, the right, and then some other sections along Sunset. But the really frightening part of this is the flames with these winds and the embers. It's jumped across Sunset now, burning on the south side of Sunset, being pushed by these gusts, being pushed down toward PCH itself.
Ed Lascos, thank you. What a picture.
Yeah.
Absolutely devastating. Let's check in with Christy Fajardo. She has another look now that the sun has set. Christy, looks like you're working to make sure your microphone's on.
Christy,
Can you hear me?
we can hear you
Yes.
now, Christy.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I apologize. We're having some